Since he was young, this young man has been very different from others. Instead of playing like other children, he enjoyed sitting in the library for hours reading books. One day, when his father ordered Bin to go to the sea to extract resources, Lewin warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range, because the mana flow there was unusual. What does he mean? Bin looked at Lord Ale, who was also confused about what his son was talking about. A few days later, during a stormy night with fierce rain and lightning, Bin finally returned, causing Lord Ale great worry. He had to take a detour and go further away, also avoiding a danger thanks to young Lord Lewin. The road near the southern mountain range was attacked by monsters. This news made the Lord extremely anxious because Lewin had foreseen it. Anyone passing that way would encounter trouble, and Bin only survived because he followed Lewin's advice. Do you think he can sense mana in the air? The Lord doesn't know much about this either. If it's true, Lewin will be the future of Ale. From that day on, he showed innate magical talent. At the age of 6, Lewin could sense mana and summon it by age 7. By the age of 10, he had surpassed many descendants of noble families at the Exnet Magic Academy, the top magic school in the Radiant Kingdom, to become the top of his class. People call him a genius. Lewin began dreaming of a future where he would elevate his family's name to new heights, but he stopped at the academy. On the first day of class, Lai realized he was nothing special. He couldn't even release mana outward. In front of the entire class, Lewin failed due to mana disorder. For a mage, being unable to project mana is like a cursed curse. At that moment, everyone started to scrutinize his background. An ordinary family and no talent at all. Their attitude shifted 360 degrees from respect to contempt. Someone deliberately bumped into Lewin and sneered. Oh well, I guess I just bumped into a useless bastard. I wonder if he'll end up as worthless as him someday. Lewin is someone who cannot cast magic at a magic academy. To those who have envied him from the beginning, he is now nothing more than a game for their amusement. Lewin thought everything would end there without knowing that there was still a miracle at the very edge of despair, as the player's treasure was activated, and his life entered a new chapter. Lewin felt like his body was sinking deep into water. He was in an endless, vast space. A system interface appears. You are the embodiment of Draca, the destroyer of worlds. What the hell? Before Lewin could even understand what was happening, a giant with blazing red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. You see his lips moving as if he wants to say something to you, and suddenly everything around you changes like a storm. Now it's Lin's turn. The professor only asked him to create a fireball aimed at the 1-meter mannequin. The fireball is a type of magic that any student can easily perform, except for someone like him who cannot use magic. Lewin is extremely nervous. Can he do it this time? Professor Two-Item looked at you with an encouraging gaze. Lewin, start now. That's right, I can't give up. Lewin casts a fireball, its size astonishing the other students. Can a person really have that much mana? Professor Two-Items looked on with eager frown. Lewin was just as anxious. Now he just needed to throw it like a ball, but he hesitated again. Lewin's arm trembled again, his body twisting as if on a roller coaster, and he spat out his breakfast. I can't do it. Lewin wiped his mouth. The two professors still tried to encourage him, but Lewin really couldn't release his mana. He didn't even know what to do. The professor was utterly helpless. He was a senior student. But if he couldn't even perform basic magic like fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? I'm sorry, I will practice more. Lewin said that, but secretly cursed himself as useless. In this training, students need to create 10 fireballs and hit targets, but you can't even cast the spell to strike the dummy. You might not even become a third-class mage. How can an incompetent person be the top scorer? It really is the shame of the academy. Whispered rumors and familiar words echo through the classroom. Because Lewin is an unknown noble who stole the top spot from students from prestigious families, he was unlikable from the start. But those bullies are just mosquitoes. What crushes Lewin is that he has no progress or hope at all. It's all caused by the mana disorder curse from 6 years ago. Lewin now wondered how much longer he could endure this. In the main hall of the academy, 2 bullies blocking his path once again. Oh, who's that over there? Lewin the idiot. It's about time you pack up and go home. Not only your peers, but the juniors also call you the fool Lewin. It's because of you that the final year's grades have dropped. Why don't you just go home to your monkey territory? Ha ha, Lewin frowning silently in response to their sarcastic remarks. Seeing that you don't fight back, they push even harder. If you have no skills left, at least you should have some assets. It was only after coming here that I learned about the Ale family. My father even said they are just a bunch of loud, empty barrels. At this point, Lewin couldn't take it anymore. He spun around and punched the yellow-haired guy square in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bark one more time and see what my father would do. Lewin couldn't tolerate the insult to his family. You bastard, the blonde guy clutching his bleeding nose. Benphone, you need to know when to stop. Who do you think you are to cause trouble with my father and my family? Do you know who my father is? The other guy charged forward but was immediately punched in the stomach by Lewin, causing him to bend over and tremble, unable to stand up. "You arrogant bastard, how dare you hit me?" Benphone was so furious that he used magic to fight right inside the academy. Isn't he afraid of getting expelled? Go to hell. Lewin couldn't move before this magic attack. The two professors rushed over to stop it, but it was too late, and Lewin took the full force of his magic attack. Lewin thought he was done for, but now he's in a different space facing a giant in a cloak with the familiar system. The man calling his name, Lewin Adele, startles him. Gradually, Lewin returns to the world. The voice calling his name now belongs to High Healer Helen. "Where am I?" Lewin sat up suddenly, causing Helen to panic. Lewin felt a bit dizzy but was able to sit up. More importantly, he was thinking about the dream he just had. "It's as clear as if you had experienced it yourself in reality." Helen said, "You've been unconscious for nearly a day." Luckily, the situation isn't worse. They still need to monitor him further. But Lewin looks very healthy for someone who was just struck by lightning, with no wounds, burns, or internal injuries. Helen has never seen a case like yours before. Even Lewin can't believe he's still alive. Lightning alone is a terrifying magic that can burn the body in an instant, yet you were struck directly, and your body remains intact as if nothing happened. "Excuse me for a moment, someone is entering through the door. Helen will go check the test results first. The person is Professor Hyde Dew." He crossed his arms and asked about your health. Luckily, Lynn is still as healthy as ever. The professor said that there is currently a meeting among the teachers regarding this incident. First, Benphone will be expelled for using powerful attack magic to attempt murder, spreading false rumors about the AL family, and unfair treatment and bullying against you. Based on all these events, the teachers have made their decision. Of course, Lewin also has to face punishment for attacking Ben. You will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for a month. After explaining everything, the professor also wanted to ask Lewin if he was still in possession of the artifact. What? Lewin was surprised when the professor asked that if he had a treasure, he wouldn't have been bullied. Anyway, considering its value and rarity, the AL clan chief probably used it for the benefit of the clan. The professor pondered. Lewin wondered why the two professors asked him this question. At that moment, when the professor ran to his side, he was sure he saw a red light enveloping his body just before the lightning struck, like a high-level treasure protecting him and blocking Ben Raja's spell. "What did you say, teacher?" Lewin asked innocently. "Are you trying to recall the dream from earlier? Could they be connected?" Ice is crazy, Lewin thought to himself, reaffirming that he definitely doesn't have the treasure. Professor Hydo nodded without saying anything, and then left, making me curious about what he was thinking. What Lynn experienced was no different from a dream. The Draca artifact, the world destroyer and player. Lewin also heard another phrase he tried to remember. It seemed to be the status window. As soon as he thought of this word, a blue screen suddenly appeared in front of Lewin, startling him. What the heck is that? Helen ran in as soon as she opened the door and asked about your condition. Lewin immediately pointed at the board and asked, "Do you see it?" The blue screen. "What are you rambling about? Did Lewin strike you so hard that your mind is messed up?" Helen asked curiously again. She couldn't see it. That proves only Lewin can see it. The information about Lewin is on the board. The embodiment of Draca, the sorcerer Draca, was pursued by Diep Fong and his world after seeking infinite power. Since birth, he has lacked mana, making power the source of his strength. Lewin is a player who can open the status window and increase his infinite power by completing missions. It's nothing. I just got a little dizzy. Lewin quickly changed the subject so Helen wouldn't think he had a mental problem. According to the test results, Lewin is completely normal and is allowed to return to the dormitory. Today has truly been the strangest day of Lewin's life. You remain intact after being struck by lightning, met a man with red eyes in another dimension, and saw the status window call you the embodiment of Draca. Combined with Professor Tu's questions, perhaps Draca's treasure has been transferred into you. Lewin opened the status window again, and a quest frame appeared. The quest could be repeated daily, including punching, kicking, and spinning kicks, each 100 times to earn 10 strength points and unlock skills. Punching and kicking are also related to strength, but Lewin wondered how they would help him become a wizard. For now, I'll just try it. Lewin took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and threw a punch. A left punch, a right punch. The number has increased, giving him motivation. Keep going like this and you'll finish soon. Lewin continued with the third punch, but it didn't increase because he swung his arm improperly. He roughly understood how it worked, so he was excited. All right, how do I punch properly? The moon has risen high, everyone is asleep, and Lewin is panting heavily, covered in sweat. Finally, it's done. Curious about the reward for the mission, Lewin suddenly felt a light, pleasant sensation throughout his body. All fatigue vanished, as if it was something even more fundamental than mana. Lewin hasn't felt this way in a long time. This is the kind of feeling only possible when you truly become stronger. Let's see, Lewin immediately tried by throwing a punch. Its speed, airflow, and destructive power had all changed from before, making him excited. The power infused into the magic has truly become stronger. Now, the skill reward remains, making him curious to open the status window and check. It's called the Power Circle. The passive skill allows it to be replaced with Strength. The Mana Circle is replaced with the Power Circle. All magic and movements are affected by your strength. So, replacing the Mana Circle with a Power Circle? That means Lewin's mana will be replaced by Strength. He places his hand on his chest to feel it. Whether you learn mana or sense mana, a Mana Circle surrounds your heart. They play a role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. Lewin has 4 more mana circles than his peers, but due to his own defect, they are all useless. After a moment of shock, Lewin's mana circle truly disappeared. The powerful circle spinning wildly now must be the circle of strength. Lewin felt confused. Without the mana circle, he wouldn't be able to be a mage. If this new circle couldn't do what the mana circle could, what would happen to him? Lewin felt a bit disappointed that his life as a mage was about to end like this, but since he was best at staying optimistic in suffering, he decided to try first. Lewin tried to summon a fireball, and its faster-than-usual appearance surprised him, even making it look more powerful. From the moment he saw the size of the fireball, Lewin realized one thing. This must definitely be the power of a treasure. Sorry, Professor, there are many things to learn. Magic has a basic activation mechanism. Before unleashing his power, he needs 10 seconds to charge, but Lewin can skip that and directly create a fireball with the strength within his body. Lewin clenched his fist in excitement. Is this the power of the sacred relic? What is this? The status window appears again, providing information about the Berserk Mage, focusing magical energy into his body and attacking the enemy. When casting magic, the enhancement effect adds power, and the magical attack will deal extra physical damage. At first, Lewin didn't understand anything, but that wizard Draka also has a mana disorder curse like him, and he fought by focusing mana energy into his fist? How could he come up with this method? I wonder Lewin deeply admires Draka's perseverance and creativity. A new task has been added. Practicing the Mad Wizard technique, using a magic circle and power to attack the target. Lewin had never thought of this method. If he can become a mage that way, he definitely has to try it. Lewin casts Fireball, using it like a fist to strike the target. All right. Lewin was delighted that for the first time he successfully cast magic on the golem, completing the task and earning an extra 10 strength points. Not only that, but Lewin's spirits also improved significantly. He happily lay down on the ground. Every time Lew fails to unleash his magic, he ends up succeeding by using his fists. At that point, Lewin gradually became curious about Draka. What kind of existence is he? But your body is getting heavier and heavier. What's going on? Did he train until morning and really sleep here? Probably not yet, right? Leyen chose a lightning bolt, but he still didn't wake up as if nothing happened. The whispering around him wakes Lewin up. When he finally managed to get up, the students recoiled in surprise as if they saw a strange creature. Damn, he's awake now. You scared us to death. Lewin couldn't understand why they all gathered here just to watch him sleep. It's probably the first time they've seen a handsome guy sleeping on the ground. After all, a noble wouldn't normally bother to go back to the dorms for a warm bed and instead sleep on the ground. That's truly unusual. Hey Lewin, are you drunk or something? What kind of alcohol? I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. Bye. Seeing Lewin puff out his chest and walk away with his head held high, they looked at each other as if Lewin had become a different person. Did they see the scarecrow shattered, leaving only the stake stuck in the ground, all thanks to Lewin? No way. Lewin is back at the dorm. Gee, son. Damon 56, brushing his teeth, looked at you curiously. Hey, did you stay outside all night? What's going on? Usually you don't stay out of the dorm for so long. You're not being nosy, Lewin replied coldly to Jae-sun's enthusiastic attitude. He is the eldest son of the family. Our mining business is well known, so Jae-sun still treats him like an ordinary person. However, he's a guy who drinks heavily, loves women, and often sneaks out of the academy. Don't tell me you went to see some girl. Could it be that after finally getting hit, you've learned to enjoy it? Tell me about it. Lewin threw his shirt right into his face to shut him up. Lewin soaked in the bath, feeling like he had just been reborn. You suddenly remembered there was still a daily task to do. Today was to punch 100 times, kick and spin kick 200 times each, but the reward remained the same. Lewin sat up suddenly. Could it be that from now on it would double every day while the reward stayed the same? Nothing ever comes easy. But if you can become a mage with this method, then there's no problem at all. A month later, Lewin diligently completed his daily tasks. Just as you predicted, the requirements keep increasing while the rewards are non-existent. If Lewin doesn't complete the mission that day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. So Lewin never skipped a daily task. Looking on the bright side, the task requirements didn't go up to 3,000 times. But if Lewin trains even more, he'll burn out before becoming a mage. Over the past month, Lin has been diligently punching and kicking every day, 3,000 times each, and even unlocked a new skill. The image of Lin in the eyes of his classmates also changes as his passive body art skill enhances his body's strength and agility through training. You think that's all there is to it? These days, he just stays in the training yard and only practices punching and kicking. They think Lewin is doing something to deal with mana disorder, but no one believes he will change. Time passed and Lewin trained while searching for clues about Draca, but there was not a single piece of information or similar name. Not only that, but there were no hints at all about world destroyers, players' status windows, or quests. Raka, who is he really? Lewin, come here. Guya-san suddenly called out to ask if he knew anything, but Lewin had no idea at all. So you don't know anything, just reading books leisurely. Gia-san's sympathetic expression made Lewin curious. The breaking news is that Adele's owner is here. In other words, Lewin's father has come to visit. Lewin immediately ran to find his father. He was with Professor Haido. Seeing his son, his face lit up. Lewin, my son, you're here. It has been 6 years since Lewin entered the academy and he hasn't seen his father again. He says he's still doing well. Luina, Lewin's younger sister, has grown up and is passionate about swordsmanship. She says she will protect her weak older brother. Ha ha ha, I'm so embarrassed. Lewin scratched his head at his sister's boldness. Suddenly his father came looking, making Lewin afraid he would find out about the bullying. Lewin looked at his father with a determined expression. Father, I am living very well. What do I mean? Your father doesn't quite understand. Lewin says he hasn't been hurt physically or mentally at all. Your father takes a sip of tea. Today he came by to ask your opinion about leaving the academy. If you find it too difficult, Lewin can always return to his territory at any time. I actually already guessed why your father came here. But father, I think I've found a way now, Lewin honestly said. You still hope your father will promise you something. For the upcoming exam, Lewin promises to do well in the practical test. If you fail again, you will do as he wishes. After seeing Lin's determination, your father returned to the estate after their conversation. The final exam has finally arrived. The first test is Introductory Magic. The exam has 2 parts, written and practical. The practical section is divided into 4 parts: goal setting, magic measurement, practical combat, and solo duels. As a mana disorder sufferer, Lewin can only score perfectly on the written exam, while the top of the practical exam has always been the voice of the prestigious Gary Hill family. However, Lewin is confident this time will be different. You will definitely kick him out of the top spot on the server. After the written exam, the students move to the training ground for the first part of the practical test. Gia-sun looks at Lewin with concern. He's been acting a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? When Lewin said he would try a new approach, Gia-sun was overjoyed. It's been a long time since he saw his roommate Lev truly as himself. Lewin, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're using that body to take the practical exam. What if Mikkel ignores him and brings a few others to mock Lewin? Lewin gently replied, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering as a top student. If I had to give advice to someone who failed the practical exam 6 times, I would say instead of coming here to shame yourself, why don't you give up now? Who knows? I think your advice won't be helpful at all. Lewin's response makes Mikkel furious. He used to be so humble, so why is he so confident now? It will drive him crazy. I'll show you in the solo match. Just wait and see. The first test to identify the targets has begun. The official name is multi-target shooting. The rule is simply to count the number of targets hit in a single attempt. However, this year's exam is different from previous years because the difficulty has increased. The targets constantly moving also cause the average score to be extremely low. Some even hit the target, and the difficulty was only slightly increased, yet the results are already so poor. The quality of students this year is really poor. The teachers proctoring the exam are whispering and gossiping. Professor, it's a bit early to be disappointed. It's McColl's turn next. Please see for yourself. Professor Eric Koa, the alchemist, speaks. He is also Meisel's brother. Mikkel steps onto the stage with 2 blue flames in his hands. He will show Lewin the difference between him and you. Start now, M. He unleashes a web covering all the targets. Even if they move, they are still within his sight. The students watch in awe. Oh, Mikkel is indeed different, targeting so many enemies with just 1 move. Professor Eric stood up, clapping loudly and saying, "So what? That boy truly lives up to the Gary Hill lineage, doesn't he? Mikkel is definitely the pride of our academy with this. Surely that boy will be the representative for this year's festival." All right, Professor Eric. Given his attitude, Principal Tyrion Zignet, a 7th level Archmage, decided not to watch any more students. Professor Two Items suggested the principal stay a bit longer because it was Lewin's turn. Lewin Adele? Is that kid still at the academy? The principal was surprised, but moved by Lewin's enthusiasm, he decided to stay and watch a little longer. Lewin stepped onto the stage feeling nervous, seeing this as a chance to test his strength and regain his pride. Lewin begins to walk, and the proctor signals. He instantly unleashes a barrage of fireballs in an instant, astonishing the professors. No matter how many targets there are, the students are also amazed at the number of fireballs he creates. Mike, though jealous, still believes Lewin is just a useless brat. Even if he manages to cast 100 fireballs, he might not be able to launch a single one. Lewin stomps his foot, activates time refraction to distort time, and bends time for 30 seconds, increasing his speed by 200%. This is a skill Lewin only recently learned. Time refraction allows him to move incredibly fast to any place he wants. Thanks to that, when Lewin throws a punch, it looks like he's releasing all his mana. After a minute of bombardment, the surrounding area is in ruins as if hit by an earthquake. The professors and students froze for a few seconds, as if they had just witnessed someone come back to life. Lewin smiled contentedly, saying, "This time, you really did it." Lewin hit 27 targets, and the professor calmly announced the results. "What's going on? Did he cast magic on his hand and then hit directly?" 27 is the record for this test. "How is he moving so fast?" The students whispered and whispered among themselves. The applause rings out as the principal happily stands up. "Lewin, you're truly outstanding." The students cheered and congratulated him. Lewin's hard work and training was not in vain. Where there is joy, there are also those who are jealous, like M, who is so angry he can't hide his expression. Being praised and recognized by everyone is something Lewin hasn't experienced in the past 6 years. Now, his chest is burning hot. This is the feeling of joy you've always desired. During the professors' meeting, Professor Eric was extremely dissatisfied. "Casting magic on your hand and then hitting the target. What do you call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that." "But you know, magic has no limits," Professor Two Things replied. "Magic is a field where anything can happen. If it follows a set pattern, then it's no longer magic, but mathematics." But Principal Lewin raised his hand to signal Professor Eric to keep quiet, feeling very pleased to witness the miracle created by Lewin today. That is a miracle of magic. But it was inevitable that the professors would have differing opinions on this matter, especially Professor Eric. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, Lewin's name is causing chaos everywhere." Meanwhile, Jay's son was slinging his arm around Lewin as they walked down the corridor. "Hey, wizard, the Supreme One has arrived." "Hey, Lewin, you know my name, right? We've been in the same class for 6 years." The group of students surrounding Lewin surprised him, so he quickly slipped back to the dormitory under John's puzzled gaze. Yesterday? No. This morning, Lewin was still an unknown nobody in the academy, but now everything had changed in an instant. He still preferred to be alone. Of course, there are still many who don't like Lewin much, like this blonde-haired M guy here. In broad daylight, he boldly walks into Lin's room, leaving me completely confused about what he's thinking. Gaining a few points with that useless magic, and you've already started to look down on everyone. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I came here to remind you not to be so proud. Lewin couldn't understand what he was saying. You must be bitter because you scored lower than someone you've looked down on for 6 years? That's me. What did you just say, kid? Mo suddenly grabbed Lewin by the collar. Lewin gently took his hand and pulled it away, causing Mo's arm to tremble. He didn't expect Lise, who looked like a tease, to be this strong. Mick, we all need to graduate. If you really want to push me to that extent, wait until the solo test 11 and have a fair fight. Manel pushed Luis away and said, "Do you think you're skilled enough to fight me? A complete failure like you?" He said that and immediately left, secretly cursing Lewin as a conceited bastard, thinking that today he would fail the practical test anyway, so there was no need for a combat exam. But he looked at the trembling hand that was pulled back and wondered if the boy was really a mage. The second performance test had begun. This statue is the ancient elf Kingram. The Academy's treasure is also a rare artifact. There are only a few across the continent. 500 years ago, the Archmage FR turned the legendary Kingram into a treasure while still alive. Kingram is imprisoned inside this treasure, absorbing mana and serving as a magical punching bag. This mana performance test requires students to cast magic on Kingram to earn points. But the students didn't like Kingram because he gave difficult scores like hell. A score above 20 was already considered good. A student summoning lightning looks pretty cool, but Kingram says, "Learn again, 1 point mage, you can still drop out now." The next person mocks the one before, clearly leaving an impression on Kingram. It's not a good impression, but rather an impression of someone performing lousy magic for the first time. What kind of weak magic is this? Mixed with plain water or what? Is that 100% mana? You damn elf, Jiasan Laho, go back to your place. Next is Meikle. He is just as nervous, trying to attack Kingram with his strongest magic. "Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill?" Kingram asked, and Meikle looked arrogant. "That's right, I am the third son of Josh Gary Hill." Kingram laughed proudly. "Prideful? Ha ha, your father was a crybaby who begged me to give him more points. Kingram rated Mole even lower than his father with 27 points. You're just an ordinary demon. What are you talking nonsense for? The horned Mike gritted his teeth in frustration. The professor signaled for him to go back and shut his mouth. It's Lewin Adele. It's an honor to meet you. This is the first time Kingram has seen Lewin's face. Because he couldn't pass the target identification test before, Lewin couldn't come here. Lewin is summoning a destructive energy blast. A level 4 magic gives the students a chance to show off again. Kingram was confused by Meekel's stance because no wizard would stand like they're about to fight. But Meekel is really fighting. He jumps up and channels mana into his feet, kicking straight into Kingram's face. The invigilating professor was extremely shocked to see Lewin channel mana from his hands to his feet, causing it to explode instantly. Judging by this technique, at least level 5 magic energy. He lands with a gasp, clearly having used the destructive fire magic correctly. But why is Kingram reacting like that? Who are you? Are you Draca? Did that name confuse Lewin with someone else? The crowd was confused. Only Lewin knew who Kingram was referring to, a person with no trace, despite him having searched through all the documents for 2 months. Do you know Raka? Lewin hopes Kingram can tell him more about him. What Kingram feels now is very interesting. He never expected to encounter Draca's embodiment at this academy. Kingram asks for Lewin's name, will remember it carefully, and then decide to leave. The professor wants to know Lewin's score, but Kingram will reveal it later because there are many people here, and he also ends this awkward evaluation, which surprises the professor. According to the school's rules, Kingram is required to give an assessment, and this agreement must be honored for 500 years after Grand Mage Ferrignite's death. Enough. Do you dare to mention the rules in front of me? All these years I've been the one judging kids who don't seem to resemble mages at all. Kingram, unable to contain his frustration after hundreds of years, will reveal Lin's score due to the agreement. Either no or 100. What do you want, little destroyer? Lewin didn't expect the decision to be in his hands. Of course he wanted the 100 points, and news of Kingram's strictness and Lewin's legendary 100 points began to spread throughout the academy. You're causing trouble again. Professor Lewin and your 2 apprentices surprised Lewin. Since the news that Kingram gave you 100 points has reached the principal, he decided to reward Lewin because this has never happened before. First, the professor hands Lewin a piece of paper with information about the treasure room, which makes Lewin curious. The professor signals for him to follow. The 2 of them arrive at a secret staircase. This is the only forbidden area in the academy, so Lewin is curious why the professor is taking him here. Arriving at the door leading to the treasure room, the professor must wait outside while Lewin goes in alone. Although I don't know what's going on, the professor said this is a reward, so I might as well go in and see. Inside is a large room with precious treasures that Lewin has only heard of. It seems this is the treasure vault of the great Mage Frost Ignite. Lost and confused, a voice suddenly echoes, making Lewin jump in fright. Kingram suddenly appears in the room, and he's no longer a stone statue. This is the only place where Kingram is allowed to use his body. Thanks to the mana filling the room, he can exist in his original body, rather than as a treasure. Lewin nodded, also wondering why he just said that he didn't know his true value. Your understanding on the surface completely misses the true value of yourself. In fact, the magic artifact you're using is similar to Draca. Knowing about the magic treasure surprised Kingram even more. This is a rare artifact in the world, so Kingram wanted to know how Lewin obtained it, especially his relationship with Draca. Even Louis is wondering who Draca is, let alone knowing if Draca is related to him. Kingram is also helpless. He had no choice but to tell Lin about Draca. She is an entity seeking to become a god. One day, Draca visited the Celestial clan where Kingram lived. At that time, the young and small Draca looked very unremarkable, but possessed extraordinary power that no one in the Celestial clan could counter. Furthermore, every day Draca becomes stronger. Even if the Celestial tries to attack him simultaneously, they cannot defeat him. Since then, Yuxing has respected Draca, and Draca has lived with them as a member of the clan. He even taught language and magic to the future Kingram for nearly 100 years. What? How can a human live for 100 years? Lewin couldn't believe it, but Draca was not human. His true identity was the Black Dragon, Dracagonia. Truly going from one surprise to another, Lewin couldn't believe that dragons really exist. You didn't know that dragons are the source of magic? Lewin had heard about this before, but he thought it was just a legend. However, Draca cannot use magic. That is why he invented the fighting style Lewin used by applying magic to his own limbs. Lewin feels some sympathy for Draca. Surely he was treated like him in the past. Draca created a power that only he can use, transforming magic into strength like Lewin did. With that power, Draca became the strongest being in the world. However, Draca was not satisfied with that and continued to expand his power infinitely. In the end, Draca destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin realized why Draca is called the Destroyer of Worlds. He couldn't imagine how powerful Draca was to be able to destroy everything. The system pops up to announce a new achievement in tracking Draca's trail. The reward is the title of Ally of the Fairy, the Furious Fairy skill, and the Spirit of the Gem, the embodiment of power. A demon ally is an effect that increases friendliness with demons, allowing communication with them. Lewin doesn't understand why he was suddenly rewarded, but at least the reward isn't related to strength. The active Frenzy Elf skill boosts Lewin's strength by 300 for 30 seconds, with the effect gradually increasing under the influence of the body recovery skill over 3 minutes. Clearly, this is a cheat skill. Finally, there's Shang, a sphere suddenly in your hand. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Draka also often gazes into the void and talks like that. Kingram reminisces about the past. Lewin immediately asked about the sphere in your hand. It is Trang, not an item, but an embodiment. He's always beside Draka. How did I not know? Judging by the current situation, Kingram suspects that Draka sealed him inside the spirit stone before dying. Changj is a manifestation of power. Although called a spirit, he is not like ordinary spirits. He is cute and cheesy, but his temper is as hot as ice cream. Every day he begs Draka to grant him endless strength, but if his desires are satisfied, he will also bring infinite power to his master. You mean that the embodiment will come back to life from this stone? Kingram nodded, and as he looked at the cracking stone, it seemed like it was about to awaken. The stone shattered, and Lewin stared in amazement at what was in his hand. This is a bear. You dare call me a bear? The bear rubbing its eyes and still talking makes Lewin even more curious. Stop thinking of me as a bear, kid. Just like Kingram said, this bear has a temper as hot as cream. You're not a bear, then what are you? Lewin doesn't know what to call the bear in front of him anymore. But Chang is a manifestation. It can turn into anything it likes. Watch this. I'll show you my power. Trang, with puffed cheeks, was about to do something, but nothing happened. What the hell? Where did my power go? Trang is sure it's because it was reborn with an empty stomach that it demands food from Lewin. Lewin doesn't know what it ate, so Chang becomes extremely annoyed. Why is my master so weak this time? Whatever, I'm sleepy now. Remember to call me when it's time to eat. Lewin can't keep up with Trang's changing mood. It's even harder to understand than a girl. Truly, a change of scenery is hard to leave behind. Seeing Lewin with Shang reminded Kingram of the old days when he first faced Draka and Shang at the ancient sacred mountain. He was curious to see what Lewin would do next, as he carried out Draka's will. The power you hold will make Lewin stronger and stronger. It can lead you to righteousness or swallow you whole. So Kingram wants to see what Lewin will do when he becomes stronger. The reason Lin seeks power is to protect loved ones from monsters, to uphold his family's honor, and to prove himself to those who dare to look down on him and his family. Lewin smiled and said, "You have too much to protect to let this opportunity slip away. I will live according to what I want for my loved ones, my family, and myself." Kingram smiled and said, "I look forward to your future." From then on, Lewin continued to carry out his missions diligently. The only thing that changed was the fat on its side. Strang's life is just eating and sleeping. Every time you wake it up to eat, Strang opens its mouth wide and swallows the power Lewin gives it. It's going crazy from the food, eating even more. But even with all that eating, Chang still only has 1 star. Its special ability is to share 100% of Strang's growth with Lewin, giving him 100 points of strength without any effort on his part for feeding it daily. Every time Strang gets stronger, Lewin's strength increases proportionally. 1 star equals 100 points, 2 stars equal 200 points. Before being sealed, Strang had 31 stars. Lewin marveled. He hasn't even reached 1,000 points yet, but he's already so strong. So how did Draka become so insanely powerful? Actually, besides doing missions, there are other ways to increase strength, but the price is giving Trang a glass of water. You don't have to say anything. If it gets starved, don't blame me. Under Lewin's threat, it had to speak. There are many ways to increase strength, like doing high-difficulty missions for better rewards, forging items that boost power, or searching for treasures, even cooking demon tendons to refine pills. But Trang insists those methods aren't suitable for Lewin because he needs at least 1,000 strength points to unlock those quests. If your strength increases too quickly, your body won't be able to handle it. Right now, Lewin is only at the level of a toddler learning to walk. So far, Lewin thought he was already very strong, but it turns out he's just at the very beginning. The immediate goal is 1,000 points. Lewin trains every day to increase his score, and when he reaches 930 points, the 3rd practical combat test officially begins. In this test, the mages will attack from behind, so there's a chance their spells will hit allies amid the chaos. So this exam, testing the mage's risk management skills, could be the most important part. For example, when Jun was casting a fireball, he aimed at the guards, which got him eliminated instantly. The supporting team is the Foreign Night Squad to ensure student safety and assess teamwork skills. The exam lasts 10 days. Based on each person's score, they will face different monsters. On the final day, the top 13 students will compete, so everyone is curious about which monsters will appear. A giant sea monster roars as it steps out of the gate, causing the students to jump back. These sea creatures live in packs scattered across the continent, are larger than humans, and possess intelligence. With their violent nature, battles between water monsters and humans happen frequently. Are you sure this competition will be okay? What if someone gets hurt because of the monster? Professor Two Item immediately encouraged his students. As a mage, you must always stay rational to handle the situation. The exam begins, and the foreign knight team will lead to provide support. The wizard attacks from behind. Mick throws a frost spear at the water monster, but it immediately leaps up, targeting him. Mick dodges. The Two-Moon Professor shouts and signals. M wanted to take revenge for what happened earlier, but he was too scared to move. The two big wizards had to use their magic to control the water monster with thick vines so it wouldn't tear Mikkel apart. The moment McColl was eliminated from the competition, Professor Eric clenched his fists in frustration as McColl failed again, forcing him to step in personally. Next is Lynn's turn, as he is the only one Kingram has given a perfect score to. So Eric suggested evaluating him differently from the other students to ensure fairness. The principal understood his point, but they had no other monsters left. Eric had already planned for this. When the foreign knight team brought the water monster, they also brought a goblin. Before Lynn's exam began, Professor Hid met with him to inform him about the change in the difficulty level of the test. The Academy has high expectations for Lewin after Kingram gave him a perfect score, so his target has shifted from the sea monster to the elf. Lewin looked distressed, wondering why he had to fight a fairy among so many monsters. Trang teased, "So your real first enemy is a fairy?" Now there's something interesting to watch. The goblin looks quite similar to a water monster, so Jia-san thought it was the water monster's leader. A friend standing nearby said, "Idiot, that's a fairy." Jia-san then felt uneasy, worried about Lewin. Even the captain of the foreign cavalry team found it hard to understand. Although he suggested it, he couldn't let students compete against the demon in this exam. The demon has a similar appearance to a monster, but is many times stronger, capable of crushing skulls and breaking spines with a single spin. The captain immediately asked the professor about the two items, but this is the director's order. It seems they want Lewin to risk his life in this exam. That's right. Lewin steps forward as a contestant. His fair, delicate appearance, like that of a young master, leaves him wondering how he could possibly compete against this demon. The professor and the knights will protect Lewin, but he's passing right by them. "Hey, you're going the wrong way." Lewin is behind the knights, but he will stand at the front because his spell is different from the others. "If you stand in front, we won't be able to protect you." It's not as easy to deal with as a sea monster. Yes, I know. Lynn's response made the captain frown. Why would he risk his life like that? "I'm out of options. That's all Lewin can say." The captain didn't see any fear in you at all. It seems Lewin is different from the others. The two professors signaled Lewin to prepare, then allowed the competition to begin. The demon escaped from his shackles and charged at everyone. The knight team shields Lewin, but he rushes past them and charges toward the demon spirit. The captain shouts, "Don't! What are you doing?" Lewin summons a fireball in his hand and throws a punch at the demon. The clash of two immense forces creates a shockwave in the environment. Then came a smoke-filled explosion, and the knight captain silently hoped that Lewin was still alive. Out of the smoke and dust, Lewin's figure appears, not only alive but standing strong. Professor Two Tools softly smiles, proud of his student. "Hey, you almost got hurt." The captain scolds Lewin. Lewin apologizes to him, but if she had warned beforehand, the captain definitely wouldn't have let her rush in. Besides, now is not the time to talk. They need to finish this test. The goblin is still standing there and even more furious. "Step back, I know you're strong, but goblins are very dangerous. Stay there and let me handle this." But of course, Lynn won't just stand still hiding behind them. This is your test, so Lewin will complete the exam by himself. Since the day he was born, Lewin has never known what a goblin is. It's 5 times bigger than him and ready to fight. And yet right now, you are facing it. There are 2 reasons that give you the courage to do so. First, thanks to the companion skills of the demoness, he can communicate with her and hear her screaming. "Stay away from here. Please set me free." This demon is scared because it's surrounded by mages and knights, even though it's innocent. The second reason is of course because of the mission. The first objective is to attack the enemy first, and the second is to defeat the enemy. The reward is 30 strength points, and the Eye of the Adventurer skill. Truly a fitting reward for someone like Lewin, who has to repeat boring missions every day. A fight where the score is already 3 days worth combined. So what is Lewin waiting for but to rush up and punch it right in the face? The first objective of attacking the enemy has been completed. Everything is not over yet. The goblin jumps up trying to smash Lewin's skull. Lewin, with a body as light as a feather, dodges its powerful punch. You need to find its weakness and attack. Lewin uses time refraction to close the distance, approach, and target the elf's weakness. The captain could only watch in amazement, wondering what this thing really was. The demon blocked Lewin's punch, swinging its left arm but also being stopped by Lewin. Lewin attacked with his knee, but it was too weak, so it grabbed him and threw him like a sandbag. Lewin clung to the wall like a spider, and before he could catch his breath, the demon charged at him with a 1,000-pound punch. Lewin jumped up, twisted his body, and delivered a spinning kick that he had practiced daily, instantly knocking the demon down to the ground. Lu Wai jumps on it and says, "It's time to end this. You used the Furious Elf skill. Are you really human?" "I guess you don't need an answer, do you?" Lewin replied, surprising it. But it's finally time to end everything. Lewin unleashes a brutal attack, combining the effects of the Furious Elf skill. He is gradually entering a berserk state, his uncontrollable power forcing the knights to retreat. After a while, the monster no longer said anything. It seems everything has come to an end. Trang, who was watching, was also surprised that Lewin exceeded expectations. Did he really defeat the demon? "Wow, go for it, Lewin!" The students erupted in excitement after witnessing Lewin's talent. Professor Eric gritted his teeth in disbelief that he actually won. The principal smiles with satisfaction, knowing that Eric is looking for an excuse to cause trouble for Lewin. The Knight Squad surrounds and checks on the young elf, confirming it has been defeated. "Lewin Adele, who taught you spells and combat skills?" the Knight Captain asked curiously. Everything is due to Lewin teaching himself, which he couldn't believe. Lewin asked Professor Two Items about the exam results. He was silent for a few seconds. Professor Tudu thought Lewin couldn't handle it, but he didn't even have a chance to stop him. "You always surpass my expectations, Lewin. You passed." Lewin happily smiled. This is the moment he has been waiting to hear for so long. The mission is complete. Lewin's reward also includes the viewer's eye, an active skill that allows Lin to see through people's hearts, gather and digitize all information, unlock invisibility skills, and see hidden enemies. Now you have truly become a player. Chang knows this skill very well. It is something only players possess. Lewin can see enemies using invisibility skills. At that moment, a faint outline will appear around them, followed by unlocking the minimap. The function allows Lewin to observe everything within a 500-meter radius around his position. Lewin can also freely view the target's status window. However, the amount of information you can access depends on the target's level. The laid-back person crossing his arms said, "There are many more surprises. It told you to try using the Explorer's Eye on that unconscious demon. Just look and think Explorer's Eye and a status window will appear." When the 3-star dagger demon from Violent Wind Mountain with sword-like shoulders arrived, it was smaller and less aggressive than usual demons. Lewin tried to look at Professor Two Items. He is a level 6 mage, but the rest of his information is unreadable. Lewin can't access too much information about those above his level. Once Lewin becomes stronger, he will be able to access more information. "I see, that's how it is." Lewin smiled contentedly. After the combat test ended, the rumor that Lewin defeated the elite spirit spread throughout the academy. "Lewin, do you find it interesting how everyone is talking about you?" "Jasun is curious about how you feel, but you're the senior Lewin, right?" The 3 shy, unfamiliar girls approached Lewin and handed him some snacks. "Whenever you're hungry, just take it out and eat." After Lewin took it, the 3 girls shyly ran away. "Do you want to eat this?" Lewin coldly offers Jasun, making him furious. "You're not respecting the ladies who fought their embarrassment to bring you lunch. Why are you so tense about it?" Lewin looked at John's naive face, but he has great potential. Over the past few days, Lin checked everyone's status, and only Jia-sun shows high potential. So Lewin looked at him with trust and said, "Jia-sun, try a little harder. I'm confident you'll do well on the upcoming test." "What's that? Are you feeling sympathetic towards me?" Jia-sun wondered, confused. Lin told him to stop fooling around with women and to be more confident and diligent because his skills are no joke. After a while, Jia-sun was curious and sometimes wondered if Lin was the person he had known for 6 years. Even Lin found it hard to believe. "But this is the person you want to show yourself to?" "Yes." There are rumors that Lewin will surpass Mikkel to become the top student and represent the academy. "I don't care about that." Lewin walks in, making Jia-san even more curious because this year is the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, representatives from famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the most outstanding individual. Every 8 years, all mages gather at the Olympiad to choose the strongest, and the festival takes place in the year when both events occur. It is a nationwide competition where the most talented students from various academies showcase their abilities. The winner not only earns a large sum of money for themselves and their academy, but also gains numerous privileges. Therefore, the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited, with 1 competing individually and 30 in groups. The top 31 students from each academy will take part in this major competition, and the individual competitors will represent their academy. I wonder who the academy's representative is this year. Probably just McCall again. Are the students gossiping during lunch? Jia-san confidently claims that his roommate Lewin will represent the academy because he's the only one who scored 100 points from Kingram. Moreover, every time Mick participates in the Magic Assembly, his results are always terrible. Someone else carries the team during group tests, but in individual exams he ranks 4th out of 5. So their academy is called a B-grade academy now. Now, everyone is counting on Lin to help them escape that label. The test isn't over yet. Lewin doesn't allow himself to be arrogant or excited. The chosen participant will be the leader in the test and receive a recommendation from the professors. Moreover, your solo test 11 with Michael is about to take place. Now all he can think about is how to give Michael a hard time. 4 days later, Lewin had been training hard and reached 1,000 strength points. Trang stretches, ready to fill its stomach. At last, it has waited for this moment. The frequency of missions has doubled, the difficulty has doubled, and the rewards have tripled. After Trang finishes eating, a powerful flame erupts from her body, astonishing Lewin. Meanwhile, Eric is bitter because he initially planned to trouble Lewin but ended up helping him earn more points. With Lewin's strength, he still thought he couldn't defeat Mikkel, but he was worried about Mikkel's top position and participation in the Grand Festival, so he quickly came up with the dirtiest trick. Meanwhile, Shang opened his eyes looking incredibly cool. It has reached level 2 and helped Louis gain 200 strength points. Lewin feels that Trang looks chubbier than before and also stronger. Thanks to that, you got 200 points without doing anything. Trang's arrogance was gone. He. It's only just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the mission have increased. By the way, Lewin checked and saw that punches and kicks went from 3,000 to 5,000, plus running 15 kilometers daily and practicing combat skills. Lewin has been increasing his training intensity, so those things aren't too difficult. He's only focusing on practical combat training, which sounds new. Do you remember the first time we met? I said I can turn into anything. Chang is impressive because from now on it can shapeshift, but there are still limits. It will only be able to transform into a human at level 5. For now, it can only perform simple skills. Chang spun around quickly, the soft brown bear fur transforming into purple cloth, revealing a battered straw scarecrow that made Lewin burst into laughter. Don't underestimate the straw scarecrow. Trang warned Lewin because when Draca first started training, the straw scarecrow was already helping him a lot. So every day Lewin has to train in real combat with the straw dummy. Besides being a target, it's also very useful. Strang now has power equal to a 3rd level mage. Once it regains its strength, it will take on anything. First, Lewin wants Strang to become a mage. It then sneers maliciously. Ah ha ha. Sure thing, little brother. Chang pulls out a small, elegant staff to cast magic. Even if it hits Lewin, it only stuns and causes no damage. But if Lewin hits Chang, he won't even be scratched. Truly an ideal training partner. Continue with D. Strang's attack without hesitation. Lewin is very excited. You think McCall is probably training right now, so you can't rest. Meanwhile, that McCall is picking up plastic bottle caps. That bastard is making me so annoyed. What should I do now? You dare to say that in front of me. If you had been a little stronger back then, Mick would have shut Eric up immediately. He knew full well that it was Eric's scheme that helped Lewin get a higher score. Thanks to you, he scored perfectly. If our family found out what you were thinking, you probably wouldn't survive. Being mocked by Mikkel makes Eric bitter, but he can't do anything. Mikkel doesn't train, he just makes him think of a way to beat Lin. Eric already had a plan. Take it. Eric hands Mikkel a vial of burning flower, a plant that grows in the illusionary northern region. It is a rare medicinal herb used by some to prepare special line pills. Drinking this will bring M to an awakened state. The time needed to cast mana will be greatly shortened, but it takes away the feeling of pain and makes it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Yes, in other words, you see nothing at all, but you still listen carefully in class. M doesn't understand why he wants me to drink this. Are you crazy? You have no right to speak up here. You've already lost to that guy and now you want to bring shame to the family? Eric gives a very convincing reason, but Michelle still doubts the professor's intentions. He understands how strong he really is. Oh, my child, you've forgotten who I am. Oh, Eric's profession is cheating. He's a drug tester. To erase the traces, Eric gives Mikkel a purple potion. After drinking it like a burning flower, then it's that, so no one can trace it. Don't be afraid because Gary Hill's lineage can only move forward this way. Will you take it or not? I'm touched by how my uncle invited his nephew to play before the exam. The 11th combat test has finally arrived. The exam takes place in the Mana Crossing Square. The area is always crowded during combat tests. Everyone wants to stay and witness the final match, the most anticipated one between Lewin and Mikkel. Lewin steps onto the field feeling a bit nervous. Because Mikkel knew beforehand that Lewin was a melee-focused mage, if he prepared in advance, it would be quite tough. But once Lewin gets close, just one punch will knock him down. To make the test as realistic as possible, the terrain elements are prepared and arranged inside in a very diverse way. Both sides are ready to compete, but Lewin notices that M's expression looks strange, like a wild dog waiting to be unleashed. Usually Mikkel would mock and sneer before the fight, but today he was unusually silent. Lewin had to use his keen eye to check. Besides the normal stats, Mikkel also has a hidden berserk state. McCall must have done something to hide it. But before the test began, the students' bodies were examined, and suddenly Lin remembered that Professor Eric, who was responsible for this, was Meikle's uncle. Most likely, the two Gary Hill relatives covered for each other and cheated. The battle only banned dark magic, but the other 4 elemental magics could be used freely. The score will be based on the level of that magic type. Since the magic power in this arena has been reduced by 99%, there's no need to worry about your opponent. Lewin raised his hand and asked what would happen if one of them used banned substances and got caught. His question hit Mick's sore spot, making him panic. According to the rules, the item users will be disqualified from the match and may be expelled depending on the severity. Now that both are in their fighting positions, Lewin can only conclude that. Since only you can see the status window, no one believes you. Lewin needs to find convincing evidence. Ready to begin. As soon as the signal was given, both sides launched their attack. Lewin descends into hell as Meikle wraps vines around his feet. Ali inhaled and escaped easily a second later, because the arena only reduced Mana's power, which didn't affect Lewin's strength. In short, your power is still incredible. Do you think that's all I have? Mick unleashes a fire blast, a giant flame shooting toward Lewin. The boy quickly teleports behind to dodge and then heads for a large rock. After 2 moves, Lewin can see that McColl's casting time has decreased, and his mana consumption has increased despite the hall's restrictions. Seeing Lewin hiding behind a rock, Mikkel's face turns arrogant. Don't hide. Come out and face me, you royal rabbit. Based on Mo's unusually heightened excitement and his earlier behavior, Lewin guesses he has used the natural awakening of the burning flower, his hands trembling, extremely excited, reducing his ability to feel pain and making it hard to distinguish friend from foe. The only thing that hasn't shown its effect is the inhibition of the nervous system. No wonder you're so confident. It was Nien Tiu Hoa, wasn't it? If Mick gets caught sneaking around, he'll be busted, but there's no hiding from your gaze. To defeat him, Lewin doesn't need to use any weapons. I go up here. Emmy Lewin bends time and space, rushing toward him like an arrow. Meikle hurriedly raises an ice barrier to stop you, but it's useless. Lewin swept with a kick, causing his ice barrier to dissolve. What kind of magic is that? Everyone watching was amazed by Lewin's performance. It's not over yet. Mo used level 3 fire magic to transform, a Tyrannosaurus Rex spewing fire before Lewin's eyes. Lewin chose to face him head-on with a seismic punch. As the name suggests, its destructive power is like a real earthquake. Mick's small dinosaur was easily knocked away. Everyone was amazed as Lewin used earth magic to block the fire. Meikle was knocked to the ground. Lewin approaches, causing him to panic. Hey, get away from me, don't be so cowardly. Take this. Lewin flicked his finger lightly against M's forehead. The snap echoed loudly, a small gesture, but with destructive power comparable to a punch. An ordinary person would definitely faint from this move, but Mick still stands firm and keeps chuckling. Lewin, you dare to look down on me? Lewin didn't stop, he kept punishing Mick. He fell to the ground with a cracking sound, but he still managed to laugh. Ha ha ha, not hurt at all. Despite taking multiple hits, he's still conscious. Lewin sees he's at risk of shock and continuing could be dangerous. The prisoner. Lewin tightly restrains McColl and then raises his hand to speak. Sir, does McColl use banned substances? You should ask Lewin because if you give false information, you could lose your right to compete. Lewin is certain to assert that the use of banned substances has been concealed or overlooked by someone who is capable of using rare ingredients and is responsible for inspecting such matters. This entire academy only has one professor, Eric. Everyone is whispering and gossiping because Eric is related to Michael. He immediately jumped down to question Lin. Lewin, do you even know what you're talking about? Are you saying I ignore the fact that Meikle is using illegal substances? Yes, I have proof. Although a bit nervous, Eric insisted on checking again, but Lewin knew full well that he had used a special elixir to hide Meikle's signs. So, what do you want now? Where is the evidence you mentioned? Eric still refused to speak. Lewin will show them right now. He stands in front of the ancient tree and gently snaps his fingers. The tree instantly explodes and is reduced to ashes in an instant. That was the light tap I did earlier. Lewin's words make Eric shiver. This time it's serious. Even if Mick's magic has improved through training, there's no way he could take such continuous hits and still stay conscious and smirking. Given his current state, his skull is probably shaking violently and at least 4 ribs are broken. Yet McColl still smiles, as if he feels no pain at all. Do you have anything left to deny? Professor Eric obviously can't argue because Louisan is completely right. The principal stood up abruptly, clearly extremely angry. How dare you do something like this in such a sacred place? Come with me to the office immediately. The 4th exam also passed quickly. The decline of the Gary Hill lineage has been exposed, Professor Eric returned home to raise fish, and Meikle was expelled. Since then, the school has started calling Lewin the Holy Exile instead of the Foolish Lewin, as before. More importantly, Lewin was summoned by the principal. In front of the principal's office door was a magic gate. As Lewin stepped in, he immediately saw a familiar scene. the Adu family estate, but he quickly realized this was not reality, and there was even a throne called the Tear Throne, the seat of the Supreme Mage. What does it reveal? Principal Lin appears behind you. This is the place created by Malarok's Eyes, the leader who started the invasion of the Frelia continent. It is said that he has the ability to make a person see what they desire most. After Manlarok's corpse was turned into a treasure, his eyes became the artifact that allows people to see what they want. What appeared before Lewin was exactly what he desired most. Yes, what Lewin always longed for was to restore the AEL territory and become the most powerful wizard. And the principal saw a world where everyone behaved according to their roles. Students are students, mages are mages. The principal also knows that it's not easy to achieve, but still, it's something he has always wished for. Before stepping through the other door, Lewin looks back at the treasure. The scene where everyone cheers for Lewin and he becomes the top student appears, which has been his long-held dream. After passing the treasure land, the two arrive at the principal's main office. Today, the principal called Lewin to ask him how he knew that the mic he used was made from the human fire flower among all the forbidden substances. Lewin honestly replied. First, M's attitude was different from his usual, aggressive but also anxious, with a strange aura and mana flow, so Lewin guessed he had used the burning flower spell. But to me, it seems more certain than just a guess. Why is that? The principal is curious because the mana barrier only weakens magic power and doesn't affect physical strength. And what Lewin used was physical strength, not magic. He tried to avoid mentioning the hero's ultimate eye as much as possible. I'm sure McCall was overwhelmed by shock, yet he still managed to laugh and showed no sign of pain. That can only prove that he used the flower embroidery technique. Hearing Lewin's flawless answer, the principal was extremely pleased. Although only 16 years old, he quickly noticed even the smallest changes in his opponent and handled the situation very calmly. Along with your exceptional magic skills as the headmaster of the academy, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize, Lewin. I promise I won't let Gary Hill's family harm you. Additionally, the principal has another proposal, which is to nominate Lewin to participate in the Grand Festival in July this year as the academy's representative. Lewin was extremely surprised, as it is a position everyone desires. Actually, when I arrived here, I had a vague suspicion about this, but Lewin couldn't bring himself to accept it. I believe I lack enough experience, having not even had a real battle in the past year. I haven't achieved any notable accomplishments during my time at the academy. While the festival gathers the best talents, Lewin doesn't know if he's enough to compete. That's not the issue. The principal is a judge at the festival and believes Lewin deserves the title of champion candidate. He affirms that Lewin is a very promising contestant. The scary thing is that Lewin is a secret weapon no one expected. To everyone, he is an enigma, with no information about him, no idea what techniques or fighting style he uses, so they can't find a way to counter him. Because Lewin is always small and unassuming, they are less alert, which is a bit hurtful to hear, but this is Lewin's strength. This time, he will pull off a move no one can counter. What do you think? Come on, join in. At this point, Lewin could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and was determined to try his best not to let everyone down. It seems everything is going according to the principal's plan, so he invited a professor to help Lewin develop his physical skills instead of magic. Are you still doing well? The boy had no choice. Lewin looked in surprise at the person in front of him. This is Gutter Parante, captain of the Foreign Knight Squad and one of the only 5 level 5 knights in the Jadian Kingdom, and he was also the one who strongly opposed you during the 3rd exam. I didn't expect Lewin to have taken a physical skills class with him. First, GER wants to confirm a few things. According to Professor Hyde Doe, Lewin is a special mage because he can only fight in close combat. Lewin nodded in confirmation. Based on his observations, Lewin's movements are quite good, quick and precise with no wasted motions, but honestly, it's obvious he has never studied martial arts. Your techniques might work on the goblin from before, but with the Knight Squad, Lewin would be completely red. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good body skills can detect your attacks through shoulder and hip movements. Everything the professor said is correct because Lin's techniques are repetitive movements from training, so they don't adapt well in combat. But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the very basics. Professor Gutter doesn't want to waste time, so they will start right away. The first lesson is how to walk properly. A stable stance allows for stronger sword swings and helps predict the enemy's next move. Only when you learn to walk correctly can you use body skills. So Lewin practiced walking like the heroes. Next is Tian Wu, a martial art commonly used in knight training. It consists of 36 stances, not including sword techniques. Following Professor Gutter's instructions, Lewin trained hard to improve his movement skills, and the professor was very pleased with his progress and dedication. I still remember when it all started. Lewin wondered why he was teaching you martial arts. Gutter had to go to the academy every day, yet now he's still giving extra lessons to Lin. Just think of this as an investment. That's why Professor Gutter did it. He has met someone with the potential to become a great mage in the future. If he helps support that person, it can be considered a worthwhile investment. Yeah, after hearing this, Lin decided to entrust his body to him. I rely on you, Professor Gutter. Hey, calling me Professor feels so awkward. Just call me brother. I just reached you three. Professor Gutter, please be a little more sad. The more Professor Gutter observed Lewin fighting, the more he was impressed, especially by his bravery. When checking the last demon Lewin defeated, its jaw was broken. Even a close-range mage is stronger than a monster. No wonder he finds you so fascinating. 3 weeks have passed and Lewin's physical art skills have reached level 10, earning him a reward to increase his frenzy mage skill so he can channel magic throughout his body. It seems that mastering divine martial arts is also very useful. Chang also leveled up to level 3 just by following Lewin. Holding more than 2,000 strength points, Lewin already felt it was incredibly powerful, but Shang believed Lewin's rate of gaining strength was even more terrifying. Even Draca took more than a year after meeting it to reach that score. Lewin, Ji-sun is rushing over to you, did you see? Lewin has been so focused on training and his body that he hasn't paid attention to the outside. Now they've posted the list of contestants for the Grand Festival at the Academy Gate. At the opening ceremony, Lewin, representing the new students, stood on the podium and became the target of envy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, Lewin has carried out disgraceful actions for 6 years. All you can do now is stand from afar and watch Mikkel receive everyone's congratulations. But now, things are different. Lewin felt a shiver all over his body when he saw his name announced as the representative of the Academy. It's Lewin. Congratulations on becoming the representative. It took a long time for Lewin to enjoy such congratulations again. Finally, Lewin has become the representative of the Academy once more, and there's even Jason's son, even if only in 31st place. When informed that Lewin was proficient in heavenly martial arts, the two professors were extremely surprised and even a bit scared because he was a 5th-year student at only 16 years old. They believed that Lewin would succeed. The preparations for the Grand Festival are proceeding smoothly. The day to leave for Antan has arrived. Some students are excited because it's their first time taking the mana train. There are only 2 transfer points in the Duyan Kingdom, but in the Duyan Empire Union there are more than 100 transfer points. Clang! The country bumpkins are just taking a mana train and they're making a fuss about it. That bastard is Hanker, Michael's henchman who participated in last year's Magic Festival with him. If you think Lewin will create some kind of miracle at the Grand Festival, forget it. It's just arrogant because it scored high on the exam. Plus, the representatives of the other academies are like ghosts, believing they have a better chance of winning with someone experienced like Mikkel. They refuse to accept Lin as the representative of the academy, making Jia-sun tremble with anger. Many bastards want to profit even a little by clinging to Gary Hill's family, but he must do well in this competition, even if it means teaming up with those guys. Mick will be very pleased. Dogs remain loyal to their owners even when their master has just been kicked out. Her straightforwardly asked if Lewin was implying them, and luckily they understood, so Lewin didn't need to elaborate. Listen, Lewin needs to explain to him that the Grand Festival is on a different level from the magic festivals they have attended before. If we get good results, they will definitely have better opportunities that the Gary Hill family cannot provide. Of course, if we perform well, everything will turn out that way. But is that even possible? Even Henker hesitated because all the participants are monsters. Their fate is to be stuck in the Jati Kingdom and work under the Gary Hill family. We can do this. Lewin emphasizes that unity is the most important thing at the Grand Festival. It's best to eliminate any factors that hinder team spirit. So, you're going to compete without us? On the way there, think again and consider who your current representative is. And moreover, Gary Hill is not here now to witness his loyalty. Henker shouted, "You're ruining your first individual match by refusing to argue with Lewin. I won't obey any orders from you during the festival." On the mana train, the most excited person was none other than Shang. He kept talking about the past when there was no mana train, making Lewin's ears ache. Suddenly, the train carriage door opens, and I think I smell the scent of a loser somewhere. Well then, are these country bumpkins from the stupid academy? 3 students from the Oyota National Magic Academy burst in. It is the only school in Oyota, a desert kingdom built on a desert famous for its ancient history and for honing swordsmanship and the body to the maximum. Lewin is curious about what the Oyota people are doing on their train carriage. Hey, you stupid academy kids, where is McCall Gary Hill? Surely it's not because of adversity that it ran away, right? I was planning to ask it to take care of us this year like a servant. Haha. He goes around greeting familiar faces at last year's Magic Festival just like a bully. Chang chuckles with amusement whenever Lewin gets into trouble. Oh my, look at your patience, still sitting still after hearing those words. Lewin had never known about this before because he never had the chance to go, but it seems their academy isn't treated very well. Professor Haidu remains calm, reading his book with no intention of intervening. His role now is simply that of a guide. In other words, the current authority and responsibility of the team are in Lewin's hands. Hey, Hanker, where is your representative Michael Gary Hill? He goes to greet Hanker while Mikkel is probably lying in bed praying for his broken ribs to heal right now. Lewin spoke, causing silence throughout the ship. Hanker said that he was their representative this time. The student from Oyota who first met Lewin approached and introduced himself. I am the representative of Oyota Sire. Lewin also introduced himself, but more importantly, he just greeted them. If he's causing trouble, he should get out of their compartment. Oh, and of course you'll apologize for calling us the stupid academy before you leave. With a polite attitude. What did you say? Set was caught off guard by Lewin's cold remark, feeling embarrassed beyond words. Did Hanker Komi not tell him who he was? Seeing Ho remain silent, he was about to teach him a lesson right away. Lewin understood the issue. This was why last year's festival participants were afraid when they saw the Oyota Academy students, because they had been bullied by Seta Mankiri. They did it on purpose to undermine everyone's morale before the match. Turns out the Grand Festival had already begun from this moment. So, do you want to try your luck? Lewin is not afraid to clash with him right now. Of course, I wouldn't hesitate to jump in and confront Lewin right away. Seta stopped him, and Oyota's guide stepped in to scold Seta in front of them, then turned to apologize on his behalf to the two professors and everyone, before pushing my car back into their ship's compartment and losing his temper. In Oyota's compartment, I don't understand why the professor stopped me when he's the one who came up with this plan. Can't you see? He saw the two-gear professor smile faintly as he watched my car as if waiting for him to make a move. It's just confidence, teacher. The professor isn't so sure either. He suspects that Lewin still has something they don't know, but he's sure that you're not like Miko Gary Hill from before. After the Oyota team left, the atmosphere in the X-Knit compartment changed rapidly. They were still full of pride and jealousy just now, but now they are more united. Are you okay, Lewin? Why are you making such a fuss? Those guys have been fighting since they were born. The students accompanying him are worried as Lewin is about to confront the thug. Lewin wonders if they don't feel uncomfortable seeing the academy openly disrespected like this. As the representative, if you stay silent, they'll only enjoy it more and look down on us even further. If you do nothing, then they truly are the foolish academy that they say we are. So, do you still want to be looked down upon like this? Because you backed down, they've been mocking us all year, and now is not the time to let pride cause disunity and face contempt. The first match was won without a representative participating. They nominated Hanker Sear as the goalkeeper for the shuttlecock match, making him hesitant due to addiction. It seems M's tail has also decided to join in. Lewin hopes everything will go smoothly like this until the end of the competition. In the end, we all arrived at Anten Dak Chai, a state belonging to the Renap Royal Federation. It is the only state recognized as a neutral zone of the Empire, so when you step inside, even sworn enemies must put aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurs within Anten's territory, the Doan Nak Empire will step in to handle the situation as the continent's overlord, which is why Anten hosts large-scale international competitions like the Grand Festival and the Great Treasure Sword. Jia-san had to marvel as he entered. This place looks like a different world. Our area is already impressive, but this place is even more so. Lewin also feels overwhelmed by Anten, the capital of the kingdom. Everything exudes an ancient aura, and everyone seems quite relaxed. Now that you're here, you realize how truly small their world is. All the academies participating in the festival have carriages to pick up guests from the hotel. Lewin is riding in the same carriage as the professor. He advised to prepare in case students go to other academies. Causing trouble now is pointless. The professor said that while looking straight at Lewin, making him feel uneasy. Look over there. Chang felt intrigued as he caught a familiar scent. It seemed the remnants of Draco were here. The next day, Lewin woke up early, dressed neatly, and went out while Jaon was still sleepy. Hey Lewin, are you on a date? Check the mini-map and follow the trail. Even I find it strange that I can sense it myself. Both of them stop at a workshop called Vibrating Memories. Lin gently pushes the door open and steps inside. You thought the Black Dragon stuff would be in a special place, not in a dump like this. At least it should be in places like the Black Market or the rich people's basement. It's all because Draca's ruins have no effect on ordinary mages. Lewin used the damage immunity to pinpoint the exact location of the player's inner treasure. This is both a treasure and Draka's first failure, with a damage immunity ability that resists physical effects and enhances the ability to nullify physical damage. It sounds really cool, but why is it called Draka's failure? Chang laughed because it not only resists attacks, but also withstands normal touches. Even when hugged by a loved one, it's not allowed. When you need it, it's not there. When you don't, it's there. That's why it's called a failure. But Lewin still needs it. When worn, it instantly increases strength by 200 points, so he wants to put it on just by looking at it. The ring fits perfectly, as if it was made just for him. Lewin asked the shop owner the price, but he gave it to him for free because it had been here for a long time without anyone noticing. He was even planning to throw it away. Lewin wanders around to see if there are other items to buy, using his experience as a traveler to assess the value of objects and avoid overpaying. A highly rare item catches Lewin's attention, a book on quantum mechanics about magic and swordsmanship. As Lewin reaches out, another girl rushes over to grab the book. This is Irene Prius, a 5th-level mage with great potential. She comes from the Girls' Academy of Kai. King of the Underworld, the ruler of mages, and the ultimate mage, Terran Atomus, personally chose Irene, one of his 11 successors. Rumor has it she is a genius nearing level 5, but it seems the gossip has underestimated her abilities since her status screen shows Irene is already a level 5 mage. Forget it, Irene said coldly. Lewin was the one who came first. You found what you needed, and now you're just looking for something else, right? I'm only here to buy this book, so if there's nothing important, could you let me have it? It seems Irene overheard Lewin talking. Are you curious what she needs the book for? Usually not many people want to buy those kinds of books. Oh, just for homework, I can't explain it clearly. Seeing Irene's attitude, Lewin sighed. Maybe she's never lied in her life, so take it. Lewin doesn't need that book anyway. You went to look at other items. Irene was surprised by Lewin's attitude, thinking the two of you would have a showdown to buy the book. It looks like a young girl's heart is fluttering. At the Ignite Academy dormitory, Jason and Hanker are questioning Lynn. Where and when did you meet Irene Prius? What did you two say? Was it as beautiful as the rumors? And so on. Jason regrets missing out because he didn't go with Lynn. His dream is just to touch Irene once. Truly insignificant. I also met Irene at the Grand Festival, and I even sat right next to her. Han arrogantly recounts. Well, that doesn't really count as talking. What? Take a look at yourself. You haven't even looked at her neck yet. Lewin could only sigh at the two guys obsessed with girls. Hanker also told a story. Even though Irene is strong, he only ranks 2nd. Every year he loses to the top-ranked Doom Prime, to the point of stress. Doom Prime is the #1 at the military training school and is even recognized as the strongest among his peers on the continent. Not to mention Doom Prime also possesses a luminous sword. Lewin, hearing this, understood why Irene needed that book, probably to find a way to defeat Dung Pram. But there is one thing about swordmasters that's not so great. Compared to other weapons, a demon sword doesn't offer much power. Moreover, mastering swordsmanship is not easy, but Dung Pram wields an S-rank divine sword, and in terms of skill, he is on par with an ordinary knight. And on top of that, his father owns a fancy shop, he's handsome and charming, and all the girls are crazy about him. Is there really someone like that in this world? Jia-san listened for a while, but only felt sleepy. Luinen remained silent, lost in thought. A 5th-level mage at only 16 years old, and a swordsmanship master who always ranks first. He worries whether he can win against these geniuses. No one is likely to notice Lewin, but the principal's encouraging words make Lewin eager to try. You guys already revealed your lineup at the opening. Hearing this, Lewin regained his spirit. The festival has just started. Just wait and see how you'll tear up this stage. Finally, the debut lineup has been announced. Lewin is waiting for their group stage opponents. Are you kidding me? Are we really going to fight those idiots from the academy? Then it's too easy? Rest up, guys. Our car hasn't even started yet, and they're already sneering. Lewin also feels tired because their first opponent is Oyota Academy, known for cheating. Moreover, many people at Xnet Academy have been psychologically traumatized because of them. The Me are too weak to make us look up. They're as boring as a slug. They openly insult Lin's Academy, thinking they can't do anything about it. Lewin is satisfied with their attitude. Take this opportunity to show them that Xnet Academy is no longer the same as it was yesterday. I am also waiting for you. There are so many people participating in the Grand Festival here. When Lewin speaks up, the opponent starts to see some points. Lewin loudly declared to everyone present that I am Lewin Adele, the representative of the so-called stupid academy everyone is talking about. I don't really want to say much either, just have one small request, never call us the stupid academy again, it's really hard to hear. Lewin's public rebuttal left the Oyota group at a loss for how to respond. Lewin is tired of always being the one at the bottom. From now on, he wants to be the top of society. If not called an idiot academy, then what should it be? Stop acting so arrogant. As expected, 5 years of reputation for XN Academy can't be erased with just a few words from Lin. Many people wonder who he is to dare claim he will be #1. Louis sneers. You could say he is the ace up the sleeve of XN Academy and himself. From now on, he will never back down again. As expected, Lewin's words have had some impact on Oyota Academy. They are starting to look into him. The only information available is that Lewin had a failing record for 6 years, but was chosen as the representative of the academy. And it's said that at the beginning of the term, he suddenly changed his scores completely. Maybe it's because of this achievement that Lewin is so confident. Seda recalled what the instructor told him about Lewin. He must be different in some way. After thinking for a moment, Seda chuckled, probably just overthinking things. He stood up and stretched, ready to teach X-Nit Academy a lesson in Uda's tradition. At the XN dormitory, everyone is discussing tomorrow's mana grenade throwing competition. The match is team-based and has no academy representative. The challenge requires the team to throw a mana grenade at a mini golem. Whoever defeats it first wins. Without you tomorrow, I wonder if we'll be okay. XN students are worried because Lewin, who carries the heart, is not on the field. Although their individual abilities are not as good as Oyota's, Lewin has a plan. Since this is a team match, if everyone knows how to coordinate, the chances of winning will be higher. First, let's divide the whole team into groups. Group 1 prepares the grenades. Group 2 is responsible for delivering the grenades to Group 3. The attackers will go after Golem, while the last group will hinder the enemy by healing their Golem. The whole team was still confused by this strategy because it would take a lot of time to defeat Golem. Oyota's attack involves up to 30 people rushing together, so if they are fewer in number, their damage output would also decrease. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lewin asked all of them. You told them to their faces that they would be number 1, and those words come from the bottom of your heart. Whether you join or not, Lewin will do his best to help them. When Oyota strikes, they respond with 2 or 3 hits. Oyota's team members are all highly skilled, which is why they stick to traditional methods. If they keep doing that, it will only waste time. Jason decided to trust Lin's strategy because he is now their commander. The remaining team members also decided to give it a try. Lewin was satisfied to confirm Hanker as the leader, dividing the teams based on each person's abilities. Thanks to the keen eye of the observer, Lewin could assess the enemy's abilities, minimize disadvantages, and focus more on each person's strengths. When they joined their respective teams, everyone gradually became more confident. The skilled warm-up performers and the skilled throwers. Seeing everyone's spirited enthusiasm like this makes Lewin more satisfied, and his confidence has also been strengthened. Just then, someone hurriedly burst in, face covered in dirt and panting from injuries. The Oyota gang called their allies out and dragged me away. Hearing this, Lewin froze. This time, the Oyota gang is doomed. In the Oyota Academy room, the thug is sitting proudly with his gang. "Oh, look who's coming. What is me planning to do, huh?" Lewin walks in, beckoning Seta like calling a dog. "Set, bring Kiri here immediately." "Is this guy crazy or what?" C gritted his teeth and stood up to talk with Lewin. "I don't understand why you always act so irritating to him. What gives you the right?" Lewin placed his hand on his shoulder and gently pressed down, causing the bike to kneel on the ground as if a whole house had collapsed onto him. "That bastard!" He clenched his fist and swung it toward Lewin. Lewin gently shifted aside, grabbing his elbow and twisting it behind his back, causing his Ta to cry out in pain. In a cold voice, Lewin warned them that if they dared to touch any of us again, this would not end here. The Oyota Academy students are surrounding the spot where our car is curled up on the ground. "What's going on? Are you okay?" The car glared angrily at Lewin, who was smugly putting his hands in his pockets. "Do you want to challenge me to a match?" Lewin returned to tell the story to his friends, making them excited. "If we win, will Zeta's name be dismissed by you? Don't tell me it's the same dismissive gesture as Mix. Moreover, my car also has to apologize to them in front of everyone. This gives everyone more motivation to win, and definitely to avenge the shame of last year. Soon it will be time to go to the arena for the opening ceremony. Throughout history, the mages present at the Grand Festival have become key figures in shaping the fate of the entire continent. Lewin felt a great sense of pride to be standing here, where legends in history were made. The opening ceremony has ended. Please return to your seats. Lewin just stepped out and ran into that idiot he's still bitter about yesterday. Get ready, this time I won't make any mistakes. Lewin sighed in frustration. The opponent he's aiming for now isn't the dim-witted Zeta, but Dung Pram. He is the winner of the Magic Festival and also the top student at the Dana Military Training School. If you go further into the rounds, you'll definitely have to face him. You're probably the troublemaker, huh? Irin Priya suddenly approached and started talking, catching Lewin off guard. How did you find out about Lewin causing trouble everywhere yesterday, even going so far as to visit the Oyota Academy? This little one, but I guess everyone here already knows, Lewin didn't expect that the story of you confiding in that guy would spread so quickly. Because last time Lewin lent you a book, she decided to give you a piece of advice. To not stand out too much. Just like you, right? You're also hiding your talent, aren't you? Lewin's words hit Irin's sore spot, making her startle. Lewin also didn't want to say anything more about Irin's abilities, so she just said goodbye. Love is fleeting, but the competition is forever. In just a few minutes, the first mana grenade throwing contest between X-Nit Academy and Oyota will begin. And in the courtyard, Gia-san is cheering everyone on. Show them our strength. Let them see that we are no longer the foolish academy. During the competition, everyone was very confused because until now, team victories had always depended on individual abilities. Arranging the team like knights was a strange concept to everyone. Still, most people think Oyota Academy will win. They're the ones pretending to be the top. Stupid Academy really is stupid. That's why they're at the bottom. Aaron, watching the match, was also deeply amazed by what was happening. The ginger from Team X-Knit had lost an arm. Jason leads the grenade team while Lewin tries to coordinate the Henker groups from outside. The heating process is underway. Mora and Ak, you two go assist with the transport. After a while, Golem's right arm on X-Knit was also destroyed. Our team watched anxiously, their hearts pounding. How could these idiots lose to those stupid Academy guys? They're really damn annoying. They are healing Golem's child, so it doesn't weaken at all. The Oyota team fights harder, but Gum gets stronger, only exhausting himself. Aaron secretly admired X-Knit's fighting style. They overcame Oyota's advantage in individual abilities through strategy. But for this strategy to work, you need to understand each person's abilities. When Lewin found the book Aaron needed in just a few seconds, it caught her attention. Now you can still divide the team into groups based on each person's strengths. In the end, who is the one she has never seen at any magic festival before? This is the final move. Jia-sun throws the grenade at the giant beast, shattering it into 100 pieces. Not only did the giant dog break apart, but my heart is also shattered right now. He just snorted coldly, and now where am I supposed to find pants to wear? Hoo-hoo, we did it. The part of the competition everyone thought the Oyota Academy would win, but the victory actually went to the academy they called Fools. Everyone ran to Lewin, supporting him by the shoulders and neck. Even though he didn't participate directly, Lewin still carried the weight on his heart. So it's the Ootobet tournament? Then should we call it Oot Crash? That sounds terrible. The whispering from the stands directed at the Oyota Academy made them clueless about where to hide. Next is the flag capture match between representatives of the academies. The first game is between Lewin and Seda. As soon as Strang stepped onto the field, he sneered at him. Why do you look so tense, Lewin? Currently, X-Knit Academy is in the top 20 out of 32. Lewin thinks that's just right. After the first match, everyone is starting to focus on them. But that's not enough to lift the stigma they've carried for years. So this time, Lewin decides to win spectacularly. No more humility. Only then will people see them in a different light. Not only that, but they also have to prove themselves to the Supreme Mage watching from above. Within the space of the 6 great mages, they are watching the match through a crystal ball. Lord Terran recognizes Lewin because he was once a candidate among the 11 ordinary children. He has a habit of remembering talented people, and Lewin is a natural genius, which is why he was able to learn how to use mana on his own at such a young age. So I was very disappointed to learn he has mana disorder. Are you disappointed? The principal said. Actually, the King of Hell treated Lin as if he were utterly useless. Once exposed, the King of Hell could only smile awkwardly. But I didn't expect that now the teacher would choose a student like that to represent the academy. I don't think he's doing this because he's preparing something interesting like before. The two boys have broken the curse after a few years, and the principal is very confident in Lewin. If you want to see his strength, just watch and you'll find out. So what are you planning to do now? Bright or frozen, you still have to get close to do it, or are you planning to summon a spirit? Chang asked Lewin curiously. But summoning a spirit isn't very smart, just do it normally. Charge in and punch them all out. The battle begins. Lewin charges at my carriage, summoning a spell. You will pay for what you did to me yesterday. Summon the Guardian to fight. The Guardian spirit is a giant knight in armor, wielding a weapon. Lewin used time refraction to dodge the Guardian spirit and then circled behind my carriage, making him unable to defend himself. My cart's cage swung a punch at Lewin again, and this time he managed to hold it. I knew it. My cart's arm is trembling as it's held tightly. Are you planning to give up? But it doesn't seem like now is the time for him to say that. The Guardian is rushing towards Lewin to attack, but my carriage is standing right in front of him. His face turned pale. Stop quickly, you idiot Guardian, while Lewin keeps holding his hand tightly, preventing me from escaping. Lewin Ta stared at him provocatively, trying to run away. In this moment, I realized that the feeling of being pressed down by Lewin is real, not just because he let his guard down. At this moment, the Guardian also rushes in. I close my eyes, ready to endure the pain and humiliation of losing, but I feel nothing, so I gently open my eyes to observe the situation. Lewin is fighting hand-to-hand with the Guardian using steel fists. Each punch creates cracks on its armor that our vehicle can't believe. After taking a beating, the Guardian also had to return to the earth. Lewin approached the vehicle, causing him to startle and retreat backward. Did you just save me? How did you save me? Lewin didn't expect him to be so stupid as to think she would save someone who humiliated her friends. The reason Lewin acted was because she wanted to end him herself. Do you remember the bet? It was just a simple flick on the forehead. A crisp, irresistible sound echoed loudly. My vehicle was sent flying backward after Lewin flicked my forehead. All I can think about now is how the sky looks so blue today. Oh my God, the stands are so tense. I feel sorry for my car's bumper. X-N Academy erupts with emotion. Never before has victory felt so satisfying, winning while also settling a 5-year rivalry. Lewin has captured everyone's attention, including Lord Terran. The principal sitting beside him sighed quietly, thinking, "It's almost over." Taran was trying to contain his anger, sitting in the position of a demigod, the only 8th level mage known as the Supreme Sorcerer. Yet I have never seen any magic like the one Lewin uses. Who is he really that makes his heart tremble like this? Tyron Ignat tells me everything you know about Lewin Adele. Under Taran's command, the principal chooses his words carefully. Lewin is a student who always fulfills his duties, someone everyone thought would give up but ultimately refused to do so. A person who turns weaknesses into strength and is more of a true mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin Adele. The headmaster's response made the Demon King angry but unable to do anything. "Ha, are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity? Tyron, what if I just call Lewin over and ask him directly?" Faced with Taran's pressure, the principal couldn't stay still. If he intended to force the boy to speak, I would have to stop him. Taran chuckled softly because the principal was using the mage's right to keep secrets, Millie's oath. So he won't ask Lewin, just sit and eat cake and drink tea while chatting a bit. King of Hell Taran is always haunted by the desire to reach the limit of magic. He must find out what kind of magic Lewin is using so he can acquire it. That night at the bar, drinking or dying, Lewin was clutching his head in despair. "We've only won 1 round so far. We should focus on resting now. If we keep fooling around like this, other teams will come too, so there's no need to get so worked up." Lewin's words didn't make any impression. Jia-sun even joined in to try to persuade him. "Come on, celebrate the victory even though it's just the first round. After all, it's a big festival. Here we have Van and coconut juice and even Dragon Kiss." Lewin has no idea what Dragon Kiss is, so Sun just marketed it to him. "You know I always have love for my homeland." So, it turns out this is a specialty from Jason, but that's not the reason he ordered it. This guy only needs to pucker his lips a little to feel the taste of a French-style kiss with a dragon. Come on, Lewin. Stop making that face. Go ahead and try. 1 sip is enough to satisfy. Oh no, just 1 sip is enough to taste the exquisite flavor. A huge figure suddenly appears behind them. Samankiri. His appearance suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Jia-san immediately stood up and chased him away like a demon, his sudden presence ruining the mood. Lewin was also cautious, not understanding if he came here to cause trouble or what. "I am here to apologize." Seta struggled to say this. Both Lewin and John froze stiff, seeing a scene they had never witnessed before. "I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time." After being defeated by Lewin at the arena, he realized he shouldn't underestimate others just because they are weaker than him. There are still many stronger people than C in the world, so to some he might also be considered weak. I truly feel that everything I have done so far has been wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Jia-san couldn't believe his ears. Seta also knew that if he said this, he wouldn't be easily forgiven, so he bowed before all of them to express his apology. Wow, everyone didn't know how to react to Seta's actions, and he also apologized for ruining the mood, so he decided to leave immediately. C, are you apologizing for the bet or sincerely wanting to apologize? Lewin really asked him. Seta made a guilty puppy face, vowing that everything he said was the truth. Lewin sighed in relief and reached out his hand to him, saying, "Thank you for the very manly apology." Everyone accepted Set's apology, and they gathered around arm in arm, drinking Dragon Kiss. Suddenly, Lewin opened his eyes, and Jia-san, along with the others, burst into laughter. "Are you awake? Do you remember what happened yesterday? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much?" Hanker's words made Jia-san and the others burst into laughter again. Yesterday, Lewin cried and said, "Thank you for trusting me. School life is too tough." I never expected that even the perfect Lewin has this side. From now on, Jason and everyone will have something to tease Lewin about. You walk down the hallway muttering, "Those damn kids just woke up and started trouble. What kind of drink is Dragon Kiss that makes people so sensitive?" From now on, Lewin will stay 100 meters away from it. "Lewin, did you sleep well yesterday?" This time, running into my car made Lewin even more panicked. Last night, the two of them apologized for fighting and promised to be close brothers from now on. Lewin blushed and ran away while my car stood in the hallway shouting, "My friend, see you later." Avoiding trouble only leads to more trouble. Lewin ran into the professor again. Wherever you go, trouble follows. The professor's words made Lewin uneasy, but he didn't mention that. Instead, he announced that someone wanted to see him. The principal is worried because that person is dangerous and appears kind-hearted. The introduction makes Lewin even more curious. It turns out the one wanting to meet you now is the false god King Taran. The two-faced professor also warned you to be careful because people who hide their true nature like him are even more dangerous than high-level criminals on the run. Lewin promised to be careful. After the exam, the professor will inform you of the time and place. After hearing Lewin recount, the students were very excited. The Supreme Sorcerer King of Hell Taran is watching us, so they have another reason to win. Lewin has also thought about the strategy. It's called, if possible, Defend. The next match is Javelin. This is a match using moving arrows that will keep flying around. Each team has 9 members divided into offense, defense, and goalkeeper positions. The team that shoots more arrows into the opponent's goal just wins. The rules are simple, but the match requires high tactical skill. You need to know when to use defensive magic, when to use control magic, how to catch the flying arrows, and how to throw them into the opponent's goal. Usually you need to consider many things, but with Lewin, the rules are just a book. He rushes straight toward the opponent's goal. They used all kinds of magic to stop Lewin, but all in vain. Even from the stands, our team cheered for Lewin louder than the students from Exnet Academy. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. What's wrong with him? Losing yesterday really upset me. Maybe Lewin's treatment made him lose his mind. Are you saying something? Don't you think brothers fight each other first before becoming close? Still, the only thing Lewin punched was my car. No one dares to talk in front of me anymore, only whisper behind my back. Ted isn't pretending to be friendly with Lewin. After fighting him, he was certain that he would become the next generation of Mage. Arin from Siki Girls University, Dalian Manson from Phalia Holy Magic School, Doom Pram from the Military Training School. Seda has fought directly against the best at the festival, but Lewin is on a completely different level. Not only is Lewin strong, but she also has leadership skills and patience. Seda didn't expect her to become friends with him after everything that happened. The captain is coming soon. Aren't we having a strategy meeting? That means I can't cheer for Lewin anymore, but I don't need to because the opponent is risking their life to stop Lewin. Fire, ice, earthwood, or whatever you can use. Bring them all out. Lewin dodges all attacks and then charges straight at them. Are you done? Now it's my turn. They hurriedly built a thick ice barrier out of magic because they were too scared. But Lewin punched it away, causing the shattered ice to turn into flying shards that headed toward them instead of an attack. Once Lewin is here, you forget about us. While Lewin disrupts the opponent's formation, Jia-san has caught Tian Kao. Even if they wanted to block, their defense was already shattered. Take this. Jia-san is best at throwing to boost the score to 2-0. Then all the attention shifted to Lewin. Meanwhile, Jia-san and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense to attack and break through their opponent's line. The entire stands couldn't believe their eyes. In an ordinary soccer match, there would usually be 3 to 4 goals. But XN Academy scored a record 11 goals, forcing the opponents to surrender, with no hope of even scoring a consolation goal. Looks like that guy isn't bluffing, he might actually be the top person. The crowd began to change their opinion of XNIT Academy. After returning to the waiting room, Professor Haido came to find you. The appointment is set for 7 o'clock tonight, so don't eat anything before coming. Lewin hurriedly heads to the meeting point where the principal is waiting outside. Both of them stepped through the magic door inside. Welcome. King Taron sat confidently on his throne like a ruler. Shang was startled as he sensed his magic. Could he also be a dragon? Taron is an ultimate mage approaching the half-human, half-dragon stage, so it's not surprising. King Taron has prepared a lavish dinner and said he has known you for a long time. 5 years ago, King Taron watched Lewin from afar during his search for the 11th self. Lewin was also on the list of 11 candidates, but now everything has changed a lot. I'll get straight to the point. Can you tell me what has happened during this time? Lewin realized that in his eyes he was just a mistake, a proof that even the Supreme Mage had made errors. He wanted to hear it directly from him to prove that he was not wrong. But right now, Lewin can only say one thing. No matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized. Taron propped his chin, puzzled. Effort? Are you two related? Why do you keep talking about effort all the time? The principal smiled at Lewin, which is why he really likes him. So, what have you achieved through your efforts? Lewin honestly says that recently he has been focusing on martial arts. I mean, he has overcome mana disorder through training and gained extraordinary strength, even casting magic without the need for incantation time. You want me to believe this? King of Hell Taron suspects Lewin used a treasure even he has never seen before. That could be possible too. The principal's agreement made Taron shrug and give up trying to argue. Since there's still plenty of time, Taron will keep watching Lewin, not knowing if her efforts will affect my kids or not. Lewin smiled. Let him observe, because he's also curious whether the one the Supreme Mage chose is any different from him. King of Hell. Taron was caught off guard for the first time and didn't know how to react. After Lewin returned, King of Hell Taron sat down to talk with Principal Exnit. Are you afraid I'll swallow your students whole? Talented mages are always welcome. I'm just a little curious. Principal Mayo had nothing more to say about his feigned innocence, wondering if Taron was still curious. Since he believed the principal had no secrets left to hide, he became curious about something else. You really are getting old and nosy. You've seen it all too. That kid has secretly threatened me. The principal has nothing more to say. Lewin is just a naive and innocent boy, but in Taron's eyes he looks like a villain. Taron sees that Lewin shows no fear at all, even though countless mages tremble when facing him. This is quite interesting. I hope the guy Dan is watching will do something remarkable. Right now, the crowd is cheering and shouting Doom Pram's name, but he frowns, displeased with the fans' noise. To him, it's just an illusion. Someone else hurried in to report something, making him frown and ask, Are you sure? Definitely. I saw with my own eyes that he knew Lewin had come to the tower with Principal Xnit. This news made Dum clench his fists in frustration because the King of Hell didn't challenge him, but instead tested someone else. Lewin caused a stir at the Grand Festival, so Dum watched his match. There are many rumors saying that he's a tough opponent because his magic is quite unique. But Num doesn't care how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he's not worth being his rival. In his eyes, Lewin was just a freak, but the thought of Lord Terran summoning Lewin to praise him or something made Dung furious. He punched the wall hard, causing everyone to panic as it was the first time they saw him so furious. His blood was boiling. Dunqui does not forgive Lewin for daring to compete for favor with him. The only one Tehran recognizes is him. As soon as Lewin stepped out, the two of them crossed paths. Lewin recognized the person in front of him as Dung Tram. Dung did not greet him and immediately questioned Lewin about what he had said to the King of Hell. He was just waiting here for this question, but there was no reason for Lewin to have to answer. Seeing that he was not cooperative, he immediately drew his sword and threatened. This guy really wants to start a fight, and Lewin was also ready to fight back. Then the two of them cast magic, one with red and the other with blue, facing each other directly. Their eyes locked as if they wanted to devour each other alive. However, Dung is a very strong person. Lewin couldn't even see any weakness in him. Is he really planning to cause trouble here? This place isn't within the arena. Just as Doom was about to draw his sword, someone stepped in to stop him. It was Irene Brew who approached and teased him. Is today a gathering day that everyone is here? Lewin hesitated, wondering if he should greet the two properly. Seeing them talking like that, Dum said nothing and immediately turned around and left. Lewin sighed, thinking, does he always look so angry? Arn is the one who understands Dum well. Except for days like today, he rarely speaks. Dung Priam would be provoked by anything related to the King of Hell, and more than anyone, he really wants to be acknowledged by him. Normally, the King of Hell rarely summons others like today, and having him call Lewin made Dum think that the king was paying attention to him. Arn wondered if Lewin really intended to fight Dum earlier, but doing so would be like giving up his right to compete, so he definitely wouldn't do such a foolish thing. And he probably has no intention of actually fighting, it's just a threat. Doompram is like a solid wall. Normal attacks won't do any harm to him. But Lewin knows that he himself will not lose. No matter how strong the fortress is, continuous attacks will eventually break it down. Aaron finds this young woman quite fascinating. She's a very strange person. Being confident in your abilities is good, but you still need to be careful. Doomprim is someone who doesn't know mercy. After today, he's definitely going to be watching you. At the Xnit Academy dormitory, Jason was lying around complaining constantly, expressing his disappointment. Lewin tried to comfort his friend, but it was of little use. Others think that finishing fourth without Lin in the team is good enough. Actually, it's not just good, but extraordinary. Losing the streak is a pity, but at least it proves the Academy's strength. Everyone asked about Lewin's plans since an individual exam was coming up, but he had no plans at all. Of course, he had to win. Lewin must stay at the top until the very end. Currently, he is tied for first place in the individual rankings with Prius, Cherky, Dalian Manson, and Doom Pram. Lewin and his tough competitors are competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be extremely important. A life or death battle. This is a survival contest among 32 representatives on an artificial island. The winner gets 32 points, while the last place gets 1 point. Players earn points based on their performance, but there can be significant differences between rankings. Hanker knows Lewin will do well, but it seems he's not planning to prepare anything like everyone else, while others are desperately seeking allies. In the survival battle, contestants can form alliances to survive together. Knowing who is a friend and who is an enemy, and how to build a strong alliance, are considered effective strategies. Everyone worries that since others will form alliances, how can Lin possibly defeat them all? Hanker considered trying to team up with Column, but the first person Lewin thought of was Irin, though she wasn't sure if she would join. Even if we get it, we're still missing someone. Suddenly, my car door opens and someone rushes in, proposing to form a team with Lewin. He almost forgot about the presence of this bastard and his two legs, so both of them immediately ran off to find more members. Just teasing, don't start betraying your brothers halfway through. But this line has to be Lewin saying it. Sita is very honest and will be a trustworthy person, but besides my car, there's still one more person needed to complete the team. However, everyone is lining up to get Iron's approval for the alliance. It seems she is not accepting anyone's offer or doesn't want to team up with anyone. But Lewin wants to form an alliance with Iron. Sita is a bit suspicious because she is a candidate for the championship and the two of them aren't close at all. Lewin said that having a bit of a closer relationship with Irin would make it easier to talk to her, but Sata was worried because everyone who came here was being rejected. What if their offer also gets rejected? It's like confessing your feelings instead. Lewin just opened the door and saw Irin. When she saw him, she smiled brightly. It turns out Irin refused all cooperation invitations because she was waiting for Lewin to ask. And of course, Irin will agree to join the team with you without any hesitation. The three of them formed a team and started discussing strategies. The largest team has 14 members. This team is led by Mansen from Failure Holy Magic School. He is a genius, always among the top 5 contenders for the championship. His magic mainly focuses on light and holy spells, so quantity isn't an issue. And of course, he must be the most formidable member of his team. But there is someone even more formidable. Doom Prim. The content of the challenge will vary depending on each person's abilities. The next day, the battle began, and the students were all wearing armor. When the armor's durability reached its limit, the person would be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the arena. Everyone was taken to an artificial island. As soon as I stepped off the vehicle, I felt a shiver down my spine. Just staying there for 72 hours is enough, but those 72 hours won't be easy. While everyone else has their own teams and allies, Doom Pram refuses to cooperate with anyone. Still, don't underestimate him. Lewin's group will move from here to the main island by boat. The boat will pass through a safe zone, which will shrink over time. The three of them hurriedly ran to secure the best spot. After settling in the tree, my stomach started protesting. I don't understand why no one took the food at the entrance when it looked so delicious. But the one who came up with the ambush idea was me, after all. Suddenly, a nearby explosion occurred and a fight broke out right away. Lynn told our vehicle not to worry about food because now we will eat until we're full. Their prey has arrived. A group of 5 members is scanning the forest from side to side. It seems they are exhausted but still tirelessly searching for food and water. At this moment, our vehicle's artillery descends. They realize they've been ambushed. Hello there, little ones. You've been standing here since the afternoon, and Irin also used a level 5 ice spell, Bao Fong Tu Yet, that's right? Known as Irin, he casts high-level magic without showing any expression. They also try to attack and defend as much as possible because it won't be easy to defeat them since they are representatives of the Academy and formidable mages. Now is the time for Lewin to act. They notice movement in the bushes and immediately cast a spell directly at Lewin. He quickly uses time refraction to freeze through their group and attack the young man at the end. Someone retaliated with prison magic, but it was no match for Lin's destructive firepower. They quickly whispered to each other to run away. But how could they escape so easily? Your reckless fire attack directly hit the unfortunate young man lying flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Now there are only 4 of them left. With such a huge difference in strength, they have no choice but to admit defeat. Now Lewin's group has gathered quite a bit of food. Not only fruits, but also some meat. If this place is enough, they could eat for up to 3 days. It seems those guys are quite careful about guarding it. No way food just appears at your mouth like that. If it's not delicious, it's a real shame. Suddenly, there was another explosion behind them. It seems the team is heading in that direction. They don't know what it is, but it seems like a very big deal. Who would go up against a team of more than 10 people? Aaron thinks this is what people call a bottleneck. Very few mages reach this level of power. Seda was very surprised. In just a year, Danyan had reached such a high level. Lewin also couldn't help but think of Dom Pram. He's truly very strong. The 3 of them are the first to enter the resting room. No other team has arrived yet. Lewin will rest for a bit and do some warm-up exercises, while Seda will warm up with a piece of meat. Aaron was a bit suspicious because everything was unfolding exactly as Lewin had predicted. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to accommodate a big crowd. Dalian's team might come here, and Doom Pram could also go there. Aaron feels that's very risky. When he knows there are many people there, how can he still decide to go alone? Lewin insists that he will definitely go. That is the only way to win, because that is the slaughter point. Every time someone is eliminated, the slaughter point increases. If Lewin were Dung, this would indeed be a good idea. You have tried to put yourself in his shoes and think about what you would do next. Besides, Dung is trying to attract the Grim Reaper's attention, so the only option is to act recklessly. Although it was a bit strange, for now everyone would take turns guarding carefully. That night, while deep in sleep, Irin gently shook Lewin and said someone was coming. You look through the window slit and see a fully covered black-clad figure downstairs. After a careful check, you realize there is only one person, and Irin has turned off the lights to avoid detection. Irin calls the car to wake us up, and Lewin will be the next guard. The man in black is slowly approaching the door. Lewin was already there, waiting. As soon as he stepped inside, he grabbed him by the collar and threw him aside. He covers his mouth with one hand to keep him from making any noise, while Irin uses light to illuminate. That person in black is Canalis. He hurriedly apologized and said he didn't mean to break in. He just needed a place to rest. If they had known Lewin's group was here, they wouldn't have come. Canalis's team has 6 members in total, but now he's alone. Can bitterly say that they fell into Doom Pram's trap. From the beginning, they had taken bold steps. Relying on their numerical advantage, they planned Manson's ambush to score kills, but then Doom appeared, targeting the moment everyone dispersed to find supplies. However, not all 6 people fell into the trap. Only one did, because they had prepared for situations requiring quick defense. The real problems started after that. After hearing the explosion, Dolly led the team to attack them. Although they fought back fiercely, they still couldn't hold out. In the end, only 2 people managed to escape. However, the story is not over yet. At this moment, Doom appears once again. At first he disappeared and watched quietly, then waited until the battle was over before secretly following them as they were injured. He took advantage of the situation to benefit himself. That was indeed a very clever move. Even though it's a bit reckless, Can still managed to join Lewin's team. Even though he's truly exhausted now, he seems to have a good strategy. But Lewin didn't agree. He wanted to know how Cancalese managed to escape. If it's Doom Prime, how could he let the prey escape while injured? There are only 3 possibilities. Either this guy is lying, Doom Prime deliberately let him live, or someone is watching everything from afar. If not, then this guy isn't Canalis. Lewin used his own eyes to identify him, but the man in front of him had no identity. He punched him hard in the head. He is actually a clone. After the fight, Lewin ordered everyone to leave this place immediately. It's almost dawn, and the 3 are still wandering through the forest, pondering and discussing what happened last night. Maybe Khan was attacked by the one who created that clone, and it's likely that all 7 members of his team have been eliminated. Maybe that clone isn't lying after all. Irin wants to talk about Chokai, the person who faced off against Can. He is also a member of the 11th Self and the head of Delphaniac Magic Academy. His specialties are alchemy and puppetry. He is also part of Dalian's team. If that's the case, Lewin's team will be in trouble because Chucky's position will be exposed due to the puppet technique. There will definitely be ambushes from other teams, but the safe zone will shrink, so the route back to the west will be blocked. There is a saying in Mazeros Sea, to fight pirates, you must use pirates. The only solution now is to go after the enemy. Chai's side is also discussing Lewin's group's location. Chai knows they are hiding on the western shore. He has almost fabricated everything, but unfortunately he was eventually discovered. Everyone was very surprised by the discovery. Koroi was destroyed because someone caught him. Now things will get more difficult as the 3 members of Lewin Adele's team are all troublesome opponents. Dalian decides to go after them, using all remaining firepower to end this once and for all. He led his teammates toward the west, but it seems like a team is fighting nearby and the situation looks pretty tense. With this scale, Lewin will definitely be there. The whole team rushes in like missiles. It's time to make a score. When he saw the prey, he immediately used the Holy Spear to shoot directly at them, but it wasn't Lewin's group. Lewin's 3 people are still hiding nearby, observing the situation. They realize this is indeed Dion's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. When they hear the gunfire, they all rush over, but in reality, the 3 of us are not there. The opponent has revealed themselves. Now it's time to score some kills. Lewin suddenly appeared from behind and took down one of their group. They didn't even have time to figure out what was happening. The number of Dalian team members has decreased, which means the fight with Doom is real. However, in terms of points, the 3 of them are still being left behind. Including the 3 temporary allies, they have a total of 6 people. Seeing there are only 6, one of the group immediately charged forward without hesitation. However, a blast of fire from behind knocked him back 80 meters. This incredible power could only be Doom Pram. He appears without saying a word and wipes out Dion's group. It seems there is yet another temporary ally. The surviving members of Di's team are all here. The battle is probably coming to an end. Realizing they were facing Doom Pram, they quickly decided to retreat to the base, but Dion refused. Now is the time to regroup and fight. Lewin and everyone are ready. He used time refraction to pass through their group, then delivered a seismic punch that shook the ground. Doom Pram swept past Lewin like a gust of wind and declared he would end him himself. A while later, in the observation room, only 10 promising students remained. Lewin truly piqued the Devil King's curiosity. That kid said he would prove himself better than the 12th Self, but whether he can defeat Doomgram remains an open question. After that battle, Lewin's group stopped at Base B near the center of the island. The largest alliance now only consisted of Dalian Mankin and Chucky. The allied group has temporarily disappeared along with Doomgram. At this moment, the mission completion has been announced. Although it's been a long time since his last mission, with effort he finally completed it smoothly. At this moment, Irene has also woken up. She reminded Lewin to eat breakfast first. Seda has already set a portion for you. I have to admit, C's cooking skills are really impressive. After eating, they enjoy tea together. Irin has been meaning to ask Lewin for a long time what he plans to do after graduation. She's feeling a bit curious. Your extraordinary abilities probably mean you won't choose an ordinary path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually step into the outside world. At that moment, they will begin a life of coexistence, with some joining the ranks of knights in a certain territory to take on the responsibility of defending the country under the royal army. Some become members of the Magic Tower or join special teams to make money. Those are the normal paths. And Lewin himself hasn't even thought about it yet. Just last year, Lewin was still at the bottom of the rankings, so he had no time to think about the future. Back then, he was still figuring out how to become a mage first. After this competition ends, Lewin will surely have some ideas about what to do next. Maybe go back to the academy? Arin is no different. She has never been certain about what kind of mage she wants to become. She only follows the advice of those around her, like Irene telling her to become a great mage. So she made her own decision. She wants to defeat Doom Prime first. Arin thinks that by doing this, she will find her own path and discover what kind of wizard she wants to become. Irene has ranked second every year. Doom Prime is the mountain she must cross, the lesson she must learn. Lewin deeply respects Iron's aspirations because everyone has their own issues to resolve. Currently, the safe zones are shrinking faster and faster, so in about an hour they'll be ready to move. So tonight, only the central village and the base will remain safe. Suppose both Dalian and Chucky are at the central village, then taking control of that place would also be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doom is lying in ambush there. But if we just sit and wait for them to attack first, that wouldn't be good either. The three of them will run into trouble with the safe zone, and attacking blindly isn't an option. We need to be very careful and avoid attracting attention. Suddenly, Luis had an idea. With only a few people left now, just one more level up and he could earn a lot more points. As Irene said, everyone would act very carefully. Not to mention the three of them just caused a commotion with a fight this morning, so probably no one will react to their actions. That means now is the perfect chance to catch Doom Prim. Dalian and Chai just lost all their members and the survivors are very weak. They will definitely choose to hide, but if it's Doom, it will be different. He will reveal himself because he's confident in his skills. And besides, we can't ignore him, or all three of us will be in danger. Let Lewin worry about finding Doom. He will bring him to us. That night, Lewin started crossing the forest and searching. He didn't think he could find him just by looking at the minimap. That's not easy, but it can reveal how many people are at the base. If it shows 3, then those are the remaining members of the group. If it's 2, then it's Dalian and Chai. If it's Dung, then it must be a dot. That's right, Lewin successfully found a house and is standing outside shouting for Dum to come out. As expected, the person in that house is Doom. Our team sees Lewin with Dum and worries, fearing their teammate has been captured. But how do you plan to arrest him? Lewin is the one who brought him here. From the start, he had no intention of setting an ambush, so stealthy tactics and planning ambushes are not in Lewin's vocabulary. The reason he brought him here was not to fight him, but Dung's current opponent is Irin Prius. Doom sighed dismissively at Iron's abilities, saying she's not even worthy to face him alone. If she gets eliminated now, the King of Hell will be very disappointed. She should have held on a little longer to improve her rank. However, that is not Iron's goal in this competition. Doom Prim is the real target for her. Irene Prius is indeed very strong, but always ranks second. She says she feels very anxious because she keeps losing to Doom Prim every year. I heard it's because of her family, so it's hard to know the full story. She doesn't share much either. Liz thought that the way she faced everything was by trusting herself to become a mage, so he helped the two of them have this confrontation. Aaron immediately launches a brutal ice attack first, but Ung is no ordinary opponent. He deflected the attack and countered, causing the entire ground to crack and shatter with eyes as sharp as blades staring at Iron. It seems she's in serious trouble. Dum counterattacks with his sword, and Iron absolutely cannot dodge this move. Lewin stepped in to help her, telling Irene to attack first, not to finish him off alone. You can't afford to lose a valuable teammate like Irene, no matter what the outcome of the fight is. Lewin begins to challenge Dum, now he will face him alone. Lewin has learned from Gutter how to deal with a swordsman. For a knight, the most important part is the legs. They not only serve as a support to increase the force of the lunge, but also help predict the enemy's movement direction. So if you focus on Doom Prime's legs, you might be able to defeat him. He charges forward with his sword in hand, his heel hitting the ground to gain momentum. At this moment, Lewin spun around to dodge the sword strike smoothly, thinking everything was going as planned, but suddenly the magic from the sword caused Lewin to bleed. He says he's not a knight, but a mage. People usually say there's no such thing as a magic swordsman. That's because they haven't seen a real magic swordsman with their own eyes. Dom keeps attacking relentlessly. Lewin is now completely on the defensive. He has never faced someone this strong before. Until now, when facing mages, Lewin's approach has been to use time refraction to get close and then create opportunities to exploit their weaknesses. But Dung Pram has overcome this by using a sword. He simply brushed past lightly, causing an additional wound to appear on Lewin's leg. This is called radiative impact. This wound will keep absorbing movement and then he will be completely trapped like Irin. Now is the time to end everything. He planted his sword into the ground and then cast the 5th level Demon Wing magic, causing a pressure that blew everything around him away, with rocks and debris shattering everywhere. Lewin barely managed to hide behind the rock. Truly worthy of being the annual champion, he's incredibly powerful. He tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve to bandage his wound. Standing in the midst of the flattened land, Dum sighed in disappointment. He had too high expectations for Lin. Only now did he step out from behind the rock and admit that he is truly very strong. There was a moment when you thought he was a barrier, but there's no way Lewin would give up. That never crosses his mind. There are still many people who believe in Lewin, and that is what drove him to break through this wall. Lewin raised the ring on his hand. I thought this guy was really crazy. He would come out to teach Lewin a lesson to see if he still had anything to say. The furious demon spell used by Lewin, with flames surrounding him. You better watch your words or you'll end up with your teeth and lips mixed up. Saying that, both of them charged at the opponent at the same time. If he can't dodge this move, Lewin will definitely die. But he's not someone to be underestimated either. The two terrifying powers collide head-on, with the ring on your finger holding up the sword. Both of their faces were very tense, showing that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. When the notification appeared, sometimes the immunity shield would activate and resist physical damage. At the same time, the water-heated sword shattered, and he also received a wound on his shoulder. Luai took the opportunity to kick his left leg, causing Deng Na to tumble to the ground. Lewin stands in front of him with the demeanor of a victorious warrior and declares that he is not worthy of himself. The only thing he has is his arrogant nature, thinking he's superior to others, and to end it all, Lewin will give him a punch. So he has successfully defeated Doom Prim. Now our team can finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Lewin had lost, the next one to suffer would be Bafan, no one else. But this battle was really just about luck. We almost lost. The person feeling the most conflicted right now is Irin. Lewin approached and apologized for interfering in her match. Irin awkwardly smiled, thinking she was the one who should be saying that, as her selfishness had put the whole team in danger. But because of Lewin, she couldn't achieve her goal in this competition. Irin no longer cares about it. Her goal is no longer to defeat Doom Pram, but now to target Lewin. Although she knows this won't be easy, Irin still believes that one day she will definitely surpass him. So there are a total of 5 people left, including the 3 of them. Dalian and Chai fought back fiercely, but they were no match for Lewin's team. In the end, those 2 were also defeated after a fierce battle. So now, there are only 3 of them left. Sa never thought she would make it this far. Lewin turned to ask everyone if they wanted to have the final battle, but Irin declined. She feels that her current condition isn't very good. Next time, she'll try harder. So they agreed to fight again another time because Irin seems very exhausted. That means Lewin's current opponent is Seda. Seda pretends that even though you're the leader, I won't hold back. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Then just charge in, but everyone already knows the outcome. Set was punched away like a bird. After the match ended, everyone started a celebration to congratulate the representative of the Duong Nat Academy. Seda and Irene are also here. They've fought together for so long, how could they miss the chance to congratulate you? And Seda was determined to go along. Seeing everyone happily chatting like that made him feel very happy. After the life and death battle, Lin became the sole leader. Doom Priam, despite having many kills, dropped in rank due to a low survival score. Dalian and Irene, although among the top contenders, still ranked behind Lewin. If they can keep this up, victory will no longer be just a distant dream. Jubilant with happiness, I never thought I would sit at the same table as the goddess Iron. Now I can die in peace. Everyone started raising their glasses to toast Lewin's victory. The atmosphere made everyone feel very happy. After the recent competition results, people started talking about Lewin. They believe he can't win this festival. Doom is the most affected. He couldn't believe he lost. He let his guard down and never thought that Lewin's true goal wasn't Doom, but this sword itself. Doom quickly realized it for a moment, but swung his sword, thinking he had secured victory, only to lose the match watched by the King of Hell. He was anxious, unsure if he would be visited again. Although his teammate tried to comfort him, he just wanted to be alone now. News of Lewin Adel defeating Dung Pram spread everywhere. A new generation of talented mages has emerged. The principal is very proud. He only thought the boy would do well, but he never expected him to go this far. He never thought Lewin could defeat such a strong opponent. Taron approached and noticed that the headmaster looked very pleased, probably because of Lewin's victory, but it hurt the Lord of Hell's pride. The grand festival is coming to an end. A few days have passed since the survival test. During this period, Lewin's team maintained 4th place in the group competition with 5 wins and 2 losses. They nearly lost in the final match and dropped to 3rd place. For those who once called them the fools of the academy, this is nothing short of a miracle. Now only individual tests remain, including obstacle courses. This round is held within the city, with contestants competing based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since it's a wizard's competition, contestants are allowed to summon mounts or use teleportation spells to travel through time and space. Everyone in the stands is cheering for Lin. He really wants to enjoy this moment, but now is not the time because it's too early to celebrate until the winner is confirmed. Seda reminded him that today was an individual test and no one could help, so he shouldn't put himself in danger. Lewin could only say that he would do his best. Gunshots rang out and everyone began their exams. Some summoned spirits, others used invisibility, and no one was willing to give up. Dalian offered to be a temporary ally with Iran, but she immediately refused. Young rode his horse and then soared into the sky, using a magic sword to swiftly eliminate the goblins. It seems everyone prefers to attack individually. Although I have observed him for 6 years, I still find it very difficult to get close to him. So it's better for everyone to go their separate ways without bothering each other. Although he had defeated many monsters, Dung still hadn't seen Lewin appear. Could it be that he had fallen behind? That can't be, because from the beginning he always ran ahead and only saw these two people. If so, then Lewin must still be behind. He turned to ask Irene where Lewin was and why he still hadn't appeared, but she also had no idea. Now that I think about it, it's strange. They've been leading all along, but Lewin and the others still haven't appeared. They still have time to catch up, but no one is coming. Only now, there is movement from behind. The person appearing here is Lewin. He finally caught up with everyone, while the others have already disappeared. People were a bit confused earlier, seeing that he hadn't moved at all. Could he have given up? But no, Lewin has been waiting for this day since the moment he decided to join the Grand Festival. After half a year of physical training, he was very confident in this round. But Lewin is a close combat mage, so turning his back to the pursuer puts him at a big disadvantage. That's why he has to create an advantage for himself. He will attack each person from behind and then move forward. One by one, they are defeated, until Lewin forgets how many he has counted. The next one is my car. Even if it's my body, everyone must take care of their own. You directly pushed my car out of the race. Lewin has eliminated everyone, some with violence, others by surrendering, and now no one can stop them anymore. Doom declared that this match would be different. He was ready to fight now, but there were still a few people chasing from behind. He mounts his horse and says he will wait for Lewin at the finish line, then ignores everything and charges straight into the trap area. This castle has been rigged with many traps to protect the treasure inside. The treasure has already been excavated, so the traps inside serve as obstacles for the competition. A place full of deadly dangers for those who dare to enter openly. So the safest method is always to disable the traps. This also serves as a perfect way to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. But disarming the traps takes a lot of time. Lewin wants to break down this wall. But breaking through this tough city wall is impossible. You know that. This is the ruins of an abandoned castle. They will succeed if they target the weakened spots. That's why he used the external eye to observe the wall. Everything is hard and super hard. Only one old and corroded brick is weak. Lewin punches it really hard. Everyone is busy disarming the trap, not understanding what Lewin is up to. It's probably just a joke. No one would ever break this wall. Although he is really strong, trying to break the wall with his bare hands is just ridiculous. But a few minutes later, the wall indeed cracked and shattered. This is even harder to believe than walking with your head. Envy nervously approached and asked if he could hitch a ride through this way. Of course there is. Nothing at all. Lewin directly blocks this path, so only Lewin and Doom are in the lead. He quickly caught up with him. Doom was about to step outside, but he was definitely in a hurry because he had been wounded in the shoulder by an arrow. Dom really wants to beat Lewin, even if he has to win at all costs. At this moment, the spirit horse he summoned is also running out of time. If their time runs out just like that, Doom will never have a chance to win. The two race against each other, falling together into the abyss and crossing the final hurdle together. They both fell down the cliff. If he uses magic to get over the rocks, Lewin will be at a disadvantage, so he needs to swim out of here as fast as possible. Doom immediately cast a spell to freeze the water, trapping Lewin completely and leaving him unable to move. So Doom Prim successfully held off his opponent and moved ahead. Lewin struggled to escape the ice zone and then sprinted as fast as he could to catch up. Both are nearing the finish line at Inten Stadium. From now on, there will be no more obstacles, so the only thing left to do is run. Lewin wants a rematch, but with Dum's current condition, he might lose again. They clash, creating a cloud of dust. Everyone watching from the stands didn't know who had won. Suddenly, the stadium door opened and the spirit horse entered first. But I don't see any of the mages around. At this moment, someone appears on the screen. Lewin is standing there, while Dum is face down on the ground. It seems he pushed himself too hard when crossing the trap area. Although his movements were a bit slow, he said that this matter was not worth worrying about right now. Lewin confidently took his final steps to the finish line, securing 2 victories in the survival battle and 3-event competition, and claiming first place in the individual round. Lin has the highest overall score. The Grand Festival has finally come to an end. Everyone cheered and called out his name, calling him the new mage instead of the failure. Those voices seemed to be speaking to someone who had resigned to everything for 6 years like Lewin, someone trapped in the darkness of loneliness. A lonely sense of self that says he has struggled all this time, and those cheers are like a reward for all of Lin's efforts. He doesn't want to lose these words of praise. That night, many carriages arrived bringing the chosen nobles to the party. I heard not all noble families are invited. They all came to meet Lewin. He was sitting there bored, wanting to go back to the academy. Suddenly, Iron appeared and felt strange because no one here was approaching him to start a conversation. Maybe it's because they think he's too arrogant, and Lin even attended the party dressed so half-heartedly. But according to what she knows, there is another reason. Most of the nobles here are clearly trying to get close to Lin. So, no matter how arrogant you seem, it's not like no one would approach you. It seems someone has spread rumors about you. That person must be someone powerful enough to make any noble hesitate to approach you. Now, the announcement for tonight's grand feast has officially begun. 32 student representatives will follow the instructions. During the dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes are arranged like a king's feast. Tonight's dinner may look like a meal, but it's actually a comprehensive evaluation of the competition. And for students who perform poorly, it's like a meal for the condemned. Lewin thought only the King of Hell would attend, but there are 2 judges' seats. Now, the King of Hell has arrived, and everyone bows respectfully to him. It looks like a respectful bow on the surface, but inside it's like greeting Prince of Hell, and it makes me so angry. Suddenly, someone is invited into the party. This young man with blonde hair is the Crown Prince. Everyone bows deeply in respect to the 10,000 years Crown Prince. Only Lewin doesn't know who this guy is. Everyone at the party was very tense. King Yama spoke. No one in the 11th group can beat Lewin Isle even once. Is the skill gap really that big? It's truly disappointing. I feel ashamed to call you my disciples. Dong lowered his head and promised he would never perform so poorly again. He believes that second place is a rank for the incompetent. This festival proved that the old saying is true, even a small stream can have a dragon. This atmosphere is not at all comfortable. It feels like this party was staged just to mock the 11 sects. But Lewin is actually the tool for the King of Hell to communicate. And he's not the only one making you uncomfortable. This guy's been looking at Lewin with a piercing gaze from the start of the party until now. Prince Somerton is truly charming. Despite being the 3rd prince with an unfavorable position, with his brilliant strategic mind as his weapon, he succeeded in banishing his brothers from the throne and becoming the sole heir. Someone skilled in both literature and martial arts like him can be considered almost perfect in every way. I remember Iren's words. It seems someone has spread rumors about me. That person must be someone powerful enough that no noble would dare to approach you. The King of Hell asked Lin how he felt after winning the festival. He remained silent for a moment before saying he felt uncomfortable. Lewin was satisfied with the results of the competition, but didn't feel at ease at all. Because your achievements are being used to criticize and undermine the honor and effort that the students here have put in, Iren quickly stopped you, afraid you would say too much. This made everyone at the party feel afraid. The King of Hell asked again, meaning you don't want your results to be used to belittle others, but isn't mediocrity one of the factors that help people grow? You understand that well, don't you? I think you're more like provoking others to be hostile towards me. Isn't pointing out their weaknesses and encouraging them to try harder, while also fueling hostility by emphasizing their inferiority, 2 completely different things. And I don't come from any small stream either. My hometown AL may be small, but it is more beautiful than any grand palace. Lewin replied confidently. You claim that your XN Academy isn't a place for others to belittle and call a small stream. Lewin's fierce response surprised the King of Hell. The Crown Prince immediately burst out laughing, admitting that Lewin is quite something for daring to argue with his fake father. Oh my God, I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. I'm crying from how funny it is. Where did this guy come from? Ha ha. Did you think that wherever he's hiding, A is small and pretty? She's small, but very beautiful. When do I have to stop by? The Crown Prince said with a sarcastic and teasing tone. The King of Hell says he understands your feelings. If Lord Tyrion heard about this nonsense, he'd probably be exhausted too. He probably won't change his mind, but it will be a bit different and more fresh compared to Tyrion. He's really looking forward to what's coming. So, tonight's dinner will end here. However, the 3rd prince directly expressed his desire to have tea with Lin, and he doesn't want to hear any answer. No, they are sitting and talking in a private room. I don't know why the prince wants to talk here, but it's definitely not to congratulate on the festival. It turns out that this 3rd prince wants Lewin to work for him from now on, and this time he won't accept any answer. No, he's giving in a month to arrange everything, and he will transfer you to the cavalry training area and arrange accommodation there. And about the nationality, how could the prince's right-hand man be someone from another country? Lewin wondered. The Empire already has many talented mages like Dom, so why still need a new mage like you? But no matter how strong he is, in the end he still loses to Lewin, and he doesn't want to keep a failure by his side. One more thing, after today's conversation, remember this. I prefer hearing yes over questions. The first reason is that the old man introduced Lewin, and for years he kept telling him to consider talented mages, but he never mentioned anyone's name. The second reason is that he admires your bravery. You're the type to dress ragged in front of power-hungry leaders and to openly express disagreement with the old man. And finally, the way he keeps questioning the crown prince, despite warnings. Sometimes in politics, you also need someone who knows how to joke around. Lewin continued to ask a question, so my job is just to give advice, right? The crown prince wants Lewin to protect him from his deadbeat brothers who don't want him to be the heir, and Lewin clearly shows he doesn't like it. He knew you would say that, so he warned you beforehand that he didn't want to hear your answer. Not sure if this opportunity will come only once in a lifetime, the chance to become the right hand of the most powerful prince in the empire. In the end, most mages choose to align with power. Even the Magic Tower, dedicated entirely to research, is no different. Missing this opportunity today could lead to long-lasting regret. But Lewin didn't want to serve anyone's mage, so he outright refused. The crown prince thought he was being too rational, but in reality, it was just because Lin was too impulsive. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, he assured himself he would not regret, and then bowed to the prince before walking away, as if today's conversation never happened. Everyone saw him as the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. His hobby is collecting gems, and so far there hasn't been a single gem he couldn't get because those he can't obtain, he will destroy. This can also be seen as a warning and clearly a threat. Lewin currently doesn't know whether his decision is right or not. In the end, you just want to be a mage. A mage with your own unique style. Sumterton feels very curious about the name the old man introduced. He seems very special. It seems that everything cannot be resolved easily. Although the prince made a slight threat, it doesn't seem to have any effect. Of course, he wouldn't give up that easily, especially when it comes to his collection interests. In the end, Lewin will still belong to Somt because he's already made up his mind. Lewin continues with his training mission. Today, it's finally complete. You lying on the grass, praising your body as if it's getting better every day. I got goosebumps, men talking like that sounds so creepy. But I am a real woman, you know. I was so surprised that Lewin even has a gender despite being so naked. But still, the two of them took a bath together, and there was nothing to see anyway. Trang has already seen everything. Lewin just smiled and walked away. Next time, don't do those kinds of things anymore, Auntie. The next day, everyone reluctantly parted ways at the dock. John cried out loud, I'll go ahead now. Stay here and remember to take care of yourself. After everyone boarded the ship, Lewin also set off for Leverdie to complete the schedule as the champion of the Grand Festival. The wizard who claims to be a stray cat is the one guiding him. He is from the Magic Tower. If diplomatic identification cannot determine a person's name, it means they have quite high skills. So they are at least on par, or even stronger than the professors at the school. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be around 30 years old. The wild cat briefly explained his schedule, starting with a visit to the palace to pay homage. Noticing his uncomfortable way of speaking, Lewin immediately voiced his opinion. But for him, that was already comfortable. Lewin felt helpless but couldn't say anything more. His schedule includes a trip to the Magic Tower to perform the ritual chosen by the artifact. It's also possible that you won't receive anything because this ritual is chosen by the treasures themselves. So the treasures also have consciousness like Kingram. In the end, Lin will be assigned a mission. Usually students are not given missions, but the champion of the Grand Festival is an exception. This event is a declaration to the world about the emergence of a new generation of mages. It is seen as a new beginning. He handed Lin a list and asked him to choose a mission from it, which included many types such as search, conquest, assassination, and knowledge exploration. Strang whispered something into Lin's ear, and immediately he chose his mission. Then Lewin was taken to Moran Palace, the prince's second palace. Everyone was inside waiting for him while the stray cat politely excused itself. Lewin, confused and unsure what was happening, watched as the door opened and the prince appeared. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Yahello. First, he received a reward of 10,000 gold coins from the prince. This amount far exceeds the annual expenses of the entire territory. Seeing the prince's generous attitude, it seems he hasn't given up yet. Then Lewin hurriedly moved on to the next schedule. You feel that the people here must be in great physical condition because they are constantly walking around this huge palace. Before meeting the King of Hell, Wildcat had to confirm once again whether he truly decided to take on that mission. Lewin chose the most difficult mission, and he was curious to see what the King of Hell would say. As Lewin entered, the King of Hell was already waiting inside. He knows you chose the reconnaissance mission. The safest task is to conquer the Royal Escort Army, just defeat a few Veneziano bandits, and you might even be celebrated as a hero. He doesn't understand why you chose that place, when it's a very ancient land. However, Lin didn't think so because Tianson is Kingram's hometown, and where Draca has stayed for 100 years. Only Kingram, the treasure of the Academy, survived. The rest all perished in that terrible battle. That land is now just a desolate wilderness. The reason why this reconnaissance mission is classified as extremely difficult is because of the barrier there, a type of barrier that cannot be broken by any kind of magic. So far, countless mages and scholars have found no clues. This reconnaissance mission is to find out what that barrier is. The Grim Reaper wonders why Lewin is so interested in exploring such a desolate land, or if he finds the hypothesis about that place intriguing, thinking that the fairy god has made it impregnable. It's true that others have no reason to do that, but the place where the world destroyer Dracogonia has stayed for 100 years. For him, this reason alone is enough. But there's no need for long explanations because this is the most difficult mission. The King of Hell advises Lewin that if it's about pride, it's better to reconsider. A difficult mission doesn't necessarily mean you'll achieve great success. Saying it's difficult is simply because it's an unsolved mystery. Lewin confidently replied, "If a 16-year-old mage can uncover such a secret, wouldn't that be an even more extraordinary achievement?" The King of Hell doesn't seem to trust Lin's abilities much, constantly underestimating him and even thinking he will be the first champion in history to fail a mission at the Grand Festival. Lewin paid no attention to his nonsense. In that case, it can also be considered an extraordinary achievement. The King of Hell asked Lewin if he knew why he introduced him to Prince Soman. That way, he can keep Lin in inten and also observe him. Even if he doesn't know whether the special ability of his is related to the mission choice, he will still monitor every move he makes. At home, Lewin lay on the bed, sharing his thoughts with Trang. He wasn't sure if he had completed the mission successfully this time and felt a bit worried, afraid he might not find the barrier. Anyway, that place has been isolated from the outside world for centuries. Chang is sure that no one has ever explored it, but Lewin Adele has, because he has the ability to go beyond human limits. At this moment, outside, there are knocks on the door from a tasty wild boar and a stray cat. Listening to those names is really exhausting. But what can we do now, since this is the king's strange collection? The sorcerers here are all called that, sounding like a farm, and they come to take Lewin to the treasure room to complete the final reward ceremony. The treasure room in Matop is divided into 4 areas: C, B, A, and X. The treasures in Area C are the most common, while Area X contains the rarest items. He will be taken to visit all of them except for Area X, which is normally closed to everyone. Unless something special happens, even His Majesty cannot enter. Following the instructions, Lewin began exploring the treasure chambers from Zone C. He picked up a rather large sword, which was known to be the main sword. They gathered the items used in the battle against the demon, and selected only those still in good condition. Louis stared intently at the sword, which looked just as magnificent as Dung Pram's bright sword. As expected of Matop's treasure room, even though it's Area C, the quality is much better than the aristocrat's vault. Next is an in-depth book about Tin Brown's transformation, a book that has been out of print for 100 years. There are many different types of books here, such as those beyond the 7 levels of the Mage's journey, exploring uncharted lands and seeking ancient creatures. Lewin wants to read these books during his time in the tower. Occasionally, the tower's owner allows him to read them as long as he doesn't keep them for himself. Area B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from ancient spells to rare historical documents and legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the temptation of Zone B, Lewin continued to explore Zone A, but none of the treasures there reacted to him. He turned to ask the two if anyone had ever failed to choose a treasure before. There are some, but very few. Even if a mage recognizes only 1 or 2 treasures in Area A, it already proves that person has extraordinary abilities. Nothing here reacts to him at all. It's truly heartbreaking. Shang, seeing this, let out a cry to lift Lewin's spirits. There's no need to be disappointed. This pile is just like weeds. To humans, these might be considered rare, but there are still truly precious things out there. As Trang spoke, she pointed to the door of the sanctuary where something created by a dragon, with a strong smell of unbathed dragon, was present. But no matter how precious the treasure is, it can't be accessed inside. For now, just focus on what's in front of you. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped everything. It comes from the door of the forbidden area. The 2 mages are frightened because this extraordinary event has happened after 56 years. And then what was destined to happen occurred. Lewin Adele reacted to Kun Khan's fang. The 3 treasures kept in the red zone are the Angol staff, Mosi's scale spear, and Kun Khan's fang. All 3 artifacts share one trait. They help their owners rise to the peak of fame. The Angol staff was crafted by the very wizard it was named after, who was the first human wizard. That is a treasure capable of activating unlimited destructive magic power, and is a symbol of the supreme wizard. 56 years ago, Tehran was chosen by the Angol scepter, and so far, anyone chosen by the Angol staff has risen to the peak of fame and become the master of the magic tower. Mosi's scale armor is an impervious suit that can withstand any attack and magic. Every century, this armor chooses a new owner, and those chosen have all become legendary knights. As for Kun Khan's fang, it is a treasure from the first demon lord and also the most mysterious artifact. For hundreds of years, it has not chosen anyone as its master, yet it chose Lewin Adele, meaning his destiny is to become the new ruler. Lewin lifted it with ease, while they struggled to get it into the tower, even calling in several generals to help move it. This fang is not something a single person can lift lightly, as it carries the attributes and power of a demon. Taron began to piece everything together, recalling the elf who chose the reconnaissance mission in Tiansan, the Fang of Khan Khan, the first elf leader, and immediately ordered his subordinates to summon the spellcaster. Lewin has decided to move westward to make the journey to Tiansan more convenient. The deadline for the reconnaissance mission is 1 month. Wildcat hands you the subsidy money, your ID card, and the mana train ticket. Wildcat seems to have something to say to Lewin. As a mage of the Magic Tower, they are not allowed to express personal opinions, but as a senior, I do have something to say. The Magic Tower is a wonderful place for the mages under its control, but it can be extremely cruel to those outside its reach. Be very careful and always suspicious of everything. Lewin has engraved in his heart everything the Wildcat mage warned him about. The ancient Tezzeret castle is located in the city closest to Heavenly Mountain. It was built to protect the continent from the invasion of demons, also known as the Hell Shield, which is why Tesseran's walls are much taller than other fortresses. Along with that, there are formidable armed forces and unyielding willpower. That is what Lewin read in the book. And now it looks abandoned because it has lost its original purpose. It was built to prevent the invasion of demons, but the threat from those demons has disappeared. Because of that, the guards now dare to drink and party openly in the very place where people once fought bravely, which is now just a thing of the past. A tall, scarred man threatened Lewin to steal his belongings, but he didn't care. Simply placing a gentle hand on his shoulder made him fall face down on the ground with his genitals pointing to the sky. Lewin arrived at a small inn, waking the sleeping innkeeper and saying he wanted to rent a horse, but there are no horses left here and nowhere around to rent either. This is the only place in Tesseran with a horse temple. A horse temple that doesn't have any horses. This place is truly a ghost town. Actually, there are 3 horses, but they were all rented out this morning. Usually it's very quiet here, but for some reason, today the customers are coming in droves. Lewin was surprised and had to ask the landlord again. The landlord confirmed that only today was busy. Normally no one visits. You started to suspect something, because it just couldn't be a coincidence. Chang felt from the moment he boarded the mana train that someone was watching him. As expected, a mysterious person is secretly watching every move of the 2 of them. Once Lewin realizes he's being followed, he acts immediately. First, ask the innkeeper to inform you immediately if anyone inquires. Then, set a trap by taking a walk in Tesseran. They will have to wait until Lewin goes out before starting to inquire about the situation. It's obvious enough to tell they are Imperial Duyan's people. Lewin isn't sure if it's because the prince sent them out of anger over his refusal. Those 2 are supreme mages, one always curious, but overall Lewin doesn't want to meet any of them. He needs to resolve this issue before heading to the top of Mount Tian. Now that he knows he's being followed, he can't let them tail him any longer. However, the landlord reports that no one has come to look for him at all. No one has been there ever since Lewin left the inn. But the landlord found it very strange that he lost his memory for about 3 minutes and couldn't remember anything at all. Lewin knew this was mind control, a 6th-level magic that invades and controls others' minds. The person under control loses all memories during the process while the controller can see these memories. This opponent is both powerful and very cautious. If they see the landlord's memories, it means they already know Lewin has realized she's being watched. After returning to my room, I found a note left on the bed. I don't mean to harm you, so don't waste your time searching. Just do your job. Lewin is furious and has already gone into the room like this, yet he still tells us not to care. This is no different from a threat. If it's come to this, then bring it on. If you touch, you'll regret it. Lewin runs quickly outside to find them, opening the minimap to detect those annoying, mysterious guys. The cloaked figures immediately chase after him, with no intention of killing. Both were ready to play with their opponent. The wizards group shouted as they descended onto an empty field. They look around searching, and one of them speaks up. The wizard's trail from Scream's Lewin has disappeared, but the wizard thought differently. He's not gone. He's waiting for us. As he finished speaking, they took a few more steps forward when a noise came from the nearby crate. Lewin had been hiding in those crates earlier, suddenly jumping out to attack, catching the wizard's men off guard. He punched one of the wizard's subordinates in the face before turning to look at the other, causing him to panic. In a panic, he wildly cast spells to attack, but Lewin silently shattered his magic barrier and punched him square in the face, causing him to fall straight to the feet of the wizard. At this moment, both sides stand still, waiting for the other to act. Suddenly, the wizard laughs. I'm curious about what kind of person you are. It turns out you're a real monster. Lewin's face darkened, his eyes cold and filled with menace. Who are you? The old wizard still smiled. The Tower Master of the Wizard's Tower sent us here to protect your young ones. The wicked smile of the old wizard. They're all the same anyway, but I guess you're quite happy about it. Then the old man disappeared before Lin's eyes, leaving a parting message and promising to meet again later. The boy approached and looked at the necks of the two subdued henchmen, hesitating. This skull tattoo means he's a dark wizard. Trang doesn't quite understand. Lewin explained that it is a secretive group, a team of mages from a tower that handles dirty work. The secretive dark mage group only reveals their name and tattoo with unclear purpose, rank, or leader. Trang hurriedly asked, "What is your impression of them after meeting?" Lewin was confident they couldn't compare to the representatives at the recent major tournament, but Trang was worried and hadn't yet verified the strength of the other person. He stood analyzing. They used level 6 magic. Clearly they are not ordinary opponents, they can track us from afar. Chang asked seriously, "What do you plan to do?" But he stood thinking for a long time before making a decision. "I will first make them show their true selves. The next day we will immediately set off for Tianson." The journey to Tianshan was exhausting. We had to walk through barren deserts, but I could feel that we had definitely reached our destination. Suddenly, Lewin felt something and placed his hand on his chest to check. He clicked his tongue in annoyance when he realized the energy ring was falling apart. Lewin sweat profusely, as if puzzled, but then smiled and looked up. All he could do was marvel. This was exactly the feeling of satisfaction. Lewin quickly asked Trang on his shoulder, "Did you say this is where you lived with Draca before?" She nodded to confirm. Lewin slumped to the ground and sighed. "It's not moving at all. How am I supposed to get in now? What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me to destroy this barrier like that?" Trang immediately answered without hesitation, and then asked Lewin, "If it were humans, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right?" "You agree too?" "Yes, that was my first thought." Chang reminded them, but they couldn't break it with ordinary human methods. It added one more thing, as if enlightening Lin. What would happen if there was an Oxer here? Lewin suddenly realized, wouldn't it be better to call Oxer from inside? Ask them to open the door like a friend. Trang jumps down, stands with arms crossed, and smiles confidently. "Now my thoughts are very clear." Lewin suddenly remembers. "But you said everyone here has already died, didn't you?" Chang replied clearly, but with an air of mystery. "That's just a human thought." Lewin tense, turned around and looked at the shield behind him. Trang reminds Lewin once more. "Remember that your power is not bound by prejudice, but to break it." Lewin prepares himself to face the dark shield ahead. He places his hand on the impenetrable shield and feels it. Lewin raises his voice. "Do you hear me? I know you will pretend not to hear me. I have the leader's fang of yours." He lowered his voice to a threatening tone and ordered, "If you hear me, open the door." But what responds to Lewin is a brief silence. No one speaks. Suddenly, the spot where his hand rests on the shield flashes with light. Lewin used both hands to brace himself because the shield's power was too strong, narrowing his eyes because the light emitted was blinding. The old wizard had been watching him for a long time and was now wide-eyed in amazement, witnessing a miracle right before his eyes and exclaiming, "How did it open? How could a rookie like him do something no one has ever done before?" The wizard runs back and hits the shield in panic, but it's already gone. What is happening right now? As the old man finished speaking, Lewin's fist was already in front of him. A punch from him sent the old man flying several meters away. Lewin shouted, seizing the opportunity, "You can't escape like last time." The boy punched the ground hard, using an earthquake technique to make the earth tremble violently. The wizard is in pain from being crushed by rocks with wounds on his face. Lewin casts a vine spell to attack him. The vines tightly wrapped around the fallen wizard, preventing him from moving. He tried to speak, but couldn't. Lewin sarcastically said, "Do you think you can approach me this time? What level are you at? Finish the game early." While Lewin was distracted, a shadow suddenly flashed over his head, and it was the fierce guiding spirit rushing toward the old wizard. A strike hits the old man, blood splattering everywhere on his head as it flows down. Lewin still doesn't understand what's happening, and stands still. The guiding demon turns back to look at you with a grim expression, emitting a threatening aura. "Tell me, human, who are you?" Trang whispers this in Lewin's ear, reminding him of it. They are created with evil thoughts like monsters. Luckily, I was able to pass through the barrier on Tianson, and as I stepped in, I thought I had entered another world. A group of monsters surrounded Lewin, sniffing the air. What are humans doing here? "But he smells like our Y system. Trang quietly warned you, Master. Be careful. They don't have the morals of humans." Lewin nodded and replied, "I understand." He thought to himself that he guessed he wasn't harmed because of Kun Khan's fangs, but he also didn't know when they would start to dislike him. Lewin still carefully followed the demon spirit guide silently, and after a while, they reached the top of the mountain. He spoke. "We've arrived. This is the summit of Heavenly Mountain." Lewin, not paying attention to his surroundings, wondered, is there still another peak up there? Suddenly, the ground shook all around, startling him unexpectedly. Black Han stood tall and looked at Lewin, which made him feel confused. "This isn't the peak, but there's a demon here." He introduced himself, saying, "I am the leader of Black Khan, and I hear you possess a sacred object of the Lord Khan." Now Lewin is still gaping in shock, his mind racing wildly. Is he much taller than those demons? Hakan slightly smiled. We will welcome you as a guest. I decide not to tear you apart and throw your body to the eagles. Who are you? Lewin calmly replied, I thought I already said this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kokan's fang. Hakan looked displeased and said, That is not an item a human can handle. Lewin insisted, but that's the truth. Then he took out a large tooth and held it up, saying, I can show you. Hakan laughed. You're an interesting human. I can smell our scent on you, and I also smell the scent of power. Lewin also didn't deny it and confidently admitted, Yes, I am pretty strong. Hakan's voice softens a little, so answer me. Who are you? Lewin was about to answer but paused for a moment to signal Trang, then asked Han if he knew about Dracagonia. That is the name of a dragon living on this heavenly mountain, Han suddenly exclaimed. How do you know that name? Lewin replied softly. I heard it from Kingram. He didn't believe it and was surprised again. Is Kingram still alive? Lewin recounts. He is living as an artifact in my academy. Should I say that he is considered one of the professors? You're curious about who I am, aren't you? Lewin began to introduce himself, but in a more grandiose way. I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the Heavenly Mountain. I am also the one chosen by Kunkan's fang and the heir to Draka's world-destroying power. Lewin, with his small body, stood before a giant demon and announced his name. My name is Lewin Adel. With all that, are you still planning to crush me and throw my body to the eagles? Hakan smiled brightly like sunlight. We will joyfully welcome you. Humans? Lewin couldn't believe his ears, sweat pouring down his face. Surprised by the thunderous applause in his ears, he said he would welcome me. Chang seriously said, the elite have a ritual to pass through, even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, show your true worth. He looked straight at Lewin and seriously reminded him. Omerat appears in front of him while Chang reminds him, and they engage in an arm wrestling match. Omerat happily shows off his muscles. I am the son of Omeru Khan. Omerat, are you one of the humans we have welcomed? Are you telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something's wrong. They both take their positions. With the cheers of the other elves, Omerat watched that human get torn apart. Lewin nervously asked Trang, if I lose the fight, they won't throw me to the eagles, right? He just forced a smile and said, I'm not sure either. The two of them began to focus on preparing for the match. Lewin briefly thought that this giant demon was here to intimidate him, but that didn't mean he was blindly rushing in. A fight between demons and humans sounded ridiculous, but he also had special powers granted by the relic. Ever since I gained Quan Khan's fang, my power has increased by 1,000. Now my strength is 3,520. This is possible, Omerat exclaims. I don't think you're an ordinary human. Your hand feels different. Even if your opponent is human, I won't go easy on you. That's right. Try to beat me once and forever. Another elf stands between the two as a referee, shouting loudly to prepare, then roars to signal the start of the match. At the start, Lewin tensed up, using his strength to tear his shirt open, surprising Omerat, who hesitated for a moment at the sight. Amidst the cheers of the other elves, no one is willing to give up. Lewin looks exhausted, his face grimacing. Is it over? Then Lewin resolutely shouted to show his determination. But this is my last chance. The hairy goblin. Just as he made up his mind, Omerat easily defeated Lewin. He was completely shocked by how quickly he lost, his face turning pale. The referee also announced that Omerat had won. Lewin collapsed to the ground, sighing. I lost, even though I did my best. You're worried and trembling, so now am I going to be thrown to the eagle to eat? While Lewin was stunned, the referee spoke up. Get up, human. You fought back even against Omerat, the most elite warrior of Tiansun. That is truly commendable. Lewin thanks for the compliment, and the system also announces a new mission regarding the elves of Tiansun who deeply respect strength. Trang also praised you. You did well. You managed to win the support of the elves. Lewin wondered, you haven't told me this would happen, right? You said Draca took 17 years to defeat Omerat, right? I will do it in 1 month. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. Lewin marveled, it's hard to believe the fairy is such a good cook, but Trang understood it differently. I know the food has a strong smell, really strong. You shake your head to indicate that's not it. Lewin also wondered why the elves here lived so secluded in this monastery. He kept a quiet, worried look inside, gazing at the elves, feeling that he might overcome something more important than this mission. Omerat walks over and calls Lewin, the strong human, who turns around and greets Omerat. He asks directly, are you thinking of what to do with the tooth of our first leader? Lewin was puzzled and asked, what can I do with it? Omerat then suggested, if you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for a human. Lewin couldn't help but be surprised by Omerat's offer. What do you mean? Lewin remembered when he was still in the cave, holding Kunkan's fang and asking Trang what this was. Strang kept talking, saying this is the main source of power. Who in the Agress clan will inherit it and become the strongest? But Lewin interrupted and asked, what is it used for? Chang explains that Angle's scepter and Mosey's scales have very clear uses. Lewin thinks differently and imagines on his own. These two are used as a spear. Please accept the magic spear. Trang told you to just keep it and figure it out later. It will only help you increase your power. Lewin nodded repeatedly in agreement and returned to the present. Omerat smiled brightly. If you want, I can do it for you. A weapon for humans. Deep inside, Lewin secretly decided he had it, but didn't know how to use it. This is another unexpected opportunity. Omer examines the fang. Kun Khan's teeth are so heavy and hard that no one seems capable of handling them, but with Omeju Sira's iron trap, it would be entirely possible. Chang seems to understand. A steel trap is just a lazy thief's way of stealing. Omerat turned to Lewin and asked, do you have any ideas for a special kind of weapon yet, human? After thinking for a moment, he decided, so can you help me make exactly what I need? It has been half a month since Lewin arrived at Heavenly Mountain, and he was thinking while hiding in a bush when a beast roared at him and pointed in one direction. That way, humans. Louis Y suddenly jumps out. Quickly let me handle it. I sensed that during that time I helped the Agress tribe hunt. They spent a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do. Lewin, panting and excited, opened the system to check, but the main task took up most of my time. Lewin participated in wrestling and was announced as the loser in all 15 matches. During the arm wrestling match with Omerat, Lewin couldn't help but complain. Losing again, this really keeps happening to me. Keep going, my lord, you're getting better. Omerat also praised Lin. That's right, you're gradually learning to use your strength more effectively. You also thank him for the compliment. I thank you. I feel like I'm making progress little by little now. Lewin has now learned how to use his power wisely. You walk away leaving a challenge behind. Before I leave here, I have to defeat Omerat. Lewin teases him. Omerat, are you hesitating? He quickly denied it. No way, human. You don't stand a chance against me in arm wrestling. A few days later, during a regular arm wrestling match, Omerat looked stunned. Because his hand was defeated by Lewin, Chang also announced 17 matches, 16 losses. He announced it, but was still in shock. After one win, Lin jumped up excitedly, raising his hand in celebration and shouting victory. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Lewin has completed the mission and received a reward. Omerat admires him. He keeps surprising me again and again. I lost, Lord Yahello. Lewin rubbed his wrist and asked him, is this the first time? Omerat called my name like that. Omerat turned around and went inside. It seems you're ready. Lewin didn't understand immediately and asked again, ready for what? Then you suddenly remembered that it was finished? Omerat called you over to his place. He spoke. Actually, it was finished a long time ago. I've been waiting until now to give it to you. Lewin is a bit curious. So, why didn't you give it to me, even though you finished? Omer has explained that he was waiting until you could defeat me. If you don't win, I might not give it back to you. Kun Khan's fang is very important to us. Louisin was speechless, secretly wondering why it looked like a thief was in front of him. After searching for Omer to give him the item, here it is. Lewin was stunned when he saw the item. The system also identified it as a bear paw made from Khan's fang, enhanced with additional power. Lewin tries on the bear's hand. With Khan's fang inside, it will fit him perfectly. A close combat mage. Chang also hurriedly asked, how is it, Lewin? Oz also inquired further. What do you think of my work? I made it using the perfect mold for you. Lewin quietly rejoiced. That's great. It's not just 2,000 strength, it might even be stronger. You asked Omerat if he could gather all the warriors of Thienson. The star spirits are gathering and it's extremely noisy. A strong person wants to challenge us all to an arm wrestling match. Even though he defeated Omerat, he's still hurting our pride. But when faced with an enemy like that, they are always ready to respond to you. Welcome. From the Oxer tribe's perspective, this is an act of arrogant challenge. They worship strength and enjoy competition. They seem to value my competitive spirit. The son of a superior race below is cheering me on. Come on, Dad. Trang stands aside, remembering the old days. Remember when that happened before, right? Draka also did this once. Although it has fought against 17 opponents over 30 years, it's a completely different case from yours. Lewin thinks differently. Humans can't live as long as dragons, so you have to hurry. But deep down, I think differently. Just yesterday I said this wasn't possible. But with the bear claw sword in my hand, I feel like I can't lose. Amidst the noise, the referee's voice sounded ready, and as soon as the starting signal was given, the two charged at each other. Lu quickly slammed the elf's hand down on the table in a flash. After a moment, Omerat asked, "Are we coming back, young master?" Lewin replied, "We need to go to Leverton now." He quickly thanked them. "You gave us an unforgettable experience." "Thank you, young master." Linus looked up at them, said nothing but smiled brightly, then reached out his hand, but Omerat didn't understand. "Do you want to have another arm wrestling match, even though you've already beaten us all?" Lewin shook his head, which confused him a bit. That wasn't a hand game. Then he took Omer's hand, surprising him. That's called a handshake. Lewin gently replied that it is a way humans greet each other. He calmly explained that they do so when meeting someone and saying goodbye to a friend. Lewin waved goodbye to the elves as he walked away and left with a farewell. See you later is a kind of goodbye. I have some news. It's not really important news, sir. Taran fell into deep thought. The report on the Screaming Wizard is still incomplete. It's been quite a while since those two returned with serious injuries. There has been no news since the witch's scream followed Yahello. After sending another team to scout again, no signs of humans were found near Thyan's Son. Taran pondered for a moment before asking his subordinate if they had been dealt with. Before he could finish speaking, another subordinate entered to report. Leader, I have a new report. The subordinate bowed his head and said that Yahello has advanced to Leverdun. This made Taran startle, his face darkening with a fierce expression as he thought about something. Then he gritted his teeth and ordered him to return immediately. Inside the magic tower, a voice echoed. I failed to complete the mission. In Taran's room, with an indifferent expression, a voice spoke up. As King Flame said, there is some reason why no one can succeed in conquering that place. When I reached the Heavenly Mountain, I realized this mission was truly beyond my capabilities. Lewin bowed his head in disappointment. The barrier there was too strong, so there was no way to get inside. But nothing can escape Taran's eyes. You know you're talking nonsense, right? He said coldly, tell me honestly and clearly you are the one chosen by Nankun Khan. Taran emphasized each word, and the task he chose was to find the Oxer stronghold. That seems like too much of a coincidence. Lewin broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated. So you have been watching me? But you're just observing? I'm just worried that you might become a wizard on the opposing side of the tower. Lewin seemed to ask, any wizard who dares to oppose the King of Flame will become an enemy for everyone in the tower, right? Taran, not wanting to waste any more time, straightforwardly said, enough small talk, let's get to the main point. Be honest with me, what did you see at 10 Mountain? His expression turned somewhat frightening. Are the first OR tribe members still alive? Seeing him like that, Lin felt a bit confused and speechless. After a while, he went outside the tower. He let out a relieved sigh and muttered to himself, almost let Taran warn me. Don't lie to me. I know everything I could dig into your past right now if I wanted to. Then Lewin immediately asked back, but you probably won't do that, right? Your question makes Taran feel uncomfortable. The tone of Lewin is teasing. The great border wizard probably wouldn't resort to such measures, especially when facing a student like me. Are you daring to bet against me? That student seems too modest. After saying that, he slightly bowed his head and sighed in resignation. Lewin's first official mission has failed. Taran has ordered him to return to the academy. Returning to the present, Lewin silently thought he had just bet on King Flame's pride. Luckily, it worked. Although he doesn't use such extreme methods, there are many other ways. He worries quietly. But if King Flame becomes even more unreasonable, he might get caught off guard. Just thinking about it makes me scared. But surely it has already ended. The item in Zone X chose Lewin, and everyone knows it means the owner of the throne. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it's certain that King Flame will be watching him very closely. Lewin, lost in thought and feeling dizzy, just wants to leave here as quickly as possible. The train is speeding rapidly along the track. Finally, Lewin has returned to the academy, and as soon as he arrived, he was praised. Lewin congratulates you on winning the festival. Come here, Lewin. They kept talking and tossing Lewin into the air, making him struggle to stop them, but no one paid attention. Now, Lewin was back in his room. Jia-san at the same time also brought over a box. Lewin wondered what it was. Jia-san replied, these are your letters. As expected, the winner of the festival will definitely become famous. Lewin was a bit surprised. That's a lot. Jia-san calmly replied, these are just the recent ones. He approached the cabinet and was about to open it, while these are from a long time ago and have been kept all along. When Jae-sun opened the cabinet, a pile of letters fell out, filling the entire room. Witnessing this scene, Lin felt truly terrified. While checking the letters, he also discovered one from the prince. Lewin picked up the letter, examined it, and then read it aloud to Ji-sun. Ji-sun, sitting beside him, just sighed and said, that letter isn't meant for close friends, but for those you want to be close to. Lewin asked if he knew about it. Jason's son ignored the question and wondered about Lewin's summer plans. After hearing it, he suddenly smiled in a very mysterious way. Lewin hesitated and replied, I think this year will be very different. Right now, Lewin is riding alone, planning to go somewhere. It has been a long time since I last visited my hometown. Since last year, I've only stayed in the dormitory and haven't gone anywhere. Lewin has no face left to meet his fellow countrymen. He isn't confident enough to smile and answer their questions. Lewin smiles happily, but now I can face them with pride. At last, I have enough confidence to meet my family. As he stepped forward, everyone around looked at Lewin with surprise. He scratched his head, clearly embarrassed, and greeted them, How are you all doing? Everyone was in disbelief and shouted loudly, Is it really you, young master? What, young Master Lin? The people around him said, "It's been a long time since the young master. We've been waiting for your news for a long time." Lewin shyly replied, "Sorry, everyone. I've been away for a long time. Everyone was curious about the academy you attended?" Suddenly, Luina ran over from afar, hugging Lewin tightly, then quickly let go and scolded him. "Why didn't you send any letters all this time, and now you're here?" Seeing that, Lewin reached out to measure the girl's height and teased her. "You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you." He smiled to himself, thinking, "And you're still as adorable as ever." At the same time, Lin turned to his father and said, "Call all the family members over, please. It's been a long time since I had a chance to talk to anyone. Time has flown by quickly, and soon the sky turned dark." Lewin told his family and loved ones about everything that happened over the past 6 years. Hearing this, Luina was moved and wiped away her tears. "Big brother, you've really been through so much." At the same time, the person beside him was also choked up. "But you overcame all the difficulties. We are very proud of you, young master." "So, does that mean you won a big competition? And you even had a private conversation with the Empire's prince?" Lewin nodded silently, thinking to himself that even though it had been 2 months since then, it was still new information to his rural community. On this side, Lord Adele took out a letter, which was the reason why the royal family had sent a letter. He laughed, and countless letters from other noble families were also sent here, but Lewin wanted to be the first to tell his father. At this moment, Bin, with a serious expression, mentioned, "There are some issues related to that matter that you need to pay attention to, young master." Lord Adele waved his hand and said, "Let's start. I have finished that discussion." Begin thinks that Lewin needs to know more because it will be beneficial for him. Lewin frowns in confusion. "Tell me, if I hear these things from someone else, I will be very disappointed." And at this moment, Lord Adele could only hold his head and force a smile. It would be useless. As he just said, the family has received countless letters from nobles all about Lewin, and many of them request help for their family as a reason to use Lewin or even propose a meeting with him. Everyone refused Lord Adele, but there was a problem. Upon hearing this, Lewin immediately wondered why. "What is the issue?" Lord Adele immediately mentioned a name. Bino's Manjo used him as leverage to threaten the Yahello house. Monzo is the only trading city near the AL territory. Most of the goods produced in the AEL territory are traded through Monzo. In other words, the AEL territory is sustained by the money earned in Monzo. Lewin couldn't believe they had offered such an absurdly low price for his goods. Lord Adele replied sadly, "That's right, because they want to take the AEL territory as a hostage to force you to become Mo's guardian mage. If this continues, the financial foundation of House Adele will collapse." Lord Adele's face shows clear helplessness, but there is no clear solution at the moment. Lys then recalls the words of the people he met today. "Just thinking about it makes me feel sad." After a long pause, Lewin decided to speak up, saying, "Suddenly, I think that a bad person deserves to be defeated." His eyes gleamed with determination. "I will go meet them if they are eager to see me." The next morning, Lewin decided to set out to meet Monzo. The butler had prepared plenty of food and a horse for you, beginning to look apologetic. "I'm very sorry for burdening you with this problem right after you got home." Lewin gently smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm just doing my job as a manager, and you're just trying to fulfill your responsibilities as a young master." After finishing, Lin quickly mounted the horse to set off, while Bin, worried that Lewin might misunderstand, continued speaking. "Young master, please don't be angry with him. He explained that the Lord has done everything he could. He even used his own money to compensate for the damages caused by Mono, and no one in the AEL territory knows about this." He continued, "The peace we have now is thanks to the sacrifice of the Lord." Hearing these words, Lewin's face seemed to blame himself. Lewin suddenly said, "How shameful. How so?" "Because I thought I was too proud." Honestly, Lewin was very disappointed and wondered if Lord Adele was just enduring everything, and Lin believed that he alone could handle everything his father couldn't do, even though he knew that since he was a child, his father had loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. At this point, Begin could only stand and watch without saying anything else. Lewin then took out a box and handed it to Bin. "Could you help me deliver this to my father instead?" Bin asked curiously. "What is this, young master?" Lewin asked briefly. "This is 10,000 gold coins." As soon as he heard it, Bin's face became astonished. "This is the prize from that big tournament. Lewin hopes it will be used for necessary matters in the territory. According to Lewin, the most effective way is to use it to buy more land. He believes the Adele family can supply goods to others without relying on Monzo in the future." Bin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It could be true, but right now our territory is in trouble and no one wants to sell land to us." Seeing that, Lewin suggested a solution. "What if we just take it? Your eyes are burning with determination, and then we will clean everything up. They will transform the long-standing problems of the Wolf Hill in the territory and the Chainong Plain occupied by the Bun people. That's not a bad idea either." Lewin explained that with this money, if we hire mercenaries, renovate the territory, and train outsiders for rent, we could even make more money. After hearing that, Bin's eyes also lit up. If we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it's definitely worth trying. Since Lewin is about to leave, he turned back. I will leave the details with the manager and your father, and I am heading out now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin urged his horse forward at a fast pace. Lewin has also arrived at Monzo Trading City. This is a vast territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All the nearby resources are concentrated here. Lord Benos Monzo is surrounded by many bad rumors, such as using money to buy his position from loan sharks or being a former gang leader. Lewin silently reminds himself that, in other words, we must have a heart of steel. I am the second son of the Ale family. Is Lord Lewin Ale inside? But when they heard this, the guards looked at him with disdain. The discouraged guards muttered, "It's Ale again?" Hearing this, the boy's face darkened. They are just standing around talking. Why do they keep making such a fuss? Even though they know they'll never succeed, they're just a child learning how to beg. Suddenly, one of the soldiers burst out laughing. "Can you actually talk properly this time?" Lewin quietly seethed with anger. Is this how he's always treated? How many times has father been here? After laughing, the soldiers in front also invited Lewin in. The young master goes inside and wonders where the lord has gone. If it were Ale, they would throw him out. The person next to him spoke, but this time it was different. "Is that right? Hurry up." Lewin kept reminding himself that he was here not as a student, but as the second son of the Yahello family. If he accepted such rudeness as normal, it would make the Ale territory look ridiculous. Thinking quickly, Lin clenched his fist as if about to strike, causing the guards to panic. Lewin calmly said, "You should go home and practice more." Lewin suddenly threw a powerful punch, knocking a soldier flying, just as Benos Manjo was coming out to greet him. "Oh my God, look at this guy." He smiled and said, "The hero who won the big tournament this year, the new generation wizard, isn't this Mr. Lewin Adele?" Lewin coldly glanced at Benos Manjo. "Are you Lord Benos Manjo?" He took off his hat and bowed his head. "Yes, I am Benos Manjo. It's a shame I can't lift my head high to welcome someone as esteemed as you." Lewin coldly replied, "Then don't look up." That statement surprised him. You said firmly, "If you are ashamed of me coming here, then you better bow your head." Hearing those words from Lewin, Benos Manjo's face suddenly changed as if about to get angry, and he suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Bin put his hat back on and looked up. "So the rumors are true. You're quite straightforward, huh? Then regardless of the shame, I will lift my head up." Lewin replied calmly, "That's fine, but you need to train your bodyguards again?" Benos Manjo wondered what crime my children had committed. Lewin looked back at the guards and said, "They treat our family like an elf tribe, so I gave them a gentle warning." As Lewin looked at the unconscious guards on the ground, seeing his subordinates beaten badly, Benos Manjo went berserk, and Lewin, feeling satisfied, provocatively asked if it was okay, my lord. Benos Manjo forced a smile and said, "Just treat them as your subordinates." Inside his mind, he wondered how that kid dared to touch me. At this moment, Luis clenched his fist and smiled with delight. "So we will, in front of Benos Manjo, throw a powerful punch that sends the soldier flying away. Then Lewin dusts off his hands. That's enough. This person also needs to be trained in etiquette. Turn back and look at Bine. You said, you probably think about making me stand here longer. Please, come in, Lord." Every word Lewin said made Benos increasingly annoyed, and he clenched his teeth tightly. In the end, Benos Manjo finally had to invite Lewin into his house. As he walked in, he glanced at a few animals hanging on the wall and wondered to himself if they looked nice. Then Binko Manjo spoke up, bragging that his hobby is collecting artworks like these. Lewin frowned uncomfortably, not feeling at ease at all. Benos Manjo chuckled softly. "I understand. Everyone has different tastes." Lewin said nothing and pondered silently. Collecting these things and calling them beautiful, huh? This guy's taste has really gone downhill. He secretly wondered if those things were meant to create fear and anxiety. Was he trying to threaten me? Benos Manjo just invited Lewin to tea while showing off. This is also a rare type of tea from the south called param. Give it a try. Lewin coldly replied, "I don't need it." Benos Manjo looked surprised by the refusal. "You don't like tea? I'll get you some soda instead." Hearing that, Chong sitting on Lewin's shoulder couldn't help but laugh. Is he pretending not to know anything? Despite its teasing words, Lewin remained silent. Then Lin calmly took the cup of tea and poured it out. "You really don't understand why I refused to drink this tea?" The two of them sat facing each other in silence for a while. The quiet space is only filled with the sound of tea spilling onto the ground. Bin Manjo suddenly bows his head and reveals a mysterious smile. He still calmly sips his tea. "Do you think I would poison your tea? But I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I just want to be your good friend," Lewin asked indifferently. "Do you really enjoy threatening each other?" Benos Manjo smirked slyly. "That's a really ridiculous threat. It was just a well-intentioned suggestion." Lewin couldn't hold back his anger and clenched his teeth. Are you saying that proposal was that cowardly scheme to weaken the AL territory? You are absolutely sure, emphasizing every word. I rejected that proposal. Binos Manjo had anticipated it, so nothing was surprising. Unfortunately, since you rejected our friendship, his face clearly shows greed, but the value of Adele's territory will remain cheap as always. Lewin said with a warning tone, "You'd better revert the prices to the original." An ominous atmosphere filled the room. Suddenly, Bin Cosminojo stood up, truly a country bumpkin who knows nothing. He raised his voice to overpower Lewin and said, "You think you're the only one allowed to refuse a deal? You should be the one begging now. You're in a weaker position, not me." A group of soldiers is rushing quickly toward the room. Binos Manjo laughs mischievously, so they say, "Magic Academy students can't use magic during breaks, right?" He immediately changed his way of addressing, saying, "I will teach you humility." As Thang finished speaking, a squad of knights surrounded the room. Meanwhile, Lewin secretly guessed that Binos Manjo never intended to let him go. The old man angrily ordered, "Kill him. I will turn that bastard's body into a display specimen in the showcase." Lewin finds Bin really hard to understand. "You want to turn me into a trophy? You're crazier than I thought." Chang, sitting on his shoulder, also agreed with that idea. Lewin was right not to expect a proper conversation. An old stingy pig trapped in his own well in the south. People like him come first. Thinking quickly, he charged at the soldiers in front of him and then held up 2 fingers, leaving the soldier puzzled. Lewin, with a confident look, flicked his finger lightly, and with just that small flick, the soldier was sent flying meters away. Then, with just a bit of his power, he scattered the soldiers in all directions. Finally, he started activating the special ability on his gloves and said with amusement, "Let me tell you this." Binos Manjo, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "Why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing?" After activating his special energy, Lewin's whole body radiates a powerful aura. Seeing that scene, Binos Manjo was stunned in shock. Lewin continued, "Even during a break, as long as my life is in danger, I can still use magic." The soldiers were overwhelmed by his power, trembling as they said, "If we stay here, we're doomed." Someone shouted, "Run quickly, scatter the soldiers." Lewin clenched his fists with fiery determination, running no faster than anyone else. With that, he gathered his strength and charged forward. From outside, everyone sees Binko Manjo's mansion engulfed in a thick red smoke, and the servants inside panicking and fleeing. While everyone else hurriedly fled, Binko Manjo still looked regretfully at his works, which he had dedicated his whole life to creating. "My 2,000 gold footsteps," Lewin said from behind him. "Do you still have time to care about your work?" You look at him with a murderous gaze. "Now it's time for you to worry about your own life." Binos Manjo's painful cry echoes throughout the room. Lewin demands that the Adele family's goods be returned to their original price, and that they compensate my family 10 times the amount they took. Compensation? How high will the number go? Lewin stared wide-eyed at him, ready to reveal it right now. He obeyed and responded. After finishing everything, Lin rode back home. "It's almost over. I wonder how surprised my father will be when he finds out I've finished everything. And so, you've resolved the issues in Monzo and returned to Ale." On the way, Lin was stunned as if seeing something when a voice of a girl echoed, "It's been a while since I last saw you, Lewin." There is a surprise guest waiting for Lewin at Adello. Seeing her gentle and graceful demeanor, Lewin says, "Miss Iron?" About 2 months ago, Lewin had to attend a formal social gathering. He was bored with these monotonous meetings. At first it was interesting, but now Lewin just wants to go home. Just then, Irin overheard him complaining and stepped over to ask, "Are you talking about that cute Adel estate?" She pretended to be upset and said, "I'm glad the party ended without any problems. I really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone." Hearing that, Lin hesitantly scratched his head and apologized. Even though he apologized, he firmly said there was nothing he could do differently. Not only do those people look down on the efforts of the students, but they also dismiss our estate. Irin looked at him curiously and asked, "Is Adele really that beautiful?" Speaking of which, Lewin excitedly confirms it to her. "It's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You happily suggest that Irin could visit sometime." Lewin's enthusiasm also makes Irin want to visit there once. She teases him, saying that when the time comes, Lewin shouldn't ask why she's coming. He happily said he wouldn't do that, which led to the current situation. At this point, Lewin feels extremely embarrassed. You never thought Irin would actually come. While Lewin's father is moved because his son has grown up, Lewina is burning with anger. The girl huffed and said, "Can you explain this situation?" Lewin was confused and didn't know what was wrong with her. Seeing that you wouldn't explain, Lewina grew even angrier. The girl shouted, "What's your relationship with him? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me." The barrage of questions went unanswered. By late afternoon, when he went to see his father, Lewin unexpectedly was Lewina, volunteering to be Irin's guide. His father happily recounted that as soon as he suggested it, the girl immediately said she would handle it herself. He happily asked if Lewin was very cute. She didn't want to lose the brother she hadn't seen in 6 years. Then he turned to Lin and asked her to be honest with him. "Is Iron your girlfriend?" Lewin bluntly said no, which made him feel sad and disappointed. Seeing his father like that, he didn't understand why he was so disappointed about this. Now, putting personal matters aside, he asked Lin to talk about something else and called Bin, who had been waiting outside for a long time, to come in. Bin brings a small wooden box and places it on the table, politely thanking him before Father Luis frowns and pushes the box toward him. He can't accept this money. Lewin was stunned by the situation. You ask him why, and he gently explains, "This is your love, not Adele's." But Lewin didn't understand. Isn't he also a member of Adele? Lewin's father gently bowed his head and smiled. No one denies that Lewin is the heart of Adele, but he knows you still have many things to do outside of Adele. Lewin can't speak right now, but his face is filled with sorrow. You know very well that your father says this out of concern for himself, but I also know that he is a very upright and moral person. I respect him for that, but I feel hurt when he always discusses the matters of Dian Trang without me. Lewin confidently declared, "I want to use my own money for Adele, just like you did, sir." And with that, he made his father stare in surprise. Lewin's father turned to look at Bin intently, and at this point Bin laughed out loud and replied, "I think the young master should know that he has been supporting Adele with his own money all this time." In the end, Lewin's father let it go, but reminded Bin that in the future I would be very grateful if he discussed any hasty decisions with me first. Then he continued the story with Lin. "No matter what your intentions are, I cannot accept it. You are not ready to bear the responsibility of the estate on your shoulders." He took out 3,600 gold and said, "This is the amount we deserve to receive. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund." Lewin nervously turned to ask Bin quietly if he was sure he gave him 10 times that amount. Begin whispered that he wouldn't ask for the remaining money and that Li and the Lord were so stubborn that he couldn't bring up the matter of punishment. Lewin also felt powerless against his father's rigidity. Begin also fully agrees. He has given up trying to persuade him. But at this point, Bin suddenly paused and looked over with a puzzled expression. He smiled softly in acceptance. "Isn't our Lord always like this?" Lai looked at Bin's face, which resembled that of an old friend gazing at his father, and he couldn't help but feel warm inside and smile along. Glancing at his upright father, Lin quietly agreed with Bin's opinion. Everything has been settled. Lewin stepped out of his father's study. He looked up to see 2 beautiful girls laughing and chatting happily. At this moment, Luina no longer looked angry like before, and gently held Iron's hand. Lewin slowly approached and asked Iron if she enjoyed this tour of Adele. At that moment, Luina suddenly said goodbye to Iron, winked, and wished her good luck. As Iron was confused, she ran off and shouted to her brother to remind him to get along with her. Sister Iron is a kind person. Leaving Iron and Lewin embarrassed and unable to look at each other, Iron muttered that Luina was saying strange things. Lewin regained her composure, her face flushed, and asked Irene, "Do you want to take a walk?" The two strolled under the shade of the trees, making everything seem brighter. At this moment, Iron was marveling at how adorable Luina was and wished she had a younger sister like her. Lewin also felt happy because I could be close to her like that. With her delicate sense, Iron gently asked Lewin, "Are you worried about something?" "It seems you're thinking about something," Lewin quietly confided. "As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't come up with any ideas." The remaining words Lewin quietly thought to himself. With the total prize money from the tournament and the amount received from Monzo totaling over 40,000 gold. My father said I could use it as I see fit. But seeing Lewin lost in thought, Irin slowly said, "You can't possibly not think about the estate." Even though I've been there myself, hearing this, Lewin suddenly realized he had overlooked something. "Miss Irin, how did you get here? Our estate is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient." Irin blinked and replied, "Not far. I traveled to Leverton in 2 days." Lewin instinctively asked again. Irin pointed ahead, saying that crossing the mountains over there is quite close. Lewin hesitated to ask a small question in regret, but the answer was the solution he had been searching for all along. Although the South Mountain covers most of the Yahello estate, its rugged terrain makes farming impossible, and the land is abandoned due to monsters. But with the nearby 8 horns, its geographical value is very high. What if we use that to establish a trade route through the South Mountain? By relying on places like Monzo, we could build an independent estate ourselves and become a powerful estate with only one road to the south leading to the Jassy Empire. Why did I only think of this now? This will definitely be a huge help for the estate. You think Lewin is overjoyed. Ignoring etiquette, he tightly grips Iron's hand and thanks her, making her blush bright red like a strawberry. But Lewin's mind was only focused on the manor, so he bid farewell to her and turned away. Lewin hurried back to the manor without knowing that Irin was watching his figure. His happiness also spread to Irin. She burst into laughter, exclaiming that Lewin was truly an interesting person. bringing good plans to his father, but he said it was impossible. Lewin was stunned by this information and asked in disbelief what it meant. Lin's father explained that he had tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 had refused. Lewin didn't understand why his father's answer left Lin stunned. From the Adele family's perspective, it was not profitable. Bin continued explaining. The Lord also knew this was a great opportunity, but Luis interrupted him. In your opinion, many things in Adele have changed. It's small, but progressing. Lewin silently resolved that because the merchant guilds had refused once, we couldn't give up on something that offered hope to the people. He arrogantly pointed to himself, thinking maybe a champion's proposal could make a difference. That's truly the fiery spirit of youth. Lewin's father looked at his son in surprise. Finally, he let out a gentle laugh. That's right, you still have the Monroe issue to handle, so why would I have any reason to stop you? He agreed to let his son persuade, too. Lewin confidently heads out of the room. Erin suddenly asked if he was going to Lake Number 8, so now Lewin will go with her. An illegal immigrant, Lewin was stunned. Soon you'll realize and jump up in surprise. Don't tell me she crossed the Adele border without permission and became an illegal resident? Erin calmly admits that Lewin is terrified of this girl for crossing the deserted border alone. Is Erin always so bold? Doesn't she think that could be very dangerous? Erin doesn't think so. She feels that it's nothing compared to what Lewin has done. Like barging into someone else's dormitory, you didn't even bother to consider the risks and used an extraordinary method in the competition, and you won everything. Lewin looked at her in surprise. Erin smiled softly and continued, so to keep up with someone like you, my story is just a little prank, right? Hearing that, Lin exhaled softly and thought for a moment before reminding her. But I plan to go even further. Irene won't give up, so I'll follow her. I've already entered illegally, so one more time doesn't matter. So they headed straight to Lake 8, deciding to cross the southern mountains to scout the path ahead. The terrain was so rugged that even a compass couldn't help them find the way. We decided to use tracking magic to locate Inzanong's hidden village, of course, with the rule of not using magic during the holiday. Erin has been using this magic since arriving in Adello, but the tracking spell targets humanoid monsters, accidentally leading her into the Wolfpack's den and putting her in danger. Lewin immediately charged forward, unleashing his strongest fire spell to attack it. The power of his magic caused everything to explode. Thanks to knowing that the Wolfpack's behavior depends on their leader, Loai quickly defeated the leader and escaped. As a result, Louis received a set of silver wolf fur and a quest system to find someone who might like this fur, with unclear rewards. Lewin also found it very strange why the mission was assigned now, but finding the lake was more important. Using search magic traces, we continued heading toward our destination. Fortunately, they no longer encountered monsters like before. This time, they found their target right from the beginning of Lake 8. Lake 8, a massive guild where the Great Lake 8 congregates and connects to the sea. Like in Tin, it is also a neutral nation under imperial control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the country under the title of co-representatives as a trading nation. It dominates continental trade and is rumored to even deal with pirates if it brings profit. This place values money above everything else. We've arrived at our destination, and Erin asks Lewin where he wants to go. You had already planned for the Golden Hall, a large mansion located in the middle of Lake 8, where the representatives hold daily meetings at noon. So this is the perfect place to persuade them. At that moment, both of them were stopped by the guards asking if they had an appointment. Of course, Lewin didn't have it. He asked the guard if he could leave a message, but the guard said it would take time to verify if official documents were submitted. Lewin confidently told him just to say that Lewin Adele had arrived. He then introduced himself, and this is Iron Prius. The guard shouted in shock, "Are you the winner of the Grano tournament, Lewin Adello?" He apologized for not recognizing him and said he would report it immediately. Seeing that, Lewin excitedly told Irene, "I told you so." She also marvels that it truly matches your reasoning. Luckily, they were allowed in immediately. The Hall of Golden Flowers and countless angel statues cast in shimmering gold make Irene marvel, truly living up to its name. The Grand Golden Hall, Lewin also agreed, but it couldn't compare to the Adele house. The two of them were led to a white door. The guards respectfully invited them in. Lewin silently told himself not to feel pressured. You came here to make a fair deal, not to seek charity. Stay strong and focused. Lewin confidently opens the door and introduces himself. There are already many people inside, seemingly waiting for a long time, their expressions indistinguishable at a glance. In front of Lin now is a luxurious round table with 2 empty chairs ready for Lewin and Iron to sit, and the expressions of everyone in the room are varied, but all seem eager for something. Seeing the two of them sit down, everyone started to murmur. At this moment, the oldest person here spoke up and asked, "What brings a reputable new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Judging by their expressions, Lin concluded that the title of the winner of the major tournament held here was very important. He was worried about arriving unannounced, but it seemed they could talk. The people around also agreed with the old man's question, but it would be even better if it benefited their guild. Lewin then states his purpose, saying he's here to negotiate the trade between Adele and Lake 8, and as soon as he speaks, the atmosphere in the room drops. Some pretend to have many things to think about and do not respond. Some remain silent and unresponsive. Chang whispers anxiously to Lewin, "It seems like you've cooled down the situation." Suddenly someone asks the person next to them, "Do you know where AEL is?" "It is located south of the small country de Dien." The other lady added, "That rural area once tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord has visited that place before. What happened back then?" The young man next to him replied, "They agreed to refuse." The lady then asked, "Why?" The young man replied, "Because it's not profitable, they only want to sell unilaterally." Hearing their self-congratulation, Lewin remained silent in this situation. At this point, the old leader spoke up to end the discussion. "I think there's nothing more to talk about. Lewin knows, right? They are merchants, and as soon as they hear something against their interests, their attitude changes immediately. You are both a new generation mage and the son of Ao, but they only see you as Prince Aiel, a poor boy from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their cold and straightforward attitude is very clear and intimidating. I wonder if they will remain so cold this time." Lewin gently took the nearby luggage and said, "It's a pity to see everyone's reactions when I haven't even started presenting my proposal." Lewin poured out the bags of gold he was carrying. "Here is a total of 30,000 gold coins. The shimmering gold and that steady attitude strike a blow to the hearts of the merchants." Lewin smiled kindly. "So, what now? Are you more interested in a deal?" Lewin calmly negotiates. "You will buy 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8. In exchange, allow the exchange of Adelo's products." Hearing that, they suspected Lewin was preparing weapons for war because this amount could buy a lot of weapons. Their surprised attitude was expected by Lewin. 30,000 gold is the budget for 3 years of a rural territory like Adele. It is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Spending such a large amount on weapons is truly shocking, but Lewin realized one thing through Monzo's mistake. Natural power attracts wealth, and that wealth creates peace. If I have to buy weapons somewhere to gain strength, I think I will build my foundation here. Lewin continued, "I want to know who is responsible for weapons among the 8 representatives." They pointed at Cecilia, who is the top representative here, managing the largest range of goods from weapons, iron, various animals and plants, to ships. Lewin looked at her in amazement, noticing she appeared even younger than him. But Cecilia's gaze is not one that can be associated with a child, an extraordinary presence. What kind of life must this child have lived to be like that? Celia questioned what Lewin planned to do with so many weapons. She knew it was inappropriate, but as a supplier, she was a bit worried. Lewin straightforwardly said, "First, you plan to carry out a large-scale monster hunt near the pond. And second, Lewin intends to establish a trade route connecting Lake 8 and AOL by crossing the northern mountain path." This line feels like a shock to those here. The family head warns Lewin not to mention that mountain range by its name here, which confuses him greatly. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense as Irin, still shaken, asked Lewin what was happening, while Louis keenly looked at Cecilia. "You don't know what's happening, but you know who caused this atmosphere. They are completely pale. Why is that?" At this point, Cecilia irritably said, "Do you plan to cross the North Mountain?" "No, that's impossible because there's a demon residing there." "A demon? Do you think it has something to do with it?" Lewin told Cecilia that he crossed the mountain alone last night, but Cecilia immediately told him to lie. Lewin quickly explained, "This is not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain range." Lewin took out a silver wolf fur and asked, "Is this the demon you mentioned?" Seeing the tuft of fur, Cecilia suddenly stood up in fear. At the same time, the system announced the mission was complete, and the reward was the respect of the Vanch's family. Seeing this result, Lewin silently thought that it was indeed true. At this moment, Cecilia tears up sadly, a comforting expression appearing on her face. Finally, "It is dead." Cecilia cried uncontrollably as everyone comforted her. 3 days later, Cecilia went with Lewin to the mountain range that haunted her, never imagining she would face this mountain again. Of course, her heart still felt heavy, but now it was different from before. The disaster had taken her father, and he was no longer here. Cecilia is very grateful to Lewin. Everything is thanks to him. Lewin modestly replies, "I just happened to come across it on the way." Returning to the topic of trade links, Cecilia proposed that if they could create a route through the southern mountains, they could establish a direct trade line from Adele to the Oyota Kingdom, reducing the current detours and costs. Regarding the construction of this road, she expressed that the Vancha family would provide support. Lewin was extremely terrified, thinking that they would start with arms trading, then move on to the trade route, and even believed that he would be responsible for the cost of building the road. But with the Vancha family's help, this is a huge advantage. Lewin nervously asked again, Are you saying you will accept my proposal? Cecilia replied, Of course, any goods produced in ADEL will be purchased at a higher price than the market rate at Lake Number 8. Lewin hesitated more. This was an extremely generous condition, and as Cecilia explained, knowing his mood, she said, The merchants will do everything for money, but we also have a heart. I, Cecilia von Chaussee, vow to show my gratitude and trustworthiness worthy of a benefactor. That earnestness touched Lewin's heart. He smiled softly and accepted. Lewin shook hands with Cecilia. The negotiation was successful, and the deal with Lake 8 was finalized. The next day, Irin and Lewin set out on their journey home, chatting along the way. Irin breathes a sigh of relief that everything went smoothly. Even Lewin feels the same way. Now you can send good news to everyone and your father. For Lewin, Cecilia's representative, it's amazing how much she's grown. At such a young age without a father, Irin feels that Lewin is not like others. Could it be that he is feeling emotional? Lewin hesitated before replying, thinking that he had briefly empathized because he was in a similar situation. While Aaron was still trying to understand what that meant, Lynn skillfully changed the subject. Anyway, wait and see, Lady Irin. If you get the chance to visit Adele again, you'll be surprised at how lively it is. Irin sighed wistfully and said, You really do love your homeland, Lewin. I wish I could feel the same way too. Lewin didn't quite understand. Isn't a homeland a place everyone remembers and cherishes? But for Irin, that's not the case. It made him a bit curious. Lewin asked if she intended to invite him to her hometown someday, but Irin didn't give him a clear answer. Lewin understood her meaning. Irin seemed reluctant to talk about it, but he was sure that one day he would visit Fru. Both of them returned to the Adele estate in the gentle sunlight, but the classroom is not like that. Luzin and Began's father were shocked by the higher-than-market price, with the other party even promising to open a trade route. Only Luina asked the funny question if they had booked a private room at the inn. Louis quickly covered his sister's mouth and hurriedly confirmed that Cecilia had promised all of that. Ben couldn't believe it. The infamous cold-hearted Vancha representative also said he would repay the favor, and Lewin agreed to that. They just need time to prepare. Estimated 3 weeks for the weapons, and the construction of the South Mountain Road will begin this month. Lewin's father is filled with emotion. A direct trade route to the Empire, Ale will finally flourish. He felt that Lewin had truly grown up, and it was very good that he had achieved such a difficult thing. He gently said, Thank you for maturing so well. So, Father, do you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? Lewin's father wondered. He slowly said, The AL bloodline. Your AL dream has come true. At this point, Lewin couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. What he wanted to ask for was permission to take revenge for his mother. Lewin calls it the Red Plains Hunt, those disgusting swamp monsters. The diary, the memories come back on Friday night. That day was supposed to be a happy memory for my birthday, but it quickly turned into the worst nightmare. A fire broke out that caused many people to lose their lives. The most painful thing is seeing your loved ones being murdered one by one, and the portrait of the woman who was killed in the recent mass massacre. No one can forget that tragic night on Friday evening, not even Lynn. He clenched his fist and made a vow. I must become stronger. Although deep down Lewin found it hard to accept, for a child this was too much to bear at this age. He was determined to become stronger, and day by day he grew up. The morning light has just appeared, and everyone is lined up with full energy. Since the order for extermination was issued, everyone in the village has been training tirelessly. Many young men line up and train together in unison as Irin and Lewin approach from opposite directions. The villagers look completely different. That's something to be grateful for. They are trying very hard, she adds further. By the way, their spear techniques seem quite unique. Irin wonders who taught them these skills. Who taught them the techniques? I replied, Oh, it was our knight commander. Bova, one of the greatest knights of Adele at that time, was known as the Lightning and had many years of frontline combat experience in the kingdom. Remembering his glorious achievements that made his name famous, Lewin felt full of admiration. If it weren't for Lord Bova when the mud monsters attacked, the damage would have been much worse. I still vividly remember how he took down 5 mud monsters in one strike. You still keep immersing yourself in your regret for Bova. Even now, he often prefers fishing rods over fighting. Suddenly, Irin interrupted his thoughts. Lord Bovapon? Lewin turned around, looking puzzled, not understanding what she was about to say when Bova interrupted their conversation. Ah, young Master Lewin, are you the one? They temporarily set aside their earlier conversation to greet him as the training session just ended. Bova approached and firmly shook Lewin's hand, smiling broadly to congratulate him on successfully creating a miracle during the team competition. He also smiled gently. Seeing someone beside him, turned to ask who the young lady accompanying Lewin was. Seeing Bova mentioning her, she immediately introduced herself, closing her eyes with gratitude and pride for having the chance to meet the hero she had admired all along. Meeting the Lightning Knight Bova here is an honor? Bova paused slightly and looked at her. Maybe he suddenly realized something. Irin was immersed in Bova's glorious achievements, and he had retired at just 30. Bova chuckled loudly because he never expected that even now someone would still remember him from the smallest stories. Irin smiled kindly and happily because she had read a lot about him. The story of how he cut down more than 10 high-level mages from the rival BNA nation is a legend. From a young man with much battlefield experience, he has now become a gray-haired man no longer as swift as before. Although he's no longer quick or youthful, Bova feels honored that Lady Irin still remembers. Lewin wonders why he kept those things hidden. It's like a slap in the face. He said he never hid anything from you just to make you care about this old man. A hint of sadness flickered on his face as he heard from many sources that he was the Lightning Knight, but Bova said something that made him regain his spirit, as if he preferred fishing or living underground. Or sometimes when he was young, walking with BVA and witnessing his gradual growth was what he treasured most. For him, that was enough to make the two of them stand there in silence. After regaining his composure, he now understands Bova better than anyone else. He happily thanks Lewin. Bova suddenly remembered he promised to help the young lady train her swordsmanship. With you here, he implied he was inviting you. Of course, Lewin was happy to go there, but Bova didn't want him to come as an observer. He wanted Lewin to come as the one who would make the other spray super glue and freeze in place. It was late at night, with no one around, only the trees standing silently. Bova and Luina are fighting each other. They are evenly matched. One side is full of youthful passion and determination, while the other, though older, is experienced and still agile. Lewin and Irin watch the two train intensely. Irin praises the girl greatly, even though she's only 12 years old and has reached such a level. He also secretly admits that her talent and skill at this level are truly admirable. Seeing Luina's stance and her sword, they are very perfect, and her footwork is very consistent. That shows Luina's foundation is very solid. Bova's side is not inferior. He fights with one hand, and now his weapon has changed to a wooden sword. After the training session, Bova gave high praise to Luina. With this speed, it's certain that in the near future, Lewin won't be able to compare. Contrary to envy, he feels very proud of his little sister. Deep down, he's full of pride. Everyone has to face their reckoning eventually. Once your little sister is done, it's my turn to step up. Even if I try to hide, it's already too late. As I pick up the wooden sword, I suddenly remember when I was 9 or 10, and Lewin once fought Bova with a wooden sword. Changing his stance, his face serious. Although it's been a long time since he last practiced, Lewin treats it as a review of old lessons. It probably won't be long before you collapse completely, but even though you've improved compared to 7 years ago, it's nothing worth celebrating for you. By the way, Lewin asked how Bova's skills compare to modern standards, but he didn't know because he hadn't looked at them in a long time. The boy wondered if there was a score sheet that could serve as a good comparison. Lewin suddenly remembered Gutter, a 6-star knight from the east of Raidan who had once trained him. Oh, I thought it was only that much. Bova remembered Flex Swang Swang saying that before he left, he had 7 stars. 7 stars back then meant being the strongest. As he wondered, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Lin. The system screen suddenly displayed a surprise mission to fight Bova with only 3 days to complete it, and Lewin hesitated, unsure if he could do it, while Bova was previously rated 7 stars and considered the strongest at that time. Irin approached right after you experience fighting the strongest person. Irin told Bova that he was once the only one in Raidan Kingdom to reach the legendary level. This is an amazing experience. Hearing that, it truly feels like an unforgettable sensation. Bova interrupted Lewin's contemplative state, raising his sword as if to challenge him to another fight, while internally reassuring himself that he could definitely do it. As the scene shifts to Lewin training with Bova, a new mission suddenly appears with a series of tasks to complete before earning the Steel Destruction skill reward. He can only dedicate all his strength to training within the limited time he has. To complete this mission, I have been training with Lord Bova every night. 68 hours, 37 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. At first, Lewin secretly doubted, or because of what was happening. I wondered what these battles meant. Even though you've trained a lot with Bova, he still finds a weakness that Lewin can't defend against. There's a gap here. This tough mission left you pretty exhausted, but there must be a reason the system assigned it. With 42 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds remaining, Lewin just needs to be careless, and he will be attacked by him. There is an opening here. After days of relentless training, with only 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds left on the clock, he suddenly charged straight at Bova and delivered a powerful strike. Lewin felt satisfied despite exhausting himself, sweat pouring down his face, and then he was praised for his continuous improvement. As the final day of training arrived, Bova saw Lewin constantly challenging himself beyond his limits. The young master wondered if he was tired, but Einen refused to stop, still fighting on near the mission's completion. Both kept battling from late night until dawn, draining his energy significantly, so Bova gently advised, "You don't need to push yourself too hard. Look, the sun is already rising." Yes, I have fought enough with you. But Lewin is almost done, but the quest remains incomplete because one condition is missing. The fatal blow, I still haven't completed it. With only 33 minutes and 51 seconds left, you clenched your teeth in anger. This is all you've achieved after a sleepless night. Is executing a fatal blow against a 7th level knight impossible? Everything seems to be getting harder than ever, but Lewin remains determined. And now with very little time left, Luina suddenly appears to ask what's going on. Big brother, you stayed up all night, right? The girl shouted from afar. Stop now, you've trained enough. Honestly, I was just following the young lady to keep watch, but why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Luina saw that he was still determined to risk everything in this match, so she scolded him for having limits too and told him to stop and rest. Bitch was worried about him, but had made up her mind to give it just 30 more minutes. Your words make those watching outside worry as they see Lewin pushing himself to the limit. Just 30 minutes. Even I am not sure myself. I know it's unlikely to achieve such a miraculous result in 30 minutes, but Lewin is holding on to that fragile hope rather than letting it be extinguished with no chance left. Lord Bao and the boy firmly pressed their swords into the ground and made a bolder decision to fight him in their own way. I will consider this the final attempt with a different strategy. So Lewin's blunt declaration leaves Iron and Luina stunned outside. From now on, I will change my approach. Lewin's words immediately left Bin speechless and stunned Anna. Bova was a bit surprised. He asked again, "Are you serious?" Lewin confidently states, "Yes, I am serious," with eyes shining with determination. Through days of wooden sword training, I learned to anticipate a knight's moves. After enough practice, Louis realized, now that goal has been achieved. I need to win using my strength. Bova has somewhat guessed your intention. I found it strange that you've been practicing sword fighting all night for the past few days. Turns out, you want something from me. Lewin smiled. You've figured it out. He couldn't help but smirk and say, well then, I will add one more rule for the young master. Bova announced a new rule. For the next 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Magic? He turned around with a serious expression, but I will also be a bit more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Bova moves in to close the distance. I am here. Lewin's new strategy put him at a disadvantage at a distance, so he immediately charged straight toward Bova. I had to get closer to the sword's range, which made my body feel lighter and more balanced as I moved. You had already planned it in your mind. When you get close, the blind spot of the sword makes it useless. Lewin's rushing attack seemed to be expected by Bova, so he wasn't surprised. Just as Lewin was charging at Bova at full speed, he almost got pierced by the spear, cutting off all his plans. But the sword only grazed past and luckily didn't aim at the high-flying prey. He won't reveal any weakness beyond the reach of the wooden sword. Lewin suddenly remembered an old fight, the method I used to face Doom Prim at the Grand Tournament. Breaking the opponent's sword is not a strategy for everyone. If you think only in terms of normal attacks, you might be blocked like others of the same level as Lord B.A. To avoid falling into the dangerous situation earlier, Lewin made his own choice, shifting his approach rather than confronting directly with force. He had partly guessed this move of yours. The plan to approach beyond the reach of the sword was a good choice, but if discovered, options would be limited, and the opponent would try to widen the gap. Even after his plan was exposed, Lewin remained calm and gradually closed in on Bova, then unleashed a powerful punch like a hunting beast targeting its prey. You're right, all my strength was seen through. Everything went according to Lin's plan to lure and trap you, so I couldn't help but smirk as I spoke to him. However, you couldn't have predicted this. As he finished speaking, he floated above Bova's head and used a spell to conjure an energy sphere, surprising him. The explosion's light creates a blinding flash that engulfs Bova, with smoke from the sudden blast filling the sky, gradually clearing to reveal Lewin has successfully defeated him. Lewin shouted, "Brother." Bova gently smiled and replied, I was worried you would use some terrifying magic, but you just blinded me. You have completely defeated me. Lewin, with his sharp mind, turned the tide of the battle. That's all I could come up with. Sorry for making you let your guard down, but you still blame yourself. I might have failed if he had rested all day today. Lewin breathes a sigh of relief as he achieves his deadly strike, marking the end of this challenging mission. And finally, you succeeded in unlocking the new steel destruction skill as a reward. When activated, it can destroy any steel object within 3 minutes of cooldown. If Lewin had given up earlier, I wouldn't have been able to complete the remaining tasks, and no miracle would have happened for me to reap the sweet fruit at this moment. In the end, I succeeded. Lost in happiness, Ko suddenly nudged his shoulder, making Lewin cry out in pain, and Luina immediately started complaining. Even though it was a sparring match, how could you knock him down and slam him to the ground like that? You could only reply, sorry, he's sitting on the ground calming him down. I'm fine. Please don't be too harsh on the young master. Lewin extended one hand in front of Ba as if about to speak, saying, the training session is over. I just want to soak in the hot bath. I have wasted a lot of your time. Since neither of them had rested all night, they both felt tired, but together they created a strange, warm atmosphere that surrounded those around them. I have learned a lot during this time. Lin will soon have to leave here, so Lord Adele honestly shares with you. This has been an interesting experience for an old man like my father. Since I can't make any promises, I simply replied. The holiday for my child is coming to an end. Lewin, walking with his father, also felt a tinge of regret in his thoughts. I will leave soon because it takes 10 days to ride to the academy. The holiday is coming to an end. You watch the workers below and quietly think it's time to leave your hometown just a little longer. The workers happily chat and say, let's finish this up and have a few drinks. I'm definitely going to enjoy myself. Lewin turned to his father and said, these workers were sent by the Vancha family because I am building a base in Adele and need more manpower. Lewin added, I will use this main route to transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out the mission to destroy. The workers will also use the inn to benefit Adele, which is the start of change. Since you still have your own plans, you should talk to him. There is one more thing I want to tell you, Lewin. Where did you get this large treasure chest from? This contains 12,000 gold coins. Father, please use it for Adeo. He hesitated, showing he was afraid to accept his son. But since I don't know what he's thinking, I tried to reassure him. I kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry too much, Father. So you won't refuse anymore. Lord Ale hesitated a bit, but honestly shared his feelings. I'm truly ashamed. I'm just in debt to you. He held Lin tightly in his arms like a farewell before leaving. Thank you. You knew it was time to leave, so you simply responded. All right, then I will set out. This has been a very productive vacation. Before Lewin left Adele, I said goodbye to everyone and traveled part of the way with Iron. When the path diverged and I was about to say goodbye, what Iron just said made me blurt out, What? What did you just say? Iron said something that made you want to deny it. I must have misheard her. No, you heard right. Iron smiled brightly and also kept her promise. After graduation, I will also help with monster extermination missions. As I said, I will follow until I defeat you. Master Lewin. As Iron finished speaking, she used magic to fly away to another place before he could even respond. So she hasn't forgotten after all, she's truly a strange person. And so we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. The way back was quite far, so Lewin had to ride his flying horse like a missile to return as quickly as possible. After about a week from AEL, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. As soon as I crossed over to this side, I suddenly saw a strange crowd gathering here. Unlike the southern area where there are more people passing by. So that crowd was watching the violent man repeatedly grabbing Han's collar and threatening him. What did you just say? That weak little kid. The other person's words are getting more and more over the line. Say it again, you bastard. He made Lewin furious, but the people around didn't seem to care at all, as if this was a regular occurrence here. What's going on? Gutter angrily grabs Han by the collar. Say that again. What did you just say? Kid. He weakly replied, please let my sister go. But empowered, Han resolutely said in a stern voice, I am also a knight. He threatened him that if he didn't release his sister, he wouldn't let it go. Gutter laughed loudly in a challenging tone. Just then Lewin saw a crowd gathering and went over to see what was happening. He blames your family because they didn't pay their debts, and that's why they deserve what happened. Gutter clenched his fists in provocation, ready to collect the debts Han's father owed, including his sister. As if reaching the limit of his endurance, Han frowned and remained silent for a moment before speaking. What? He didn't hesitate at all, drawing his sword and charging straight at him, thinking I would just let that happen. Captain of the foreign cavalry, sneering contemptuously at Han. How ridiculous. Before he could make his move, he charged at Han in less than 3 seconds, threw a punch aimed at his face, and kicked him hard while insulting him. Han's sister watched the scene but was powerless to do anything. Seeing this guy get beaten up enough, she grabbed his head and raised it, so her father asked, Say that again? What did you just say? Han still firmly repeated his original words. Even if the sky were to fall, he would not sell his sister. He changed his expression with a sarcastic tone, confidently challenging. I will really kill you all, Trang wondered. It seems this is the first time he's witnessed this conflict during the day. Lewin said nothing, only silently observing the situation, carefully watching the back being trampled, trying to weakly hold on, which made him think of a trainee knight from a nearby territory. However, to him, those things were trivial and not worth caring about, but in this case it was something very special. It's like something they must absolutely protect. And then, from somewhere, a hand touches Lewin's shoulder. A few young men gathered around, advising him not to get involved in this matter to avoid trouble, because these people are extremely brutal. Even though they meant well by advising me, I can't just stand by and watch the weak get bullied. I snarled at them like a different person, telling them they should be ashamed, that they are no different from those they criticize. Ignoring the advice, Lewin bravely stepped forward, deeply respecting Han in his heart. One of them saw how easily he responded and cursed. Seeing someone approaching, Ware turned to look at the one daring to step forward. He still kept a commanding tone as he glared at Lewin and said, "Who do you think you are coming here just to get beaten?" Before finishing his sentence, with some kind of spiritual power, he used magic to push Gutter away several meters, leaving him in disbelief. He clearly saw Lin's handsome face and realized he looked very much like someone. Why do I see stars when I look at the close-up of him raising his left hand to strike Gutter? Everyone watching the scene froze in place, their skin turning pale, mouths agape, faces drained of blood. The people around, who had been gossiping all along, also stood wide-eyed in disbelief at what was happening before their eyes. Next, Doomprim and Jur also appeared. Before he could understand what was happening, Lewin was right in front of him. Before he could react or fight back, he threw a punch straight at Doomprim's face. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Doomprim's group quickly fled, fearing they might become Lin's next victims. After dealing with the thugs, Han Hwang-hun-din-than wondered who he really was. Lewin didn't turn around to introduce himself to Han, but tilted his head and smiled kindly. Hyen-tu gently spoke to Han, and the two exchanged introductions before Han invited Lin to his house for dinner. He recounts his past and the reason he ended up like this, which was because his drunken father caused trouble, leading the two sisters to take on debts. Their father had sold their older sister to a brothel many times, but it was not successful. After hearing about the Ongi Lumber Gang, you might think this guy is cute, but those people are not to be underestimated. They are extremely brutal. Nell, one of the representatives of the Ongi Lumber Gang, was told that whenever they get annoyed, they tie people to Ongi trees and execute them. The leader had already killed 4 people, so no one dared to touch him. Lewin wondered if they just let him run wild like that. Actually, that gang doesn't operate in foreign. Instead, they are active in the village where Han and your sister live, as well as in some smaller villages. Because of that, there were no guards to help. Seeing that the situation looked worse than he thought, he wanted to deal with it but couldn't handle each one individually. Hang interrupts Lewin's thoughts, thanking him for helping the siblings survive today, then hesitantly mentions his past heroic achievements. Seeing that Han knows about me, I asked directly if he heard it from Gutter. Hearing this, how could Lewin possibly know? Knowing Han was curious, he straightforwardly said he had heard that Gutter once was an apprentice knight from the Fen territory. Han's face lit up with a proud smile, excited to meet his idol in real life. Lewin felt a bit uneasy and uncomfortable beside him, as he dared to belittle him so lightly. He looked excited as he spoke about his future goal, just like his captain. Lewin silently listened to Han talk about his dreams, but honestly, Han is too weak to achieve it. Let alone become a knight, he hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. Knowing what was going on in Lewin's mind, he honestly admitted that being at the bottom of the list, many people mocked and criticized him. But in exchange, Han's captain said that he possessed something no one else could have. And if he keeps training, someday, glory will smile and welcome him. Hearing those words unconsciously stimulated his mind. He remembers Professor Hyde Black and the former principal. Han's captain also believes in him. Lewin dismisses the thought of encouraging him. Surely a miracle will happen to those who work hard, like Han. Just after finishing eating, he suddenly boasted about his unmatched cooking skills, while outside there was knocking on the door and shouting from the gang members' Ongi Lumber Bow Gang, threatening with many ideas. One of them broke the door open, but there was no sign of Han's 2 sisters, which confused him. Because no one else is in the house except Lin, who is preparing for battle, the guy asks who you are, but instead of fear, you calmly and indifferently reply in your own way. Before they could even react, a powerful headshot knocked out a member of the Ongi Lumber Gang. Those outside, seeing their comrades thrown far away, were all terrified. Lee steps forward with a challenging voice, daring to face this crowd alone, telling Han and her sister to run away. Without saying much, she simply smirks to activate her facial muscles. With a fierce look, I must prove myself worthy of this meal. A gang of thugs surrounds Lewin, each holding a gleaming sword, the tense atmosphere thickening. Everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how skilled he is, we still have over 20 people. That's right. Then they charged straight at him with determination. The leader shouted loudly, "Charge together!" In contrast, Lewin remained incredibly calm. Lewin gently raises his hand, a powerful aura radiating around it. His voice echoes confidently. All right, everyone attack at the same time. Despite being surrounded by enemies, he remains calm and shows his superior strength. Lewin easily controls the group. At the same time, he recalls something. Through the Count Bova's fight, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. He easily blocked the sword swinging down at him. The impact caused the opponent's blade to break in 2. Lewin became excited as he used this skill the moment the sword touched his fist. Then a swirling vortex of blue energy shone brightly. Around him, the enemies also staggered, shards of swords flying everywhere, the soul of the weapon vanishing without a trace. The stunned expressions of the group reflected their fear, as they realized their weapons had been destroyed. What is this? My knife. Lean's eyes blaze with power as he clenches his fists, electricity swirling around him signaling an impending outburst of rage. Normally I punish lightly, but clearly they are villains and antagonists. Immediately after, Lewin charged at them like a storm, delivering a decisive blow. Lewin reminded himself that there would be no mercy. The group shouted in fear. Demons. The man collapsed to the ground, his body covered in wounds and face filled with terror. Faced with his overwhelming presence, they hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Please have mercy on us. We have committed a serious crime. Lewin's gaze swept over each person, and by now they probably realized that attacking further would be useless. At the same time, a girl's scream echoed through the space. Lewin only then realized that, as expected, not everyone could sense it. It clenched the hostage tightly in its hand, the sharp blade pressed against the poor girl's neck, its face full of anger. You bastard, if you move even a little, I will cut this woman's throat. Then it suddenly yelled out angrily, What are you doing? Get up right now. Stand up quickly and tie up that damn nobleman. Realizing the situation was turning against him, he cursed under his breath. However, Lewin decided to step forward, hoping to approach him. Are you the leader of this gang? Yes. Nose does not deny it. I am the leader of the Bifang Chino. His face turned angry, and he shouted loudly in fury. If you understand, kneel down right now, you bastard. He quickly looked around to find someone. What happened to Han? At this moment, Lewin suddenly saw him lying on the ground with bloodstains spreading on his shirt. Han was moaning in his sleep. You saw that scene and felt deeply sorry. You were injured while trying to protect your sister, right? Without thinking much, Louis quickly moved closer to know. There was no other choice. I had to handle this. Seeing your fearless attitude, he erupts in rage, his sharp teeth baring as he shouts threateningly, Don't come any closer. Do you think I won't kill her? Then he presses the knife hard against the hostage's neck, causing the girl to cry out in pain, his face showing ferocity and madness deep in his eyes. It keeps growling, Don't just stand there. If you move even a finger, I'll cut her right here. The hostage's face is soaked with tears. The girl is extremely panicked. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lewin clenched his teeth and went along with it. Damn it. The Academy never taught us how to handle situations like this. He clenched his helpless fists. I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it, what should I do now? Suddenly, the scene was engulfed in a blinding light. At some point, Han had stood behind No and decisively struck him hard in the back. Nos, caught off guard, was furious. You bastard. Facing Han's imposing presence, Lewin looked surprised. Han watched the leader fall, and his subordinates grew even more frightened. He clenched his blood-stained sword and quickly approached the group. Han muttered softly. If his sharp gaze scans the enemies ahead, and he speaks in a firm voice, you don't want to end up like your leader. So get out of here now. Hearing this, they hurriedly all ran away. You bastard, let's run. The girl from earlier hurriedly ran to her younger brother. Han, are you okay? His breathing becomes rapid, and his voice trembles as he speaks. I've killed someone, how could I? Lewin placed a hand on Han's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, Han, that's what you needed to do. Then he looked at Han with satisfaction and congratulated him. He responded with a doubtful congratulations. Lewin confidently mentioned Han's recent swordsmanship skill. That was the Pareto sword, right? Mastery of aura. I remember that incredible display of strength from him. I saw a stream of blue energy emanate from him earlier. Lewin's eyes clearly showed surprise and suspicion as he looked at Han. Didn't he just reach 4-star level? Does the appearance of the invisible blue aura mean I have reached 4 stars? Yes, reaching level 4 is considered a top-tier achievement among knights. A thought crossed his mind. He still couldn't fully control his aura, but it was clear that he had made significant progress. Lewin smiled confidently and said, You did it. You are very satisfied with the predetermined result. As I expected, I was right. Han smiled gratefully and emotionally. Thank you, Lewin, it's all thanks to you. He doesn't hesitate to express his feelings. Without you, I wouldn't have the courage. Really. But Lewin replied very coldly. Come on, stop saying such cheesy things. Han's feelings were suddenly cut off after that remark. At least now, no one will bother Han's sister anymore. So, Han's problem has been smoothly resolved. As soon as morning came, Lin went straight to the academy. And now in the gentle sunset light, Lewin looked up and smiled softly. I have returned. Before leaving Adele, I hoped the holiday would never end. But now that he's back at the academy, Lewin realizes one thing: he truly missed this place. The scene shifts to a group of students walking slowly across the ground. John, relaxed with his hands behind his head, asked curiously, Lewin, what did you do during the break? He looked confused when faced with the unexpected question. Me? Lewin hesitated, not sure where to start. What should I say? He recalls that during that time many things happened, including fighting Binko's Mango, arguing with Irin and making her upset, and more recently Lewin defeated a monster. You fold your arms with a bored expression. Nothing worth mentioning here. Yeah. Then Lewin had to make up another story. I have been training. Hearing the unexpected answer, Jia-san turned to look at him with a suspicious expression. You, someone as strong as you, also train? Lewin quickly responded with swordsmanship, constantly complaining. Oh, Lewin, the holiday is for resting you. Meanwhile, Jae-sun raised his hand as if explaining. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes in the second semester, right? Why are you practicing it beforehand? Hearing that, he could only sigh. Studying early during the break is called preparation. At the same time, someone approached and called out loudly. Your voice clearly shows surprise. Professor Two-Item appears quite dignified and authoritative. So it turns out you're here. Lewin, not understanding, asked, What brings you here, sir? He didn't answer him but just walked away. Then Tugu pointed outside the window. Lewinin instinctively turned to look, gazing outward. Outside, there was a long red carpet walkway with a luxurious carriage, flanked by rows of shining, silver-armored knights standing upright, creating a solemn scene. He said quietly, There is a guest here. You observe the surroundings, many knights and the symbol of a golden sunbird on their flags. Lewin quickly guessed it was him and then responded promptly, I will go out right away. Lewin hurriedly stepped into the main hall. I remembered the past when we exchanged letters, but I didn't think I would meet him so soon. Suddenly, the cavalry group shouted in unison that the champion of the martial arts tournament had arrived, opening the carriage door. A foot stepped down from the carriage, and a voice announced the signal. The princes are arriving, and the two stepped down with commanding presence, their demeanor exuding nobility and power. Croster's face turns displeased. Don't even think about interfering between me and Lewin. Forder sneered and replied, Don't dream too much, brother. No matter how hard he tries, young Master Lin will choose me. Then, Lewin stepped forward, clasping his hands to his chest in respect. It is an honor to meet you all, your highnesses. I am Lewin Ao. Seeing that, he quickly spoke up first. Sorry for the surprise visit, young master. I have a standard for a gift and hope to speak with you privately. Before I could finish my sentence, Croster was cut off by him. No, the gift I prepared is worth much more. Forget my brother and talk to me first. You glance at the two people in front of you as if Lewin's gaze is piercing through each person's mind. Their intentions are painfully obvious. If I win the martial arts tournament and support one side, it will be a big step toward becoming the king. Then, I will clearly state my demand. I have a solution. He looked suspicious. A solution? On the contrary, Forder was very excited. All right, we'll go with your plan, young Master Lin. Their eyes widened as both of them focused intently on listening to what Lewin was about to say. The corner of your mouth slightly curves into a knowing smile. Louis emphasizes each word. Let's discuss this. The Kingdom of Ladian, where Lewin and the students belong, is now known as the weakest nation on the continent. However, it still cannot unify internally. The conflict between the faction supporting the Crown Prince and the reformist faction of the Second Prince is the main cause of the ongoing struggle. Most mages are also just tools in their power struggles. Reconsider, their reason for seeking you out is clearly because of that. At the same time, the constant arguing continues. This kid. Croster angrily insists, I will sit here. And Forder immediately objected. No, the seat opposite Lord Lewin is mine. Seeing the two noble princes arguing non-stop, Lewin felt a bit annoyed. It was really troublesome. Both of them kept talking and simultaneously fought over sitting on the same chair. He crossed his arms and said irritably, Don't cause trouble. Hearing that, he immediately responded. Isn't it because you caused the chaos? Your older brother helplessly looked at the two princes, and it's because of kids like these that the country is in such a state. Croster has always been the one to provoke first. He appears contemptuous and ridiculous. In response to that, Forder glanced and asked, What did you just say? Seeing the situation growing more complicated, Lin quickly intervened. Stop arguing. I was a bit surprised by your sudden visit, but it's good that 2 days have passed. Both Croster and Forder listened carefully. The boy didn't hesitate and went straight to the main point. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. Hearing that, both princes fell into silence. Croster slumped down in his seat, disappointed. I expected this, but hearing it firsthand is still really heartbreaking. Forder beside him isn't doing much better. That's right, but even the legendary strategy, Gigas refused the offer 3 times. He clenched his fists with a look of deep disappointment. You probably know about that too. Gis refused the Emperor's offer 3 times and finally joined the Emperor's side. Hearing those words, you looked at Forder with suspicion. Are you really comparing yourself to the first Emperor? Then Linus spoke about the responsibility and mission he pursued. Even if you continue to make that offer, the outcome will remain the same. I am Lewin Adel. I have something I must do. He asked in surprise. What is it that you must do? Lewin did not hesitate and revealed his goal. I plan to return to my homeland. The territory of Ale. Hearing that, Croster shows clear surprise. He suspiciously asked Adele if that meant he wouldn't leave the kingdom even after graduation. He didn't deny it, and of course, at that time I could become a force for the kingdom. Both princes smile contentedly upon hearing the good news, while Forder's face gradually relaxes with a sense of relief. It's good to hear that. Immediately after, Lin's face seemed to tense up. But the situation in Adele is far from easy. I believe you will understand why I do not want to abandon my homeland. Seeing the rapid change in your emotions, both Croster and Forder felt confused. Immediately afterward, he stood up quickly, speaking urgently and declaring firmly that the future strength of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. Prince Croster Lady will fully support you, no matter what. Forder also doesn't want to give up. He shouted passionately, "No, ask me first. Don't ask my brother. Money, food, I will give everything." And then the two princes charged at each other again. "Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master here?" Forder replied, "Don't interfere." Unlike the two of them, Lewin sat cross-legged on the chair, appearing calm and cold. He silently reminded himself that no matter what happens, I won't choose either of them. Definitely not. Lin's lips involuntarily curled into a malicious smile. Why? Because the more they fight, the more benefits I will gain. Outside the hall, the fierce arguing continued to echo, and Croster cheerfully promised, "I will send you a wonderful gift for your graduation." Hearing that, Forder quickly interrupted, "I will send a better gift than my brother," but his expression remained very calm. "I suppose it's fine, but I hope you handle what I mentioned." He nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry about anything, just focus on graduating." Fortunately, the princes are satisfied that Lewin didn't take sides and have left. In addition, he also demonstrated his loyalty by confirming that Lewin would not leave the kingdom, but he made a few requests. First, Lin requested approval for the plans Adele is currently pursuing and asked for military support at the same time as the punitive expedition. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Croster suddenly looked excited. He calls out to the crowd in the main hall. Everyone listen carefully. Both Croster and Forder declare together that Duke Lewin Adele is the future and the treasure of the kingdom. So I appoint Duke Lewin as the royal protector. Everyone should show the respect he deserves. Lewin slightly bowed his head in response to the unexpected honor. This was not part of the plan, but things turned out this way. As the closest royal protector, no one in the kingdom dares to look down on him. Although not official, since the princes have acknowledged it, it is essentially considered official. A thought crossed his mind. I feel relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. The two princes happily said goodbye to Lin. Now we're leaving. At the same time, the people inside the academy started to discuss. That's really impressive, being appointed as the kingdom's protector. Truly remarkable. The crowd quickly surrounded him. Seeing that, Jia-sun loudly demanded, "Make way, you're blocking our way to class." After just one happy day, he became a famous figure, and all he could do was force a smile. Now that the princes have left, it's finally time for classmates to gather. One of them excitedly shouted, "It seems things are about to get noisy again." The position of the former protector has always been monopolized by the Gary Hugh family. The face of the guy next to him shows fear. He pats his shoulder and reminds him, "Hey, stay quiet." The young man's eyes show worry as he lifts his head and points in a direction where the silhouette of a person is approaching them. Over there, the group is constantly in an uproar. McCall is coming. Seeing himself being called, he clenched his teeth in anger. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? They look down on him with such contempt, it's truly ridiculous. Who is saying what about whom? His rage is starting to flare up fiercely. Did you forget? I am one of Gary Hill's people. No matter how loud you make it, after graduation, all of you will be under my command. Immediately, Luan's expression also hardened a bit. Ray Hill, Michael Ray Hill, who was considered for expulsion after using forbidden substances during the first semester midterm, avoided being expelled thanks to the strict penalty of a 30-day suspension. All of this was due to the Grayhill family reputation and the magic world of the academy. No, even the magic world of this royal palace is now almost under Gary Hill's control. I can't bear to hear it, so I step forward to remind him. Really? But it seems like it's not what the princes want, their eyes becoming sharp enough to pierce through Meikle's mind. He whispers, "I haven't seen you in a long time, Em." His teeth clenched tightly as if they were about to break. "Damn it," Mike angrily questions. "You think you've won, right? Why do you always act so surprised when others make unexpected judgments?" He angrily turned away and muttered, "Just wait and see who will be laughing in the end." After that, Jia-sun patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "He's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you win the big tournament, Meek's expression will really be worth noticing. This situation with the princes probably affected him more than you think." Lin's eyes narrow slightly. "So you're reminding yourself to be jealous, huh? Those things aren't worth considering. Always watch Meikle from behind. McColl's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly linked to his family's honor, and a suspicion flashes through your mind. He might be planning something. Then everyone returned to their original positions. Someone asked if this class was a special lecture for alumni. Yes, we should go join in and keep reminding ourselves that my opponent is Grey Hill Ruthless. Standing in front of the academy door, I also asked suspiciously, are the alumni coming to the academy to study? I wonder who will come. I hope it's someone kind. The two open the door, a sudden chill hits them, and somehow this feeling of unease is never used before, with wide open eyes showing clear surprise. The atmosphere inside the classroom is extremely strange. The group of students is staring at him intently, just watching without saying a word, giving off a chilling feeling. Faced with this, John looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What's going on?" At the same time, Jack Kin also asked, "What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange?" He glanced at Lewin and asked, "Could that be Lewin Adele?" Jin looked extremely excited, "Very happy to meet you." Lewin Adele, his face suddenly changed expression. That person is Jachin Goril, a name that quickly came to Louis's mind. The second semester of the graduation class focuses more on practical training rather than theory. As mentioned before, there will be classes related to knights, and alumni will come to the academy to share stories of current mages. A kind of lecture. This is a very meaningful class. But somehow that uneasy feeling was never wrong, especially since the guest speaker was Michael Jin Gary Hill's older brother. He relaxedly held the book and then introduced the lesson. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between the Gary Hill mages and the court mages. At this point, Jackin's face suddenly turned sinister, a faint smile curling his lips before he looked pleased with himself. Everyone already knows, right? Among the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 came from the Gary Hill house. Jin tried to present himself as an experienced expert, a senior from the academy. I will share with you a truth you need to know to succeed. There is nothing in this world that I can possess on my own. He began emphasizing the lesson so the weaker ones need to unite even more. From now on, you will focus more on reality rather than ideals, then suddenly point the spear at Lewin. He keeps lecturing just because you praised the student representative, Lewin Adele. That doesn't mean your lives will go the same way as his. His gaze sharpens as he looks directly at you. Lewin Adele, what do you think? Hearing those words, Ja-sun stood up angrily. Every time I see him, Lewin calmly stands up at the same time. I can say this. You speak your mind without hesitation. Even if 10 shards of resolve come together with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At worst, it will only become a giant pile of bones. Jackin's eyes suddenly widened as he glared at Lewin with contempt. Are you talking about me? Hearing that, he shook his head in denial. No, not at all. Do you think that's about you? Facing Lewin's sarcasm, Jackin refused to back down. He looked at you with disdain and said, I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother. Mick, you really are an unlucky person, aren't you? Unlike Jackin, Lewin responded very calmly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky guy defeated him miserably. Jackin's jawline started to show veins, and he muttered angrily, what a cocky kid. At this point, both of them realized that the feud between Lewin Adele and Gary Hill was a confrontation that wouldn't end easily. Since Jackin appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone can join Gary Hill if they want, Jane caused the lower-achieving students to become dazzled. Jackin's straightforward and honest style proved to be quite effective. Among them, someone kept gossiping. Did you hear what Senior Jackin said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can also succeed. The person next to him looked disgusted and retorted, Do you really think Gary Hill cares about you? You have no sense of dignity at all. I won't work under Mick's command. A manipulative schemer who uses trickery to control others. In the end, the students at the academy divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Adello. With Gary Hill's petty efforts to humiliate Lin and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy became increasingly tense over time. However, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Thierry placed a glass of hot tea on the table. Come in and sit down, Lewin replied politely. Yes. How have you been lately, sir? You call out respectfully, Principal. He smiled and Numni served the tea. I'm still fine. Then Tyon looked up at Lewin with a fond expression and asked, as the student representative, could we discuss official matters? So, how is life at the academy? Tyrion's helpless expression quickly appeared, as always, except for one thing. There was a troublemaker causing chaos. Hearing this, he felt very intrigued because it seemed Tyrion could predict the situation. I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. He leans back in his chair, his voice clearly showing exhaustion. Gary Hill, I don't like them at all, but what can I do? Every wizard in the kingdom has a connection to them, so the academy isn't an exception. Then Tyrion continued to clearly explain the situation Lewin faced, but it was not like last year. This year we only assign them courses that don't directly affect their grades, but they are still quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. It's because it seems they hold quite a bit of resentment towards me. He clenched his fist, his eyes showing clear confusion. What kind of person was former student Jack and Gary Hill? He didn't hesitate to tell everything about him. He is extremely famous for his good looks and eloquence, with smooth social relationships and excellent academic results. At 23, he became the youngest archmage in the kingdom. Then Tyan shivered slightly upon discovering Jackin's twisted mind, but behind that appearance was a giant snake living inside him. He has deep ambitions, a desire for power, and an unwavering drive. His personality compels him to achieve whatever he wants at all costs. Faced with surprising information, Lin pursed his lips tightly, knowing full well that he was no ordinary opponent. He seems fine on the outside, but inside he is completely ruthless and will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. The boy keeps calculating in his mind to find a way out, and by now he has enough reasons to act. The question is, what reason will be used to do that? At the same time, Tyrion's voice pulled Lin back to reality. By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. A special lesson? He nodded in response. Yes. Suddenly, Lewin's mind came up with a crazy idea for the upcoming classes. I have a good idea, but I wonder if he would agree. The boy quickly heads to the classroom. Inside Lin's mind, there was a jumble of chaotic thoughts. I've asked before, but the reactions were mostly negative. At that moment, Tyrion's voice echoed in his ear. So, what if you ask him directly? Lewin decisively throws open the door, causing the group of students to instinctively turn their heads in his direction, even showing suspicion towards Lewin. Lewin is here. You have a plan in mind as a beloved junior. I will directly propose a request to Jack and Gary Hill. Lewin straightforwardly gets to the main point. I am here with a request for you, senior. Hearing that, McColl became extremely excited. A request? Fine, it's only a matter of time before you say something like that. You quickly shut down his baseless thoughts. Don't misunderstand, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of. Then Lin immediately mentioned an event. I heard that you received a proposal from the principal about the joint night class next week and you declined it. At this point, a slight smile played on your lips. Lai emphasized each word. So I am here to make my request directly. You look at Jine and state your proposal. Please allow alumni and us to have a joint class. His face shows clear surprise. The linked class is an event where alumni, as special instructors, will join the students. In other words, it's also an official opportunity for Jekin and Lewin to face off on the same stage. Faced with the unexpected situation, the people in the classroom looked at each other in confusion. The joint class. So, in the end, we will finally see Jane Gary Hill's skills, right? They are gradually becoming more excited, and both he and Lewin will stand on the same stage to face off directly. Seeing everything going according to plan, he was extremely excited. The dice had been rolled. He smugly looked at Jine. Now everything depends on him. Jane Gary Hill. At that moment, he questioned why. Jane kept questioning Lin. Our former students are seasoned experts with years of field experience. There's no need for a class like that, and honestly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? Hearing those words, I felt happier inside. Yes, I knew he would answer like this. Then Lewin spoke up to object. That kid sounds a bit unreasonable. Aren't the visits from alumni to the academy meant to teach us? Jackin looked confused at the surprising answer from him. What? Louis quickly pointed his spear at him. Yet you dismiss the Alliance class, the best opportunity to pass on knowledge to your juniors just because of that kind of class. Your words are like knives stabbing straight into Jine. He keeps grinding his teeth, calling Gary Hill a collective. L.Y. ta voi jiong hio hich. Why did you suddenly change? Or maybe there's another reason, like you're afraid. Facing those words aimed straight at him, he angrily retorted that even though he had won a major tournament, he was still just a student with limited experience. Then Jakin returned to his calm state, like at the beginning, and tried to explain, if you face a real sword, you can do nothing but cling to your useless, stubborn ego? Why do we need such a complicated lesson? At the same time, the group of students shouted in unison, we also want to see your skills. Jin looked at them in confusion. One of them excitedly said, that's right, we really want to see the skills you've trained through real combat. Just then, M slammed his hand on the table and shouted, come on, what are you waiting for, big brother? His face shows excitement and a desire to win. This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Just accept it, Mick continued to mock Lewin. Lewin Adele, you'll regret this suggestion for a long time. My brother is a truly powerful mage. However, he didn't realize that his action was part of your plan. Yes, Mikkel, you're absolutely right. Lewin was very pleased with the predetermined situation, as it was meant to happen so that our respected senior could no longer refuse. Seeing there was no way to escape, Jakin nodded in acceptance. All right, so if it's the Alliance class, the apprentice knights from foreign will join, right? But he once again uses his own reasoning to avoid it. No, please go ahead. I am asking you to do it. Lewin respectfully raised his hand towards him and said, as a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. Seeing that, Jackin reluctantly shook hands out of politeness. If that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and a cracking sound was heard. Jane's teeth clenched tightly as he was furious at the surprise attack. Jin glared at Lewin in rage, but the kid calmly whispered in his ear, "Then I'll leave it to you, senior." Lewin's face lit up with determination. He smiled and reminded, "Get ready to be amazed." 3 days ago, Foreign's apprentice knights arrived at the academy, and Lin couldn't believe what he just heard, asking again, "Is it really a special class?" Tyrion XN, arms crossed, replied, "I considered pairing alumni with students to form teams for the class, but most declined. However, if you ask a senior directly, they won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think?" He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The principal is really clever, coming up with a plan that makes the senior unable to refuse. Over there, Lewin pointed to the group walking over. "Introduce them as the apprentice knights of Foreign." Gutter saw Lewin standing there and asked, "Han, look who it is. That stubborn kid. How has he been lately?" He immediately replied, "Of course he's fine. And you, Gutter?" He replied casually and then asked back, "So you won the Grand Festival some time ago?" Lewin replied, "Yes, thanks to your guidance." Gutter smiled softly and waved as he left. "Now I will go to see the principal, so please help guide the children. I understand what you mean." Lewin introduced himself, placing his hand on his chest. "Could you tell me who the apprentice knight representative is?" The young man claimed that our representative is currently busy. Suddenly, Louis heard a noise in the distance. "This lowly commoner only follows orders when things get tough, huh?" One of them sneers. "You're just scaring the kid." His friends took the opportunity to push further. "So what? No one will care, even if this kid dies." He immediately realizes that the one being bullied is Han. He also sensed Lin's presence and wondered what Han was doing here. Before he could answer, Manip interrupted the conversation. "You're Lewin Adele, right? I've heard a lot about you." He introduced himself and even mentioned he was a representative of Foreign. "Have you ever heard of him before?" He immediately replied, "He is my father." I wonder why he mentioned his father during the introduction. Is he showing off that his father is exceptional? Lewin made a condition. "I would be more satisfied if you answered my question first." Mantip irritably asked, "What question?" You casually ask what he's doing, and Mantip explains, "This kid doesn't listen, so I'm training him. Is there a problem with me training a civilian? And you are rude and care about a civilian while greeting us. Do you know him?" Luai clenched his fist. "That's my friend." "Is there a problem?" He sneered contemptuously. "Are you serious? It seems commoners understand each other better." The Adu family is no different from ordinary people. The representative of the academy with such a humble background naturally feels disgusted when talking to you. You don't understand what the tip is really trying to do? He quickly realizes the appearance of his brother. Finally, Lewin understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jane stepped forward to greet him. He wondered why a trainee knight like you was here. Lewin didn't answer, thinking to himself, "It seems birds of a feather flock together." You frown, even though I'm not familiar with Han. It seems Han has sensed the tension in the air. Jin smirked confidently, as if trying to provoke Lewin. Mantip smiled brightly. We were already destined to clash anyway. Suddenly Gutter spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone focused. Today they would conduct a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking very imposing. "Before starting the training, let's divide into groups. Each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 apprentice knight, totaling 54 groups. Mantip sighed. "I really don't want to be here. Why do I have to train with these guys?" Jin also agrees, and to this day, he still doesn't understand why he's here. Suddenly he had an idea. "Let's just do it and finish this. No matter what, we will win anyway," he replied. "That makes sense. If we include M's score, we'll form a team." Manip chuckled softly. "We will easily defeat them." Han felt sad inside. No one would choose to team up with him. "I'm known for having the lowest score." Lewin immediately approached and asked him to join your group. Han couldn't believe what he just heard. He asked to confirm, "Do you really feel okay about teaming up with me?" You smile. Why not? "You are my friend." Han felt deeply grateful for Lewin's actions. Where did Jason's son come from? That's a bit surprising. If we're choosing friends, I should also get some affection. Since you're Lewin's friend, you're also my friend, right? Are you thanking him? Jason asked. Your name is Han, right? Can we just talk casually from now on? Han quickly adapted to everyone. Lewin calmly said, "Our goal here is not just to score high," he said, crossing his arms. He glanced over at the group standing nearby, and Lewin said, "We need to deal with those troublesome people. They don't realize they're being watched and continue chatting happily as usual. When the team division is done, it's time for a short break." You ask, "Are you okay after being beaten up like that? I can take you to the infirmary if you'd like." "It's okay. I'm fine. No need to go anywhere." "Nice to meet you, but maybe it's not so good for you to act like you know me." "But I saw earlier that many people didn't like me." So when no one was around, Louis interrupted, as he had said before, "I am your friend, so you don't need to be cautious." "Was it him who disturbed you at the training center last night?" He didn't deny it. You check Mantip's information, and the system display shows him as a 4-star knight. Now Lewin also understands why Han was so afraid. You just glanced secretly at Manip. Lewin thought a blue aura surrounded Han's body as he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Although currently at 3 stars, he has already met the requirements for 4 stars, and with such potential, there is still plenty of room for growth. After some reflection, I will deal with that Manip guy soon. "And what about you?" The words you said caught him completely off guard. Lewin kept asking repeatedly, "Are you just going to let yourself be beaten all the time? Where is that determined look of yours when you protect your sister?" Han hesitated and asked, "Am I really capable of winning?" Seeing you say you can win only makes Han more confused. At this point, Manip can no longer bear to listen to their conversation. He couldn't accept the fact that he might be defeated, so he started insulting him harshly. Suddenly, Manip called Han over. At this point, he started to become cautious. Although scared, Han still dared to say he didn't want to. He grits his teeth. Standing next to him doesn't make you special, just a bunch of fools clinging to each other. Are you going crazy after being beaten all this time? Today, I will kill you myself. Seeing him draw his sword ready to fight, Lewin immediately stepped in to stop him. Han looked confused, not understanding his intention when one of them spoke up. "You're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard did." Lewin explains that today is not the day to face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out. "You rush in, let me handle this today." Manip's face turned bright red with anger. "Who the hell are you? Get lost now." Suddenly, someone ran up from nowhere and kicked him in the face. His kick was so fast that Gutter couldn't react in time. Lewin was very surprised by Gutter's appearance. He frowned but remained in the same attacking stance as before. Gutter asks Mantip about what just happened. He sits on the ground, hesitating for a moment. Mantip makes an excuse saying they started it and I did nothing wrong. He then points out the inconsistency, "So, are you drawing your sword to attack him?" "From today, you are dismissed from your position as Knight Captain, and the Vice Captain will temporarily take over. The punishment will be enforced as soon as you return to the Academy." When he couldn't find a reason, he switched to threats. "But if you dismiss me, my father won't let it go." Gutter's words left Mantip speechless. "I think so too, but when he finds out his son drew his sword at the Academy and even tried to kill someone, he might faint." Hearing that, he could only apologize. Lewin silently judged, pretending to be brave but actually terrified of his father dying. He frowned and watched Manip being scolded. It seems Lewin has drawn attention to himself. The first session of the training camp focused on combat and defense. Lord Gutter taught us how to exploit mages' weaknesses and the timing to counter their spells. Professor Haidu explains how to predict the knight's movements and how to effectively evade their attacks. Each group practices these techniques according to the instructions. Mantip scratched his head. He was already annoyed with Lewin, and now he had to train with people like him. Jin told him to just ignore it. On the surface he said that, but inside he didn't know what to do. John guessed, "Could it be that they want me to reveal all my strength in front of all the students?" After a tiring training session, Han wanted to take a break, and Lewin immediately agreed. Jia-san praised him as someone who doesn't know fatigue. "Lewin, I don't know if it's just the warm-up, but your words startled both of them. Where did Gutter come from? If you're not too tired, could you spare a moment for me?" "It seems like he's trying to confirm something," Lewin wondered. "What do you mean?" He explains that with this level of swordsmanship, learning it in such a short time couldn't have been self-taught. Unless you have an extremely skilled teacher, you immediately think of the image of the person who taught you. Mr. Gutter seems more perceptive than he appears. After explaining his reason, Gutter asked Lewin for a favor. He pointed his sword at him and challenged him clearly. "I want to duel you with swords." Lewin was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "Is this a joke? How can I possibly win against you? I've only been learning for a week." But it didn't require Lewin to win, which made the situation even more confusing for him. So what is it then? Turns out he wants Lin to teach the students here. Gutter explains that no one here has better swordsmanship skills than him, and suddenly he becomes the center of attention. But perhaps this is also a good opportunity for Lin. If he performs well here, he can seize the chance to assert his position. Lewin assumed a fighting stance and boldly said, "I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter." He smiled, impressed by your stance. As he finished speaking, Gutter charged straight at you. Seeing that he didn't hold back against Lin, the onlookers were all very surprised. They discussed that if that attack had hit, I wouldn't even be able to pick up my bones. But you were able to easily block that attack. Gutter's force was so strong that Lewin was pushed back. He doubted again and asked, "I find it hard to believe in your swordsmanship. I'll ask you once more. Where did you learn this sword technique? Gutter guessed that it was a name that couldn't be revealed. Lewin hesitated, unsure whether to tell him the truth or not. He thought about it, but it's not like that person was intentionally hiding anything, so it should be fine. After hesitating for a long time, Lewin finally decided to speak up. Mr. Bova Pan. Everyone there was surprised by what he said. A student wondered if Bova Payton was the legendary war god. The friend next to him replied, "No way, I heard he's already dead." While everyone else was panicking, Gutter remained very calm. He asked, "How did you get to know him?" Lewin replied, "Bova has retired and has been living in Ale ever since. He is the person I was with when I was young." Manip suddenly interrupted the conversation, accusing him of lying. He stepped forward aggressively and called out to Lewin, "Don't lie." Mantip yelled, "You said BVA Pawn was dead and you can't prove it's true either. I look annoyed. Why would I need to prove that? And don't call someone still alive dead." He still insists, but even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest person in the kingdom is still my father. Only now does Lewin realize that this is what Mantip was truly worried about. The strongest knight in the kingdom officially recognized is Mantip's father, Vengras Gagon, leader of the Golden Knight Squad. But if the legendary knight Bova Patton is still alive, the official hierarchy could be turned upside down. I knew that, so I didn't bother with him. Lewin expressed his opinion, "If you want to believe in that title, it's up to you. Lord Bova doesn't care about those trivial rankings." What you just said is like pouring oil on the fire. Mantip is extremely angry. He acted impulsively without thinking. "How dare you insult my father?" After hearing those words, Manip boldly challenged Lin. As he shouted loudly, "Come here and fight me now." He was hit on the head again. He seemed unable to believe what he just heard. "Are you really wanting to challenge me?" Mantip remained firm in his stance. Gutter immediately announced, "Okay, then the first match of tomorrow's training session will be Lewin's team against Manip's team. Does anyone object?" Neither of them refused. The next day, his voice echoed throughout the area. "Are you all ready? As I said yesterday, the first match will be between Lewin's team and Mantis's team." Jin calmly stepped forward and called Lewin's name. His expression clearly showed a teasing smile. "Are you all ready?" You look annoyed for him suddenly asking that. Jane was about to say something, but then stopped. Weir saw that and also started the fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards Lewin at lightning speed. "But you reacted in time. What kind of speed is this? What on earth is happening?" Lewin had never seen anyone move this fast before. He felt that everything that just happened was utterly ridiculous. How desperate must he be to win? Is he really bringing 6 relics with him? Last night at DH Manor. "Who's this?" "Lord Vengerus." Yoz greets the person in front of him. He also responded with a polite smile. "Long time no see, Commissioner Joss." At this moment, the two old men are talking to each other. One is the commander of the Golden Royal Knights, Vengra Gagan. He started by saying, "I heard about Jane. He was invited to teach at the academy as a representative of the former students, right?" The other person responded surprisingly when Principal Tryon Zignet personally invited the boy. "Is Mantip doing okay?" "That is Joss Gary Hill, the Royal Counselor of the Ladian Tower Council." Vengra helplessly speaks about Mantip. "It's fine, but it's causing too much trouble. It's really annoying. So I sent it to Gunter to be properly trained. It's probably at the academy now." Jaws looked serious as he explained his true purpose. "In fact, I came here on behalf of that academy's representative." Vengras asked in surprise. "So you mean the representative is Lewin Adele?" He recalled the rumor and continued speaking. The rumor spread so widely that even I remembered that name. I heard he won the tournament and even caught the attention of the Empire, but then his tone suddenly changed. A rustic outsider from Adele shouldn't have such an easy path. Joss chuckled in agreement. "We must make sure that someone like that doesn't lure the princes away, right? It's the loyal subjects who truly care about the kingdom." "Of course," Vengras whispered to Joss. "Do you have any plans?" He also whispered softly. "This time, my son and Mantip's team will fight Linadel. So, I was thinking, why not give Manip an artifact?" Vengras exclaimed in shock at Joss's suggestion. He continued in that coaxing tone, saying, "If you leave that necklace behind, I guarantee Manip will get it." Vengras sweat and whispered his question. "Are you suggesting we cheat?" But Joss doesn't care about Vengras' feelings right now. He placed his hand on Vengras' shoulder. "That's not the important thing right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a big problem, this is necessary. I have already given the relic to my son." Vengras was still hesitant, but when Joss finally launched his final move, the old man spoke in a deep voice. "Does the name Bova Payton sound familiar?" Vengras' face was now filled with only shock. "Why are you suddenly mentioning that name?" Joss frowned deeply, hearing that he was still alive and that he seemed to have taught swordsmanship to Lin in Adele. He continued, "While Vengras adjusts his collar, Lewin Adele, favored by the princes and trained in swordsmanship by the noble knight Bova Payton, if he defeats our son in the upcoming match, our position will be over." Hearing this, Vengras also made his decision. He handed the necklace around his neck to Joss, his voice still tinged with hesitation. All right, I hope this will bring good results. But where Vengrass isn't paying attention, Joss is smirking with satisfaction at having achieved his goal, still confidently saying the words. Of course it will be. All of this is for our kingdom. And next to the window frame, the two of them had reached a secret agreement with a dark and sinister plot. The next day, on the training ground, a man with long brown hair was smiling in a challenging manner. So how are you, Luanao? As I said, Jane continued casting spells at Luan. Are you that confident with such mediocre skills? That's really disappointing. Damn it, I knew they would cheat, but I didn't expect them to be this cowardly. Yahello, a level C mage with high potential, is now smirking mockingly at Luan and asks, "What are you still standing there for?" Luan shows his incredible strength. Otherwise, Manti would have beaten him to a pulp. As soon as the words finished, Manip charged at Luan with a wooden sword at incredible speed. Seeing this, Jae-sun, who was now tightly bound by the bright green energy, quickly shouted, "Luan, get out of the way!" At this moment, he stomps his foot hard on the ground, dispersing the green energy. With the push from his foot, Luan easily dodges Mantip's attack, but clearly the force of the strike is not light as it hits the ground and still sparks a fierce blaze. Luan was also amazed. What? How can a wooden sword be so durable? So, that sword is an artifact that Mantip received from Lord Vengrass, a sturdy protective amulet designed as a necklace for easy carrying, enhancing the weapon to make it sharper and more durable. Mantip felt pleased then. I missed my chance. I could have killed you. After saying that, he continued to swing his sword at Luan. This time, I will definitely kill you. Luan panicked. Seeing this, Luan quickly thought of another solution. If it's as hard as steel, then breaking through armor means that any object made of iron or steel can be destroyed unconditionally in one hit. You punch towards Manip's sword. The astonishing thing is that the sword, which was as hard as iron just now, easily broke in half after that strike. Of course, Mantip didn't expect this either. He stammered, asking how you did that, but at that moment Luan's fist swung again towards his face. To Jane's amazement, Manti, who had been standing there, was suddenly knocked back. He turned to see his teammate lying hurt on the ground. No way! Jin widened his eyes, wondering if this could really be happening. Although everyone was wearing relics, he was not pushed back at all. Luan rubbed his muscular arm from earlier. I was going to raise my hand against you if I could, but it's clear that wouldn't be effective. Since things have come to this point, I will fight seriously. At that moment, energy gathered in the fist that Luan raised. The leader of Qi Yi possesses a unique skill. Until the very last second of his strength, the first leader of Tianzon Huhan will stand behind you. Hun's soul appears above you, moving in sync with you. Outside the training ground, the spectators are also amazed by this scene. What the hell is that? Jin looked at where Luan was standing, his voice trembling and face filled with fear. No way? A demon? All around Luan, a fierce blaze now surrounds him, within which a huge, furious demon's figure can be seen. Punching wildly, everyone shouted for him to run as a demon ran away. Luan stepped forward, approaching the terrified Jaqen. Let's end this right now because I think the treasure alone isn't enough for you. Hearing that, Jaqen was even more stunned. But it seems Luan has no intention of explaining. He swings his hand as if crushing an ant. The flame with the soul of the star also mimics that move, using its finger to pull the necklaces around Jaqen's neck. Along with the force from the giant finger, the ancient necklaces fell to the ground one by one. The crowd around them started whispering and speculating. What? Is he serious? Senior Kin really used the relics? Using relics to fight against a junior? Hearing the whispers about himself, Jaqen was definitely unable to endure it. He was furious with a distorted face. You bastard, how long do you think you can hold out? Gary Hill won't sit still. But before he could finish, Luan interrupted Jane. He said Gary Hill wouldn't leave me alone, right? First is Meikle, then the eldest son Jine. Gary Hill. And then who? Could it be Lord Jaws Gary Hill himself? Hearing his father's name, Jaqen couldn't hold back and stood up, rushing toward Luan. What did you say? You dare to mention that name, you son of a bitch, and it's just more interruptions. Luan mercilessly snapped his fingers, a surge of power flashing through his forehead, causing him to fall backward. He didn't hold back and even criticized him. You're too noisy, just lie down and rest for a while, Chang asked while sitting on your shoulder. Are you sure about this? Luan asked blankly. What is going on? Is the demon really okay to reveal itself like this in front of everyone? Just look at the principal's face. He's completely shocked. At this moment, we see Principal Xnit has arrived and looks very surprised. But contrary to the panic we expected, Luan remains very calm. It's not like I can hide it forever, and Lai Trang agrees, right? Luan's eyes change. It seems he's thinking of something, secretly pondering that Jane has fallen, and Meikle appears to have fainted from shock after seeing the demon. He fainted and foamed at the mouth, enjoying the scornful or sympathetic looks from those around him. That meant the winner had been decided. Lin's gaze turns toward Gutter. He looks at the situation in front of him, clears his throat awkwardly, and just as the winner is about to speak, a loud shout suddenly rings out. Everyone was surprised and looked in the direction of the sound, and Lewin was no exception. The figure of the man approaching is Han, and he declares boldly like a challenge. The fight is not over yet. Han throws a wooden sword to Manip, who is sitting on the ground. "Did your sword just break?" "Then use this," he spoke as if issuing a challenge. "Pick up the sword and fight, Manip." Of course, that made Manip angry. "Are you really crazy? How dare you, you filthy commoner?" At this point, Manip paused again, his eyes widening as he recognized that sword. Perito's sword was obviously the one that Han was holding, emanating a familiar blue lightning-like energy of furious sparks. Perito, the holy sword, is a 4-star or higher swordsman, meaning someone who has mastered aura manipulation and possesses an aura that makes others tremble. 4-star knights have green auras. 5-star knights have red. All of those auras are wrapped around the body, clearly visible to others. From 6 stars onward, the aura gradually turns purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer confined to a specific color, but appears according to each knight's unique traits. However, it cannot be denied that they are very powerful at each level. The average level of apprentice knights is around 3 stars, and what surprises the crowd now is how someone as weak as Han could possibly do it. "Even I haven't mastered the aura yet. That's the gossip about Han. In other words, even among the official knights, many haven't reached 4-star level." Chang sat on Lewin's shoulder, expressionless and coldly asking, "Lewin, are you not going to stop now?" "Anyway, the match is over now, and even if you're still stunned, Lewin is determined not to give up. Just a little more to see." Inside, he thought to himself, "Finally, it's back again." Hansen's determined and furious gaze, hidden deep within his eyes as Mantip stands up and grabs the sword lying on the ground. "I won't accept this." Immediately, he charged forward like a madman and shouted loudly, "I will never accept this. You're just a cowardly commoner, and now you dare to say you can wield the aura?" The 2 wooden swords clash at the same time. After blocking the attack, Han is stunned by Mantip's words. "No way. No way a weakling like you can stand equal to me." That blow shattered Manti's sanity. All he can think about now is that Han humiliated him by being just a commoner who dared to stand equal to him. Mantip kept shouting loudly, showing his anger. "Just lie down on the ground where you belong." But Han still managed to block Mantip's attack. He sneered and still clung to that commoner logic? Mantip was surprised and asked back what. Obviously, he didn't expect Han to oppose him. At this moment, he also reveals his own anger. "You're just a lucky person born into a good family, a selfish, narcissistic nobody." This only accelerates Manip's descent into madness as he twitches the corner of his mouth, fighting and venting at the same time. "Are you crazy?" He stomped his foot hard on the ground. "All right then, Han." Immediately, Manip channels his power into the wooden sword in his hand. A blue aura also appears on the sword. "If you want to die, I'll help you achieve it." He jumps high and swings his sword toward Han, Manip shouting non-stop as if expressing his anger. "Die, you damn coward!" Lewin quickly rushed over and warned, sensing something was wrong. "Han, be careful. The crowd is also rushing to help." Weir couldn't help but curse the bastard Mantip as a huge collision erupted, accompanied by a blue light that obscured the surrounding view. Lewin stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with amazement, not expecting the scene unfolding before him. At this moment, in front of everyone, Han blocked Mantipe's attack and casually knocked him back, causing Mantipe's sword to fly out of his hand. Meanwhile, Manip could only shout curses at the bastard and stumble backward in shameful defeat, while Han landed safely with a very steady posture. His gaze at Mantip now looks like that of a defeated person trying to find a way out through insults. The 2 guys beside him quickly run over to Mantip. Manip calmed down. Damn it, is he unconscious now? The crowd was bustling, asking each other what just happened. Too fast. Did Han defeat Manip? But Han was now a bit surprised by what he had just done. Clearly, he didn't expect himself to be capable of doing that. Lewin rushed over and anxiously asked, "Are you okay, Han?" But then he froze, and narrowing his eyes, looked at Han and asked, "Han looked at your sword." Following Lewin's gesture, Han also glanced down at his own sword. "My sword?" At this moment, the glow of the blade has changed from blue to red. This means Han has become a 5th-level swordsman. The red glow of the sword blazes like the current aura of its owner. At night in the royal castle, as expected, you are truly impressive. Principal Lewin Xni is walking with Lewin and can't help but praise Lin. "I had a hunch, but I didn't expect you to defeat a senior graduate student." Lewin clenched his fists upon hearing Xni say that. "You only had a gut feeling?" Sid exclaimed, looking a bit surprised. Lewin continued to expose the truth. "It was the principal himself who called Jake and Gary Hill from the very beginning. Didn't you already foresee this outcome from the beginning?" At this point, Zit can no longer hide it. He sighed. "Oh no, I've been exposed. I wanted to use this chance to teach him humility, but it seems only to fuel his hatred. Hearing that, is Lewin just someone confused and full of hatred? Explain more clearly. Rumors about this fight have reached the capital because you defeated the heir of the Gary Hill family. The nobility are saying that this could be the downfall of their house. Indeed, rumors can travel hundreds of miles in a day, especially among the unpredictable nobility. Principal Ignite imagines Joss's face as he speaks, and Joss Gary Hill will surely do everything to restore his family's honor. That means you could be in danger soon. The two of them hurried toward a poorly lit staircase. Nit continues explaining, "As a principal, I can't let my students be in danger. That's why we came here. The staircase leading down to the academy's basement is dark and mysterious, just like the place it leads to." XN breaks Lewin's suspicion. A few days ago, Kingram woke up from hibernation. The first thing he said after waking was that he smelled the scent of his kind. The voice echoed, making Lewin uneasy. He clenched his fists tightly, trying not to reveal his nervousness. Xnit signaled, "Now we just need to go downstairs." Kingram is waiting with a gift. Both of them are hesitating, not rushing to step down. "Why don't you ask about it? What are you curious about?" Lewin was unafraid to ask about what he wondered about. "I suddenly appeared with a fairy on my back. There is no magic like that in this world. Aren't you curious at all?" Hearing Lewin's doubt, he only smiled kindly, whether he appeared with a demon on his back or carrying a head of Lin. "The Lewin Adele I know has always been someone I trust, and that's all I need." Hearing the reassuring answer, Lewin smiled and responded with thanks. Ixnit signaled that it's time to go down. "Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time." After a moment of walking down, Lewin finally reached a large, dark door, and summoning all his courage, pushed it open and stepped inside. The large door automatically closed behind Lewin as he took a few steps inside, with only the sound of slow, heavy footsteps echoing in the silence. Voice breaks the silence. "It's been a long time since I saw the little destroyer." Lewin also smiled confidently. "It has been a long time." Kingram and the name of that creature are spoken, and a giant figure appears before him. It is a rare spirit with long ears and large fangs, and Kingram is sitting on a throne-like chair facing the one approaching. Kingram, still in shock, said, "I can't believe I can still smell the kinship from my mountain ancestors from you. I can even sense the breath of my father, Monza. If you can, tell me everything from start to finish." Lewin happily agrees, "Of course. I will tell you everything. You have already told Kingram all about what happened on Mount Sky and how you created a masterpiece from Kun Khan's jawbone." After hearing everything, Kingram burst out laughing. "You challenged hundreds of star spirits to a fistfight? That's reckless." Lewin still confidently boasted that he didn't just arm wrestle with hundreds of people, but actually won against hundreds. Kingram was also very pleased. "That's right, my lineage must have had its time to indulge. I used to think I would be trapped in this creation forever, and then just disappear. But now I can hear news from So Huang. You bastard. I really thank you. You truly are my blessing, my savior." As Kingram's final words echoed, the system immediately sent a notification to Lin. Unlocking the achievement, you look at the notification board with surprise. Your title has been upgraded from Elf Friend to Elf Lord. The power has increased by 1,000, and the embodiment of strength has reached 5-star level. The human transformation skill is now available, and your companion's help increases your strength by 500 points. At the same time, Kingram also announced that from now on you will be the embodiment of Draca, my benefactor, and the only human the mountain elves trust. This is the gift I want to give you. Lewin is still stunned, with his strength stat immediately reaching 7,000. Trang has already achieved 5 stars. Trang now appears, looking very satisfied from eating delicious food, and she didn't expect to get 5 stars earlier than she thought. While Lewin was still trying to get his bearings, it leapt down to the ground, adopting a fierce tiger face. "I'm already tired of being trapped in this small body for so long. Do you know how bored it is?" As soon as it finished speaking, its whole body emitted dazzling streams of light. The amount of light emitted was as strong as a small sun shining across the entire space, and the energy was so intense that he had to cover his face and stand firm. He was very curious about what kind of show it was doing. After the light disappeared, a graceful long-haired brunette appeared. A charming girl turned to Lewin and asked, "It's amazing, isn't it, Lewin? This is the moment I've been waiting for all along." A pretty girl with a clever smile walks straight up to you and says, and that is Sang's human form. Since Lewin met Kingram, he has received 2 rewards. The first is the authority to command like a clan leader, allowing you to order the elves as a lord, and the power to summon the elves. The second is the privilege to summon Kingram, who must stay at this academy for the rest of his life. But this ability can only be used once. When I parted ways with Kingram, he told me that I could only summon him in a life-or-death situation. But Ta ignored that, and Lin's face was now contorted with annoyance because of the sharp, continuous laughter from someone. Trang, in her human form, screaming and jumping around in all sorts of ways, was the most amazing. What is she then? The moment Trang transforms into a human, everyone can see her. When Lewin realizes Chang is a girl, he is so shocked he can't speak. "So you really are a girl?" Chang replied uncomfortably. "How many times do I have to tell you before you believe it? I thought you were lying." Lewin hesitated, then spoke. Then Tyan bombarded him with questions, asking how one person could go underground, and now there are two. So, what now? And in Lewin's mind, only 3 words were running through his head. Destroy myself. Then you decide to tell Tyrion everything that happened from start to finish. After hearing the story, Tyrion drew his own conclusion. "With my humble knowledge, can I consider you as a soul?" Trang replied calmly. "Close enough. More precisely, I am an incarnation." Lewin stands in the middle, unable to hide her worry. Is that explanation really enough? Trang confidently states that we are an inseparable symbiotic relationship, with Lewin behind her, her heart pounding, and her legs trembling. Hey, why are you speaking so disrespectfully to the principal? So she's even more arrogant now. I will live longer than this old man. And that statement left you speechless because it made you realize it was true. Dyron looked at her with concern. Since she came here through Kingram and has become a high-level disciple of Lewin, I will arrange a place for her to stay at the academy. After hearing that, Trang shamelessly asked, "So do you have any interesting plans?" "Of course I do." The scene shifts to the campus area, and the surprised voices of everyone echo out, as they are all utterly bewildered by the appearance of a new character. "Lewin, you mean you have a cousin and she's transferring schools today?" Everyone's voice is filled with shock. "Looks like the principal's clever plan is here." Trang smiles warmly. Trang Adele is pleased to serve. Lewin, feeling helpless, stands awkwardly in the corner. "Oh yeah, she's also a senior student in the same class as me. So our group of friends ended up causing a commotion in the final year class again." "So you just said she's younger than us earlier?" You stammered in response. "She skipped a grade. She's a genius." And then the murmurs of admiration spread again, as a polite person extended their hand to greet. "Nice to meet you, miss." It's none other than Jia-san with blonde hair, kneeling and introducing himself as Lewin's close friend. "Miss, if you haven't learned about the academy yet, would you like to take a quick tour?" Trang simply replied curtly. "Who is this?" Louis looks at the scene helplessly, wondering. "So, what is it planning to do next?" And then Jason's son kept inviting Mok Trang to hang out with him. "She wants to go see the school cafeteria, but they don't have the awesome bread at all. I don't like bread." "Go away. So you like watching the sea?" "That's very beautiful." They keep calling each other like that without noticing Lewin's rapidly changing expression. "As long as everything is okay, right?" Suddenly someone called out their name, making him turn quickly to see who it was. Lewin immediately recognized that it was Han. "Oh, right. Today is the day you're leaving, right?" Han replied happily. "That's right. I'm here to say goodbye. You feel a bit regretful that the two of you have to part ways again. You also promised to visit Foreign in the future." Han, of course, was very happy and assured you would always be welcome there. "Actually, Han has one more request. Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, I'll come to A." You also happily replied, "Of course you can visit anytime you want." But Han's voice grew a little deeper. "Actually, I didn't just want to visit you. I want to become a knight," and A. Lewin was quite surprised to hear that. "You have to ask again. Are you serious?" Han replied with the same steady voice. "Yes, I want to do something meaningful like protecting AL City, for example. Since you will also be the leader there, I kindly ask for your permission." Lewin is truly happy to have a friend like you. You smile warmly and reply, "Of course, thank you, Han." And then the atmosphere was stirred up the moment someone spoke out loud. "Oh, come on. Are you two planning to keep this secret from me too?" Jae-sun hugs Lin tightly and says loudly, including me as well. I also want to go to IL. I'll handle the chores like washing dishes and cleaning, and I will stay with the young lady." Lewin's house suddenly turns cold as she splashes water on Ja-sun. "I never said you would go there," and Ja-sun is left speechless. Then he immediately started whining at Lin. "That's really mean. I know you're just joking, right?" Everyone just laughs happily like it's a good harvest. Lewin felt a strange sense of worry rising inside him. So all his friends would go to AEL after graduation. But I'm not sure if that's the right idea. All I know is that the future in Ale will become more and more exciting. The scene now shifts to the capital Jae-Ledian of Lediandui, where a man is shouting loudly in utter despair. "It's over. I've lost everything. Do you know how much money I poured into this, Mr. Vengerous? But even a common knight in training managed to defeat Manip? So did Gary Hill. Even the eldest son, Jack King Gary Hill, was defeated by the famous Lewin Adele. So Gary Hill's era is basically over. To better understand the era of Gary Hill, his lineage has maintained a reputation as a powerful magic family, and the Vengerous Jaren house is respected as the home of the strongest knights in the Empire, mainly because they have always received support from the noble faction throughout the ages. But what will happen if that support disappears? So right now, that man is still acting very confidently. Even now, your family remains the top, but when your son's generation becomes the pillars of the country, the glorious era will surely come to an end. The other man found these words convincing, and agreed. Then the solution is clear. We have to switch sides. We must switch our support to AO immediately. Suddenly, another person's voice entering the hall interrupted them, but Mr. Adele, the current head of the family who never accepts money, responded sharply. Come on, who doesn't like money? Just look at Gary Hill's house. And before he could finish his sentence, that man's cold voice rang out again. Are you referring to me? At that moment, everyone inside suddenly realized who that man was. Dongthan shouted loudly. Commissioner Joss George, with a very serious expression, asked. It seems everyone was having quite a cheerful conversation. Who, exactly, was shouting earlier about which side to join? They all looked terrified and hurriedly explained. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't realize you overheard. Joss questioned again. Are you just slipping up? So, if I'm not here, everyone plans to keep talking nonsense until the end of the day, huh? The old man's eyebrows now knit tightly together as he speaks in a deep voice. Listen carefully, everyone. Since Lady Dian's founding of the nation, the Gary Hill family has always held power, and history never lies, so those silly things everyone is worried about will never happen. Seeing that deceitful attitude, he couldn't help but feel furious, silently grinding his teeth as he thought of the name Lewin Adello. I had planned to use his reputation as a stepping stone for Jackin and Meekle's names, but in the end, he trampled on my honor like this. His face is pale with determination to kill it at any cost. Back at the academy, everyone is on a train heading to the capital. In the second semester, this is also an important class. A special session will be held with a direct visit to the Wizard Tower and the Royal Palace. At that time, students could observe and learn from the current wizards, so everyone was extremely excited. Chong is also very interested in this and wondered, so in the end, we will finally meet Joss Gary Hill, right? Lewin just sighed softly and replied gently, maybe. His attitude is like that because he understands that although the purpose of the lesson is interesting, recently, the owner of the Gary Hill house has been extremely resentful of Lewin. Going to the capital means entering the enemy's territory and making it easier for him to manipulate the royal mages. Of course, this would put Lin at a complete disadvantage. While he was still sitting there pondering the immediate dangers, Chang asked if that Joss Gary Hill was strong. But even Lewin himself isn't sure. All he knows from the information is that he is a 7th-tier mage, like the principal. Chang, after hearing that, showed a bit of an attitude. A 7th-tier mage? Snap, if it were me before, I would snap my fingers and be done. Lewin doesn't think like that. I'm not sure how strong Trang was before, but dealing with a 7th-tier mage won't be easy. The principal's power is at the 7th tier, and the truth is I can't see any information even from a player's perspective, so I definitely can't let my guard down when entering the capital area. In just a moment, the announcement over the train intercom also announced that the next station would be J. Ryden, the capital of the Ryden Kingdom, so soon after, all the students could see the tall, beautiful buildings lined up closely with great excitement. As the train stopped at the station, everyone quickly disembarked, unable to hide their excitement at the luxurious and new sights of the city. Only Lewin remained worried, gazing at the prosperity and softly murmuring, "Indeed, this is the capital." In his heart, Lewin sarcastically thought that it was all so superficial and unsuitable for a small country like this. As the three of them stood there, hesitating and gazing around, suddenly a figure appeared nearby and called out, "Principal, long time no see." Surprisingly, Tyrion's reaction was not at all pleased. He even frowned and asked back, "What would make you personally come all the way here?" Chairman Jaws and he is the person Trang and Louis kept mentioning all along the way. Jaws Gary Hill, he is coming here with a group of people. Old Jaws also didn't seem to mind, replying with a slightly mocking tone, asking what I came here for. Shouldn't that be a bit serious? Since the future generation of our kingdom is coming to the capital to study as the protector of this land, I should step forward to greet them, right? Actually, there's another reason. He directly approached someone very close, standing right in front of Lin. And Joes lowered his voice to say, "I still want to see how well the younger generation has grown up, enough to make my children fail so miserably. You must be Lewin Adele, right?" Jose's eyes blazed with rage and murderous intent, glaring directly at Lewin. The two of them faced each other, their eyes locked like sparks flying, especially Lewin. He felt as if a snake was tightly coiled around his body in that gaze, but at the same time, he noticed something very strange. Joss Gary Hill is known as a 7th-tier mage, but from the player's perspective, Lewin sees that he is only a 6th-tier mage. So how could he have fooled everyone? And suddenly Louis's gaze fell on the suspicious items on Josh Gary Hill's body. And amidst his surprise, Lewin gradually confirmed his suspicions. Are those magical artifacts he's wearing on his hands? Oh, I see. He's just like his father. Thinking of that, Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. When Joe saw Lewin suddenly smirk, suspicion flickered again in his hostile gaze. "Are you so happy about something?" Lewin ignored the angry look and simply turned away, replying briefly, No, it's nothing. I'm leaving now, but immediately after Lord Joss's hand grabbed Lin and cast a spell to stop him from leaving. The way he spoke still carried a hint of threat. Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished talking to you yet. I'm asking what you're laughing at. Seeing the old man losing control like that, Lai's face briefly showed surprise, but inside he was also burning with anger. Suddenly, Tyrion's voice interrupted. President Josh, he's my student, so please stop. Trung standing nearby couldn't hold back either, her face furious as she muttered curses at that crazy bastard. But what has Josgary Hill been holding in all this time? He directly glared and said sternly, Please don't interfere, headmaster. You may be the principal at the academy, but my student is now in the capital area, which means I have full authority and responsibility over him. Tyrion also did not show mercy, so you should know that if anyone abuses their power to oppress my innocent students, I will never allow it to happen. After hearing those words, old Jos burst out laughing loudly. Are you planning to just go back like that? Well, I guess so. Our esteemed principal always acts like this. Do you think I don't know anything? It was you who planned to humiliate my son in front of all the students by luring him outside. Is it because you're still resentful that I was chosen to be the guardian of the nation and not you? That is truly a disgusting display of envy. Those false words have really made Tyrion angry. He shouted Josgary Hill's name and unleashed his overwhelming power directly, clearly showing his fighting spirit towards the audacious Jos. Everyone around could clearly feel a fierce gust of wind blowing through the square, but the source of the energy emanating from Principal Tyrion remained unseen. Jos looked on with a contemptuous expression. So you want to go all out with me? Then let's do it tomorrow. Suddenly, Lewin, standing next to Jos, turned and said something out of the blue, catching him off guard for a moment. Lewin calmly looked at him with a sneer and continued, I answered your earlier question. I laugh because I see something very interesting. I haven't seen anyone wear as many rings as you do, but my seniors McCole and Jackal also seem to really like jewelry. Maybe everyone who is wealthy shares the same hobby. Hearing this, Josgary Hill's face slightly paled as he wondered if Lewin was discovering something. After a while, he hurriedly explained that there was no reason for anything here. Maybe we are all just careless people, each wearing a lot of jewelry. At this point, he also let go of Luis while you just nodded politely in agreement. Then Josgary Hill quickly changed the subject, and by the way, Dean Tyrion should just stand aside and observe this tour. From today on, I will be in charge of all these classes. The arrogant tone of the old man really annoyed Teacher Tyrion, but he decided not to argue further with him. After saying those words, old Jos angrily turned away without waiting for anyone to speak, and as a result, the city tour could hardly be called a tour anymore. Josgary Hill announced he would be in charge of the entire itinerary and disappeared without a trace as soon as the group entered the palace, replaced by a senior mage who guided them. Although the tour wasn't very impressive, overall the atmosphere wasn't too bad. All the students seemed very excited to admire the surrounding architecture. Both Trang and Lewin felt the same thing, and Lewin even sensed it the moment he stepped in here. It was clear that those elders had no intention of hiding their surveillance of Lewin. After a long day of sightseeing, all the students begin to return to the hotel area for the night. Lewin and Trang are watching from the window of their room. Look over there, Chang, you said, and it was very surprising to see a familiar figure standing there at the window all this time. Isn't it that old man who's been staring at us from over there all this time? That's right, he's there and he's been following us back to this place, Lewin replied. Chang suspiciously turned to look at Lewin. What is it? I've sensed something strange all along. What is this old man planning? But Lewin quickly clarified that it was just an illusion. Trang suddenly realizes that it's illusion magic. So Lewin patiently explained that I could sense a very faint mana energy surrounding this place. He must have created illusions around this area using illusion magic, making the scenery on the other side, or even the people passing by now, all fake. But that's not all. He also used blocking magic to isolate this place from the outside world. Chang scratched his head and felt guilty after hearing that. Honestly, I didn't realize it until now, which is pretty frustrating. Even after successfully transforming into a human form, my current power still falls far short of my original, primal strength. Lewin's face was still grimacing. He was extremely cautious because he had anticipated this situation beforehand, but he didn't expect Elder Jos to act so quickly. Suddenly, the elder who was still standing there started running frantically. Trang shouted, "Hey, he's running away!" But since Lewin had already guessed the situation, he immediately realized that he was just being lured outside. In a confined space like this, Lewin was definitely the one with the advantage. That old man also knows that Lewin doesn't want his friends to get hurt, so they will definitely have to fight somewhere else. The elder's name, according to the information Lewin read, is Hyangary Hill, a 6th-level mage. If it's just that one person, I can handle him. It's just that with enough magic energy to create such a large illusion, he probably isn't the only one. According to Lewin's prediction, the enemies could be up to 223 or even more. hiding, and waiting for him. If they are all 6th-tier mages, Lewin's chances of winning this battle are extremely slim. The more dire it gets, the more Lewin feels a bad premonition rising, and he's really considering using his ultimate move. Chang saw Lewin suddenly stand up and asked, "So you're leaving now?" Lewin replied grimly, "Yes, I have to go down there." With fierce determination, Lewin strode forward, leaving behind only a comment. Tonight might be a long night. Rewinding a few hours earlier, someone slammed their fist down on the table, accompanied by a furious roar. "What's wrong with you guys? I'm the one who personally organized this meeting." Then he told me that only this many people would show up, Josh said, his face showing extreme anger, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him. The person sitting in front of him could only stammer and explain that everyone had deliberately avoided the meeting, but he immediately questioned whether they were still afraid of Lewin, even though you had left today. He continued to complain that normally this conference room would be full of people, but now there were only 4 lonely figures with the long, broken table in front of him, seeming to prove his point. Inside Josh's heart, he silently cursed Lewin for ruining all his plans. His teeth clenched tightly, his anger ready to explode. Then Joe sighed softly to himself and said that those people would have to regret it. After that, he assigned the task to someone else, and the person responded that the night patrol team was all theirs, so any violence would be fine. Joes continued to ask how the mission he assigned was going, and Vengrass replied that they had sent assassins to Lynn's place. According to Vengrass's plan, when night falls, the assassins will break into the mansion and take Lewin's head, followed immediately by a discussion about Lewin's family's death. It seems they believe that Lewin will definitely die at the hands of the henchmen among that crowd. Vengrass coldly said with a fierce expression on his face, "Bovapon will also have to disappear." Elsewhere, under the starry night sky, cozy houses are clearly visible, with a figure standing silently in the quiet space. Bova was lost in thought, feeling strangely at ease, as the image of Lewin defeating Jakin appeared in his mind. He silently thought that because of that victory, you caught the attention of the nobles, not to mention the Gary Hill family also had to give up easily. Then, Father Lewin's voice echoed in Bova's mind, telling him that if he encounters anyone suspicious, he must report it to him immediately. That made Bova more cautious, but suddenly his train of thought was interrupted. He saw a servant carrying something and approached him to start a conversation. After Bova's inquiry, he said he was planning to go home. Then Bova asked him if anyone suspicious had been seen today. He hesitated and thought for a moment before replying that he saw a group of merchants, but they didn't trade anything and just stayed in one place. According to his memory, the suspicious figures in black cloaks appeared. Hearing that, Bova immediately thought that the assassins had disguised themselves as merchants and had now disappeared after entering the territory. His face furrowed with worry. Immediately afterward, the servant continued to worry, saying that those people were armed with swords, so B should also be careful. But before he could finish, B rushed ahead, leaving him behind. The servant froze in place, thinking that he probably didn't need to worry anymore. At the Ale estate, darkness was silent and still. The assassins had already hidden in the bedroom and were discussing the assassination plan. One of them, seeming impatient, replied with a very bored tone. But at that moment, a loud noise rang out, and in front of the 2 assassins in the bedroom was a fallen comrade lying on the ground. They stood there in shock, not understanding what was happening, then immediately realized that BVA was standing right at the door, with a sharp spear in hand and his foot on the enemy's corpse, like a war god. His eyes widened with anger, then his voice turned cold. "Do you realize where you've just broken into?" The assassins panicked, wondering how BVA managed to find them here. With a reluctant grunt, they raised their swords to fight, knowing hiding was useless against him. But unlike the fear of the others, one of them confidently drew his sword and claimed this was an advantage because they could kill B right away. Immediately after, the entire group of assassins rushed to attack BVA, but he remained unfazed. This is a group of assassins hired by Vengra to kill, at least 6 stars in level. Bova understands that well. He is a 7-star knight who has already laid down his sword, which is why people assume Bova's skills are no longer what they used to be. However, that was a deadly mistake as Bova's spear shone with a dazzling light, and his solitary figure faced the snarling assassins as his voice rang out, "All of you, come at me." In an instant, countless spears flashed like lightning, and Bova's spear danced through the assassins as if no one was there, knocking them all back. No one had time to resist as they all fainted with their eyes rolling back. A cry of pain burst from the assassin's mouth. He was thrown down, causing the stone floor to shatter. That assassin couldn't believe that Bova only had 7 stars. They once defeated more than 10 7-star knights of the Empire, but in front of him, they are truly weak. As he was confused, Bova stepped forward and asked him, "Do you know why I no longer train my spear skills?" Seeing Bova, his eyes widened in horror. He faintly guessed Bova's true level. In front of him, he stood majestically and said that his spear skills had been perfected to the utmost level. The assassin couldn't help but think that this person must have reached the 8-star level. A hitman from behind BVA swung his sword in a surprise attack, but with just one thrust, blood poured out like a waterfall. Every strike pierced through his head, leaving him hanging suspended in midair by BVA. The terrifying scene made the remaining assassin let out a cry of fear, then immediately cursed Vangra for deceiving them about Bova's true strength. If they had known in advance, even if paid more, they wouldn't have taken this assassination. It was because of that curse that Bova realized Vengras was the mastermind. In an instant, the assassin realized he had spoken out of turn and couldn't help but curse. Before he could say more, Bova's hand clenched his neck and told him to go back and say to Vengras, "Never set foot in Adele again." Bova's face was extremely fierce, threatening the assassin so that he could only tremble in silent fear. In another place, the houses on the street are still lit up. Footsteps are heard approaching, and a young man's silhouette is heading towards the black-clad figure. He realized you and sneered, because in the end, you still decided to come here. Immediately after, the image of Lewin and the young woman appeared. At the same time, the words of the man in black also confirmed the identity of the boy and the person he was bringing to the gateway of death. Lewin told the man in black that he didn't want to die at all, but the man in black only sneered that it was just his own wish. In reality, everything never revolves around just one person. Suddenly, another group of people appeared and surrounded Lewin's team. He glanced at them and thought to himself that there were about 7 people here, which was quite a number, and made Lewin's face show signs of worry. Right in front of you, the black-clad man, after extinguishing the fire in his hand, arrogantly said, "Let me give you some advice. If you want to live long, stay quiet." As soon as he finished, flames appeared on the hands of the others as well. Lewin and Trang stay alert, ready to fight at any moment. All the others are already on the attack, their eyes fixed on Lewin as the black-clad man continues speaking. And now, you only have one future left. Die, Lewin AL! A deafening explosion erupts around Lewin, engulfing everything in a blazing fire. The black-clad man chuckled satisfied at the scene, silently bidding farewell to Lewin, but then moments later his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Both Lewin and Trang, who were supposed to be dead, are standing unharmed in front of him. The black-clad man believes they cannot survive such an attack, but in reality, things turned out completely different from what he had imagined. Lin's lips curled into a smug smile. He said there are creatures in this world that are like what he described, beings that can never die. With Lewin's confident gaze, Trang's steadfast figure standing before him became even clearer, and in his mind, the image of a cub bear also appeared. Deep in his heart, Lewin thought that transformation could never die, and the only way to make that helpless Trang powerless was to kill him. You have made a pact with it. Then you used your unique skill to summon Kun Khan, a terrifying fire controller, and raised your fist against those people, once again affirming that you do not want to die here. Lewin swung his fist toward the black-clad figure with such a terrifying aura that even Chang had to dodge in surprise. That punch carries the power of Kun Khan, making it incredibly strong. A deafening roar echoes, but Lewin's face remains cold and unmoved. He told himself that with this much he wouldn't be overwhelmed, but suddenly he felt a chill down his spine. Lewin was startled and froze, then turned around to look behind him. Louis Y realized someone was grabbing his leg. That person laughs and says, "As if victory is certain, no matter how strong you are." The face of the black-clad figure appears before Lewin. He cast a dark spell on you and claimed that you would die. Immediately, Lewin's mind also echoed the name of this magic. Dark water seal magic. Images of people in black cloaks appear with deep blue magic lights. Accordingly, a line of thought appears. Those who practice forbidden black magic are shunned by mages and called witches. Among them, the water seal spell was created by the water's original witch. It is a magic that drains life and is also the most infamous spell. A terrifying black orb appears in a wizard's hand in his mind. Returning to reality, Lin grits his teeth in pain. You never thought you would face dark magic. Now, the situation has turned around, and Lewin is under the control of the water mages. He grits his teeth as he looks at his leader, a sadistic smile on his face as he watches Lewin being captured and whispers that he will have to die. But that hypocritical facade doesn't last long. He reverts to his true nature and reveals that he had always intended to kill Lewin. The person you are holding down with his subordinates believes that now your friends won't be able to help anymore. That smug attitude made me grind my teeth in anger. A furious scream escaped my mouth as my sharp gaze seemed ready to cut the person in front of me to pieces. He calmly stands in front of Trang and Lewin, who are restrained, gently provoking Lewin with the cruelest words that make him fear and refuse to believe. "Don't be sad. You won't be reborn into loneliness. Because at this moment your father and your sister must have already died." Those words were so cruel that Lewin froze in shock. Your mind feels like it's shattering, but the leader still refuses to stay silent and calmly stabs the knife into Lewin's heart. "If you knew, you wouldn't be standing here. Why oppose the one who entrusted you when you can't win?" It seems he was sure that Lewin's life would end here, so his words were fearless, unaware of what he was about to face. He intended to continue speaking, but his words were cut off by Lewin's hand. The magic covering your hand and that hand squeezing his head. Within a moment, Lewin broke free from his bonds, and now he is the one holding the life or death of the leader. He couldn't believe that Lewin had escaped the water seal and was desperately holding onto his hand. Lewin's increasing strength in his hand left him unable to utter a word, only screams of pain and bloodshot eyes showing how terrible his suffering was. With a terrifying explosion, his head was crushed by Lewin, blood splattering everywhere, but his face remained unchanged, only filled with raging fury. Seeing that terrifying image, the others froze in place, silently watching their leader fall, with Lewin's cold figure standing out among them. At this moment, he looked at his hand, blood staining his body, as if Lewin had decided to let go of something. At the same time, a massive green-black foot heavily stomped onto the ground. Accordingly, it was announced that Lewin had used the unique skill to summon Kingram. Kingram's shadow loomed over the wounded remnants, while a cold voice of Lewin echoed in their ears. "You have crossed a line you should not have crossed. Don't be too sad. This is what you chose." Kingram and Lewin stand tall before them, full of pressure. Now their lives are completely in your hands. In the terrified faces of the witches, Lewin's only lingering thought is one thing: killing. The current you is just like the world destroyer Draka from the past. Lewin only wants to slaughter everyone in front of him. The terrifying embodiment of Kingram is also reflecting that very thought of yours. Kingram asked Lewin what he called him up here for. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red hue stained with calamity. Lewin himself was now swept away by his rage. "All you want is to slaughter the people in front of you into pieces." As soon as he gets the answer, Kingram swings his sword powerfully. He ordered Lewin to attack the witches. In front of him, they are so small that they can only run away, nothing else. With a single powerful blow, Kingram seems to tear through space itself, while at the same time Lewin rushes forward like the wind. He is relentlessly hunting down the savage witches. Amidst their continuous screams and shouts, Lewin's fists keep swinging, while the witches can only run and wait for death. Lewin's fist punches through the stomach of one of them, dragging him like a kite caught on a string. Deep down, he could never forgive these people. He only wanted to kill them all. Now in Lewin's eyes there is no longer reason, only killing. He doesn't care what his fists are destroying or who his magic is killing. He only knows how to kill endlessly, with each punch of Lewin causing one person after another to fall to the ground, overwhelmed by his rage. At that moment, Trang's voice rang out, her hand stopping Lin from recklessly losing control. Behind them, there were cries of pain and scattered bodies. Chang is trying to wake you up and telling Lin that you should stop your rage, but even as he is dying, a mocking wizard nearby says that now Lewin is just as crazy as we are. His words only made Lewin more furious. He told Trang to let go so he could kill him. Unlike Luis, Chang is much more rational and explains that Bova is far stronger than he thought, so nothing is happening to the Adele household right now. But if Lewin loses himself, he will end up like Draka. Trang's reminder briefly calms Lewin, and in his mind, he images a fierce dragon roaring over scattered corpses beneath its feet. That was a Draka driven mad by her own power, ending up as a destroyer of the world. Chang believed that Lewin wouldn't meet the same fate as Draka, but the current situation made Chang doubt even his own words. Trang's head drooped, unable to meet your gaze. Sensing Trang's worry, Lewin fell silent for a moment before apologizing. "Finally, you have regained your senses." After calming down, Lin forced the survivor to reveal what happened in Adele. Trang also looked at him coldly, but he only said that he would regret listening to it. Despite his severe injuries, he still smiled. He said that the team sent to Ale was the invisible Shadow Squad, composed of 6-star assassins, and 5 of them were sent to the Lewin family estate. That's why he's certain that all of Lewin's relatives are now dead. But before he could finish speaking, he was pierced through the body with an arrow, ending his life completely. From afar, Jaz's figure was approaching, the corpse of the one who just fell before him. He looked disappointed, not expecting that Gary Hill's high-ranking subordinate couldn't handle a famous guy like Lewin. As soon as he saw the old man, Lewin angrily questioned why he dared to lay a hand on his family, but then a sudden shiver ran through Lewin's body, leaving him frozen in place. At the same time, Josh claimed that it was Lewin himself who brought this upon himself for not remaining silent and instead provoking them. Lewin and Trang both collapsed under the terrifying pressure. You realize immediately that it is dark magic. Lewin roars in anger, unable to believe that Josh would use dark magic. Because if this gets exposed, he will have to go into hiding. but Jos remains completely unfazed, a smirk on his face, while his hand controlling the magic clenches tightly. For him, if Lewin dies here, it won't matter to him. The situation is extremely dangerous. Lewin clenched his teeth because he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Kingram's summoning time had run out. He is now completely at a disadvantage. In contrast, Jos sneers, and from the magic circles he summoned countless sharp spears. Jos decides to end Lewin's life. As the sharp spears fly towards him, Jos condemns Lewin, while he can only watch them approach because dark magic has paralyzed him. But deep down, he does not give up. His will remains strong. In an instant, a deafening explosion filled the air with dust covering everything. Lewin was surprised and confused, looking ahead. It turns out that the person standing in front of Lewin is the principal himself, who created a barrier to protect them from Jos's attack. He was completely surprised by Tyrion's appearance. Jos couldn't understand how he was there. Tyrion called out his name in a stern voice. He was backlit, so his face was unclear, but one thing was certain. He was extremely angry. Tyrion's entire body emits a terrifying surge of magic that makes Jos extremely terrified. The surrounding space becomes hazy and unreal. That is because Jos's barrier is designed to prevent outsiders from knowing what is happening inside, but it only affects ordinary people and cannot hide the presence of abnormal mana like Tyrion's. Right now, he is extremely furious. And at the same time, the weakness of the illusion field is exposed, that if a mage more powerful than Niamphep appears, the illusion will be destroyed instantly. Just like now, Jos's illusion field is continuously shaking. Cracks are appearing on the surface of the illusion, accompanied by the sound of breaking. But Jos was not afraid. Instead, he provoked Tyrion because if he destroyed the illusion realm, the entire capital would be destroyed as well. But Tyrion calmly spoke, and said that the only one harmed here was himself. He explained that he had created a barrier to protect the capital, and then accused Jos of using dark magic and harming his disciple. Jos is terrified and unwilling because of Tyrion's words. Then he raises his hand to execute punishment on the culprit Jos. He decided to punish him himself. Following Tyrion's gesture, a massive wave of magic shot like a comet towards Jos. He weakly raised his hand to block. What Tyrion did made Jos grind his teeth in anger. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak, and in his extreme anger, Jos shouted Tyrion's name in frustration. That magic flow was right in front of him, and he couldn't dodge it. In that split second, Jay's illusionary realm was completely destroyed. The purple illusionary abyss was completely replaced by the blue light of Tyrion's magic. Chang spoke in a deep voice. As expected, due to the level difference between the two, the fight was clearly over. Lewin also nodded silently in agreement. The gap was on a different level. Standing before them is Principal Tyrion Zignet, who is currently at level 7, which makes me even more certain that's a rank I can't reach. I thought I was strong, but there's still a long way to go. Next, Tyon Zignet asked, "Lewin, are you okay?" You also answered politely. "Thanks to the principal, everything is fine." And from the upper rooms, murmurs are echoing. "What's all the noise about?" At that moment, a male student hesitated slightly. Is he trying to confirm our principal, or why would Counselor Jos act like that? At the same time, someone behind shouted, "We're here!" Forder was the first to speak, saying, "We arrived after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of the security system." Croster also chimed in, and the target was you, Lewin. Seeing their panic, Lewin calmed them down and said, "I'm fine," but they were still very agitated. All the way here, we were worried something might happen. In his mind, there were only 3 words, "He's still the same." Then Croster shifted his attention away. The principal is also here, but Forder's attention is on Lewin's words. That person is Jos Gary Hill. He tried to attack me with dark magic, but the principal stopped him. Croster was furious after hearing that. How dare he threaten my beloved Lynn? This is a challenge to the royal family, an act of treason. I will go see my father and arrest him. Forder also shouted, "It's rare for us to agree on something. I also think this is treason. Because we know he studies forbidden magic, we must arrest his entire family." Surprisingly, Lewin suddenly intervened. "I have a request." Hearing that, Croster became excited and said, "I will grant you anything. I didn't expect you to talk about something else. I need to check on my father and sister in Ale." In fact, to get news from there, they had to request information from the Monzo trading city, which would take half a day. But Lewin found it to be the longest period of his life. Much later, the news reached him. "We have received information from Monzo. Fortunately, everyone is safe." He had long anticipated potential assassins, and had completely subdued the 5 assassins. Additionally, they identified the one who ordered the assassination. Croster, upon hearing this, asked again, "Isn't that person Jos?" "I didn't expect to hear that, but there are accomplices too. The person most deeply involved is Lord Vengrass, and there are probably 2 other black-clad individuals also involved in the conspiracy." Croster is feeling very troubled right now. They are all rotten. Immediately after, his younger brother also shouted. At this moment, Vengra was dismissed from his position as captain, and Jose was stripped of his counselor role and guardianship rights. Next, Forder received a report saying, "Your Highness, because those two hold important positions, you need to appoint replacements. So you also ordered the deputy captain to temporarily take over as captain. And as for Jay's position as counselor and guardian, can the principal help out temporarily?" He looked at him with a somewhat surprised expression. Then Tyrion Signet told him he was too indifferent, so Forder had to say, "I understand you are not interested in politics." His brother understood and continued, "But the situation is unstable, at least until a successor is appointed." "I beg for your help," Tyon Ignet said in a deep voice. He slightly parted his lips, but the fact that the princes had worked so hard to bring him to the capital had become famous all over the country. However, Tyrion XN always refused, saying that educators should not get involved in politics. He has refused all offers so far. Just as I was thinking about that, someone called out, "Principal, please. I think that position suits you. Yes, no one is more suitable." Tryon Zignet gradually wavered upon hearing these words. "Please, I beg you." In the end, he made up his mind. If that's what the students believe, I should follow their wishes. But only until a successor is chosen. Cheers erupted in the night. "I will rely on you, the kingdom will prosper even more." But Lewin had a suspicion. A new successor would appear soon. "You temporarily put aside all your worries. I'm glad everything has ended well. And above all, when the city tour ends, the graduation exam will begin soon, and the brief apprenticeship period will come to an end. This tour has always been uncertain, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be canceled. But in the end, everything went according to plan, so they stayed a few more days. As the scene shifts, Lewin sees two strangers talking. "Did you hear? Mick from the Gary Hill family is dropping out." His gaze never leaves them, clearly knowing the rumor spreading throughout the palace that McColl has dropped out of the academy. His father Jose is being held in the darkness, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him have also disappeared. Those young men are still talking to each other. It seems he has also disappeared. I heard he joined the rebels, only Lewin quietly sighs. The name Gary Hill has completely vanished. People call that event the Fall of Gary Hill. Along with Adele's victory, these banners appeared all over the kingdom, and the news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire realm. The scene shifts briefly to the present, where someone is shouting inside the castle. "I told you no, get out now." But on the other side, they seem to be trying to persuade him, just a little longer. Amidst the chaos, someone suddenly appeared. "What's all this fuss about?" The subordinate nervously recounted that this man kept trying to get inside. He hurriedly knelt down, apologizing for his rashness. "I am Jeekin, the eldest son of Gary." The other side was also very generous to listen to him. "It is truly an honor to meet the Crown Prince. The person Jekin is addressing is Somerton, the Crown Prince of Jenk." Jekin explained, "I may have acted roughly, but please understand it was not intentional." And then Somerton said, "Enough. Why did you come all this way?" I hurriedly explained that I came to seek asylum in the Empire, along with others from my family, a total of 40 people, to offer even a small contribution to your cause, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Simon immediately cut him off. "Annoying. Are you here to flatter us?" Finally, Somortan asked directly, "Your family once held the greatest influence in that kingdom. Why did you leave your country in shame to seek asylum?" Hearing Chekin recount the assassination, Somor asked again, "You fought against the royal family over something trivial. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family." Jin stammered in fear. "That's not it," he said firmly. "No matter how small your kingdom is, protecting a criminal goes against my principles, and handing you over would be beneficial. I see no reason to grant you asylum." Finally, Sumton ordered, "Go away. I will not grant you asylum, but I will not imprison you either." But then suddenly, a name made him stop. Lewin Jin emphasized strongly, "We tried to assassinate Lewin Adello." Simon's eyes gradually showed signs of excitement. When Soman tried to ask again, he confirmed that he was the person you knew. Immediately after, Soman suggested, "I want to hear more about that assassination. Let's have some tea together." Jane's back stiffened, clearly frightened. The scene shifts slightly. Although many incidents have occurred, they all seem rather minor. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the Holy City, and 3 months later, the new year arrived. Just like the heavy snow in that winter, many nobles came to the academy because the exam was simply a graduation test. It's a place where graduating students showcase their skills to others, giving nobles a chance to recruit them. Today is that exam, and it will be held at the academy. And Lewin was now sitting with his friends taking a break, his mind drifting as once this exam ends, it will be time to graduate. 6 years felt both long and short, and now it was finally coming to an end. At that moment, Jia-sun suddenly asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you worried?" Lewin relaxed and replied, No, not at all. Have you prepared well for the exam? He suddenly burst out laughing. The exam doesn't matter to me anyway since I'm going down to AEL with you. But Lewin coldly replied, I haven't said I would take you anywhere, and just as they were about to argue, a piece of clothing suddenly flew towards them. It seems Lewin's mood has also wavered silently, saying, I heard you're safe, but seeing you in person makes me feel more at ease. You stepped forward quickly and said, thank you for coming. Nothing happened since that day, right? I'm sorry. In the end, I caused you to be in danger. He spoke softly and replied, you don't need to feel guilty. I am truly proud that I did not compromise. Lewin also relaxed more during the conversation. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Lord Bova, as well. Hearing that, he modestly explained, it's nothing, I was just doing what I had to do. At this moment, Luina called her brother Lin. So it turns out the girl is very curious. Who is this girl? He looked at them and hesitated for a moment because he felt a bit awkward. This excuse from her older cousin won't work, so Lewin had to explain that she's just a friend. In Lin's mind, his thoughts started to change again. Luckily, the people attending his graduation exam were not just family. Han, you have fulfilled your vow and become an official knight. Moreover, the bonds formed during the grand tournament are also present, existing as a reward. While Lewin was greeting friends, someone noticed they were him and quickly turned away instinctively. Forder and Croster approached with smiles. We're here. Lewin looked quite excited. They are the strongest among his connections. While the two princes were still joking with him, Sa sighed and said, indeed, he was on a different level. A few minutes later, an announcement sounded. The final exam for the senior students was about to begin. Senior students, please gather at the arena hall. Lin heard this and had no choice but to speak. See you all later. Luina will cheer for you on behalf of everyone. Good luck. We will cheer for you. Lewin couldn't help but think to herself. For my final exam, I will do my best because everyone is supporting me. But after just a few steps, Lin stopped. There are two other people standing in front of you, and your eyes are filled with suspicion. What is that? Your attention is now locked tightly on those two people. I've never seen their faces before, but they feel very familiar. Immediately, Lewin asked, do those two look suspicious? Chang also quickly replied, do you know who they are? The one on the left is Fire King Tehran. He seems to be dressed differently than usual now. Then Trong continued, on the right is the Crown Prince. Of course, Somerton also dressed appropriately. He arrogantly said, I am a god. No magic can escape my sight. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura. However, Lewin is worried about something else. Why did they come here in person? If they wanted to come, Duong Huang could have appeared instead. Don't tell me it's just because of me. Are they trying to test how strong I've become through this exam without getting caught? After thinking it over, Lewin smirked. They are really considerate. If they make a similar offer as before, I will still refuse, just like I did back then. But since they went out of their way to come here, I should at least give them a spectacular show. So just keep watching to see how much I've grown. Let's switch scenes and explore a little. The graduation exam includes sections like isolation, and then the so-called Ice Age, a place filled with cold, icy rocks. Finally, there is the destruction test, a timed challenge that all three must complete quickly. The isolated trial requires escaping from a securely locked room. Moreover, there are people who observe directly, but in fact, there are many ways to escape from there. You can disable the lock with a canceling spell, or create a key using a mana crystal. Any method works. At this moment, the critical voices echoed as the 6 sorcerers from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. That also shows that the most important thing is to escape the room. But starting from the next challenge, the difficulty has increased to a crazy level. From defeating the icy monster in the freezing glacier area, there are many angry shouts around the arena. How powerful. So it turns out that they had to use their strongest magic to break through a solid stone wall in the final challenge, and if you pass everything, you will ultimately succeed in the graduation exam. The host announced that Jae-sun led Group 6 through the challenge in 3 minutes and 55 seconds, with 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 ultimately passing the exam. Lewin really wants to ask now, you act so normal, but you've actually prepared a lot, right? Only 3 out of 10 passed, most finished in less than a minute, and the rest within the 15-minute limit, so I better come up with a detailed plan. Finally, you hear it. Please, Group 7, step forward. Lewin couldn't help but think it was finally his turn. The sizzling sound also started. This group led by Lin is the pride of the academy, right? I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Lewin. I'm very excited to see him perform. Sumderton also spoke up. I'm eager to see how strong he's become. What does the sponsor think? But the only response was the same unchanged answer. Taran asked suspiciously what he intended to do. He frankly pointed out that the reason you call it your last burden today is right. Soman honestly says that if he joins your faction in the future, he would be a valuable asset. But if he can't be persuaded, he will become a threat, and you will have to deal with him yourself. As soon as Lewin entered the private room, he heard the announcement that the challenge for the 7-member group had begun. He checked briefly and commented that the principal must have put all his effort into this. Even with his strength, he couldn't break the wall easily. Should he try to unlock it like the other students did? No, that wouldn't be interesting at all. Didn't I already learn this at the tournament? Nothing in life is perfect. Even walls that seem solid surely have hidden weaknesses. At this moment, the steel-breaking skill is used, capable of destroying anything. And in the stands, the spectators are chatting excitedly, wondering how long Lewin will take. I hope he lives up to his reputation. At that moment, a powerful burst of recoil shot out from the sealed room. Everyone shouted in panic, "What is that?" "Wait, look over there." When they saw his back, they couldn't help but hold their breath, unable to believe it. The door that normally takes 5 minutes for an ordinary person to open was opened in just a moment, and according to the recorded data, it took only 13 seconds. At this point, Lewin was confident that this graduation exam would once again uphold Jia He's already legendary reputation. His movements are decisive every second. Lewin's face is full of the arrogance of a strong person. Anyway, Lewin will win, the announcer's voice echoes. Lewin passed through the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now I can't help but wonder how quickly he will clear the next obstacle. Taron also began to ponder. I knew he was no ordinary person when Kunchan's Fang reacted to him, but his rate of growth is still completely unreasonable. The next commentary rings out, saying he's passing through the second gate with a clever method. Even the ice beasts watching your flames are terrified, the narration continues. Is he running with a fireball? With that size, no monster would dare come close. The gossip doesn't distract him. He keeps running, sometimes receiving praise. What is this? He's truly an insane person beyond imagination. On the contrary, Taron maintained a very solemn demeanor. He was busy judging, always producing unbelievable results. All right, I've seen enough of your skills, so tell me, how do you plan to break the final gate? Lewin is summoning lightning around his hand, his eyes narrow and mostly cold, which also makes Taron pause. There's no longer any doubt about that energy. An invisible, shapeless magic tears through everything with sound waves so fast they are imperceptible to the naked eye. Then, shards of stone suddenly fly out, engulfed in a stream of light. That thing is called the Cry of the Dead, the death knell. Her radiant power continues to shoot out like a laser beam. So Lewin made him wonder if that magic could only be performed by someone who had reached level 6. Lewin Adele, have you already achieved that level? Then everyone saw the rope gradually lowering, and the sobs were cut off by the host. At 2 minutes and 57 seconds, Lewin Adele from Group 7 cast a 6th level spell, completing it perfectly in 2 minutes and 57 seconds. It's obvious that the previous rope was the torn finish line. Der Taron is starting to fear. 6th level is a realm that most mages find difficult to reach, and Lewin achieved it at just 16 years old. This is not good. Before he matures further and becomes a threat to my position, I must crush him no matter what. On the other hand, the two Prince brothers were very happy and cheered for Lewin, the future of the kingdom. Lewin's side also congratulated him. Bravo, I knew you could do it. Lewin is lost in thought. Right now, everyone is celebrating for me. Who could have imagined this day? That I will graduate amid cheers and applause. Afterwards, the family also patted you on the shoulder. When did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is really a high-level mage. Even with Lin, I didn't think you would reach that level so soon. There's one thing that is absolutely essential today. To make everyone curious for a few seconds, he intentionally prolonged it, which is exactly what he said appeared after half an hour. The two glasses clinked together and everyone happily raised their drinks to celebrate. All around them, excited male students are participating, and Lewin and Trang keep hearing laughter and chatter. You're an adult now. Drink to your heart's content. As for you, you quietly tell yourself that tomorrow is graduation day, and this is probably the last time everyone gathers like this, so I'm sure everyone wants to enjoy it to the fullest. When he turned to Trang, he was a bit surprised to realize that Avatar could also get drunk. A few minutes later, Tyrion Xnit appeared. Are you enjoying the party? Lewin happily replied. Dean, Professor Two Black is also here. Thank you for organizing this event. I really enjoyed it. He's also joking around since he's about to graduate and has to give his all. Finally, Lewin spoke up, saying, I will say this now, since tomorrow we'll be busy with the ceremony. Thank you for everything and to the professor as well. Dion Xnit humbly replied, You're too kind soon. Even if you want to, you won't be able to see me anymore. Later, Lewin and he made a promise to invite Lin as a guest lecturer for next year's graduation class. The scene shifts slightly, now outside in the snowstorm with only Lewin walking alone. You gently rub your forehead and complain that you must have drunk too much because your head is a bit sore. Immediately after, someone else noticed you. Sorry to bother you. Are you Lewin Adele? I am Raika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. May I speak with you privately? Even though he knew he was lying, he still played along and said, go ahead. But Lewin still called him by his real name, Crown Prince Sumderton. Taryn couldn't take it anymore and also spoke up. How do you know? You'd better answer properly, Lewin calmly replied. You can hide your face, but not your presence. Your eyes remind me of the prince I once knew. You must be the Fire King. It's been a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you, he asked loudly. Do you recognize me by my eyes? I am truly impressed. Somerton interrupts them again. This is my final offer. There won't be a second chance. Come with us to serve the Empire. Refusing won't be accepted. His presence exudes an oppressive aura, but Lewin remains unfazed, rejecting him outright. Somerton tried to hold back. You really won't listen, will you? I have warned you before any gem I do not possess will be destroyed. Surprisingly, Lewin boldly guessed, but I didn't think he would do that. You mock him because the prince knows he would never stoop to sneaking around in disguise and ordering the killing of an ordinary student. Some sneered contemptuously and said, Do you dare to call yourself normal? Lewin confidently replied, Yes, after all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. He suddenly muttered again, I don't know if it's courage or intuition anymore today. I will retreat, but look forward to our next meeting, because next time we meet it will be as enemies. The two of them leave coldly just as they arrived. Lewin also didn't stop him, only silently watching. A few minutes later, Jia-sun found him. What are you doing? Not drinking? Without you, the party wouldn't mean anything anymore. Lewin nodded softly. Zhuang Enghia felt a bit lost again. At that moment, I had no idea that because of this graduation eve party, a disaster far beyond anything I could imagine was about to happen to me. Time has quickly moved on from that day. It is now the day after the graduation week. The wine and glasses are spilling onto the table, and Lewin is starting to moan, Oh, my head. Someone softly asked, Are you awake now? Before waiting for your answer, Irin asked if you're feeling a bit better yet. But Lin's posture still remained stiff as before. He hesitantly replied, I should have drunk more moderately. Irin smiled softly, saying, Looks like you're doing better than the others. Do you not remember anything at all? That's Irin smiling when she heard your shriek. A dragon's kiss? She then calmly replied. Jia-sun secretly put that kind of wine into your beer. Then you suddenly stood up and announced that the whole group would go to Adele together. Lewin now only dares to silently curse that damn friend. But Irin's question pulled him back to reality. I should go down there too. She shyly tucks her hair behind her ear and continues. I've been there before. It's a wonderful place. As I said before, I need to get stronger quickly to beat you. Lion quickly regained her composure. That will be an honor for me. Young ladies are always welcomed. On the surface, that's what everyone says, but anyone with a brain can see through it. The reason Lady Irin wants to go to Adele is clearly not just because of a single statement about defeating Lewin. A serious voice then echoes a few hours later. The graduates of XN Academy have surely endured many hardships. I hope all those experiences have been meaningful. I hope all of you become great mages in the future. That concludes my speech, and now the student representative will share their thoughts. Representing all the students and also being the top of this class, Lewin Adele. He couldn't help but feel proud when mentioning your name. Then Tyrion XN gently advised, don't be nervous, just speak comfortably. Actually, Lin is really anxious. I'm really worried, just thinking about becoming the center of attention in front of all these people. I was so nervous I forgot everything I had prepared. But it's okay. Even if I forget what I prepared to say, I still remember what I want to say. Then his masculine voice rang out. As you all know, I won the tournament in just 1 year, but the journey was far from smooth. I have suffered from a mana release disorder for 5 years. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana is a blow. But worse is how everyone looks at me. Many wonder why I still stay in school. Why haven't I given up even in the final moments? But I don't want to give up because magic is everything to me. That is the only way I can protect myself and my family and the people I care about. That's why I stay strong until the end. People often talk about winners and losers. I think we should just wait and see how fate unfolds. And if anyone here is struggling without seeing results, despite your efforts, I must tell you today to keep moving forward. Even if you fall, get back up. Even when you feel no one is paying attention to you, someone out there will surely notice. Just as long as you don't give up, miracles will happen. Thank you all for your 6 years of effort. A long line of students sat quietly during the heartfelt speech. After the ceremony, the wheels keep turning, another carriage is moving ahead, and on this side, clear sounds are echoing from the vehicle. That speech was really good. Everyone seemed to like it a lot. You're always amazing. As if you just remembered something, Luina asked. So your friend also went to AEL right away? Did all 4 of you go there together? That has to do with the drinking party last night. Set, come and be my teammate. Right now, Lewin can only vaguely say he doesn't understand how things turned out like this, and so right after graduation they all went to AEL together. To be honest, Lewin is actually hiring them. Not only that, but 3,000 soldiers will also join. He remembered the reason now. The 2 princes had promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification Campaign, but he never imagined they would send so many troops. After a moment of silence, Luina asked curiously, After the campaign ends, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? He honestly told the girl, "No, after all, our father is still there. I think I will travel a bit afterward, but haven't decided specifically. For now, we should focus on the campaign." While resting, Lewin discussed, "I plan to start with a terrain survey." Chang asked worriedly, "Have you devised a strategic plan yet?" Looking around a bit, Lewin softly said, "We need to prepare well, but I also have to ask where those guys are heading together." That guy suddenly replied, "We thought you already knew because this involves your friend. One of our knights will duel with your knight apprentice friend." After processing his thoughts, Lewin shouted, "You mean Han? Han is fighting an official knight?" He just finished his knight's oath. The snow is still falling gently. They chose dry branches as their final landing points, but a few shock waves appeared on the ground. Something is sweeping through like a storm. Two male knights stand facing each other in the cold snow, but unexpectedly, one person walks forward without fear. Lewin is a bit panicked as she realizes it's already begun. The crowd is also warning him, "Fel, take it easy. Don't you think you're being too harsh on a rookie who just took the oath?" Lewin immediately sensed it and asked them, "Why are those two fighting?" The crowd explained, "There's no particular reason. We were just cleaning up after lunch and, since a junior was eager, I suggested a friendly match." At that moment, Bova also appeared. "Young master is also here? When he heard you ask, 'Are you here too?' and received such an interesting scene in response, how could I miss it?" Lewin quietly pondered with his amusement at his side. "Interesting, huh? If the knights here recognize who you are, their reactions will be just as interesting." Then Lewin started discussing with him. "What do you think about this match?" Bova replied briefly. "Neither of them is bad. And is that young knight your friend, young master?" Lewin honestly reveals that his name is Han, and Bova sharply comments, "It's clear he's being pushed back, but just holding out this long against a knight is already impressive." Lewin asked the knight in surprise, "Did he tell the story in a low voice? I happened to overhear it while eating, didn't I? I heard he's considered a genius in the kingdom, but I'm not entirely sure." As they were talking, a loud bang from the forest echoed through the trees. She pretended not to notice and continued on. Of course, that kid Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Han is currently standing in a dazed posture because his sword has been knocked away. Meanwhile, Lewin is lost in thought. As expected, Lord Bova can see Han's potential. Realizing this, he decided to speak up and ask, "Lord Bova, if possible, could you teach Han a few moves? Because I want Lord Bova to teach me even just one move. If the knight becomes a legendary hero, Bova would be willing to teach even just a breath. That kid will be a great benefit to Lewin, Han, and all of Adele." He considered and replied, "That's not up to me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first." Lewin stood frozen like a statue after hearing that. Bova didn't seem to notice and said, "Just like when I taught you swordsmanship, I am very strict with the knights." After a moment, everyone was confused to hear the heavy breathing. Koha lowered her voice and said, "That's indeed harsh training. Did he make him do that? I heard he is the commander of Knight Adeo. Is it difficult?" "No, I'm fine. He is not merciful at all, so don't hesitate anymore. I already made it clear that we need to be prepared." Lewin could only quietly comment. He said he would be strict, but didn't expect it to be this bad. "I'm starting to feel sorry for Han." A few minutes earlier, Han happily said, "I am confident I will succeed." Now Lewin can only sigh, "I already gave him the choice." Someone else's voice interrupted his thoughts. A person from the other side is approaching the BVA. "May I ask your name, sir?" He didn't expect you to choose to remain silent. The guy next to him asked worriedly, "Why isn't he answering?" "There's a rumor that he single-handedly took down 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that." While they were confused, Han ran over. "Sir Ba, all the darts have been moved." Moreover, he was gasping heavily. At that moment, a young man asked, "What did you just say?" The crowd looked at Han with suspicion. "Did I hear that right? You just said, 'Who is standing here?'" Then the convoy continued on its way. Luina spoke first, saying, "Hey, is it true that he is truly admired by the knights?" And behind the car, the groans still echoed. "This is the first time I vomited while breathing." "Don't overdo it. This is the training method Lord B.A. has been advocating." Inside the car, Lewin hesitantly spoke up. Sir B, gathering all his courage, he asked if that training method was really effective. "From what I see, it's a bit rough to the touch," he calmly explained. "It's not exactly a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll suffer from chronic injuries beforehand." Bova curled his lips slightly and continued, "There's not much to do on the way to AEL. I just want to train the new students after a long time." The Lin brothers decided to let the atmosphere freeze over. In their minds, they softly marvel. No wonder people call him the Tiger of Ale. After a while, someone was also marveling. Nyo is really something. Luyu gazes into the distance with mixed emotions, finally reaching the destination. He looks at this scene but has no desire to admire it. The crimson prairie below is a mess of purple goo. Actually, this land is located south of the southern mountain and was once part of Adeo's territory, but since the Mud tribe occupied it, the human rulers have been replaced by Mud people. And because of their terrifying reproductive rate, this land looks like a field of deep red from afar, hence the name Red Prairie. You decide to let the others go to AL first. Lewin and Stang will scout the Red Prairie. Currently, Stang is asking whether we should charge straight through the canyon near the coast, but you shake your head no, they will attack from the cliffs. It nervously asked, so what if I put BA on the front line? Could he lead and crush everything in his path? Lewin also disagreed. No, it's impossible. They are too many. The Mudfolk have a core inside their heads that cannot be destroyed by normal attacks. Even Bova would struggle to kill them one by one. Now, I understand why all the pacifications failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to pass through. Then Trang asked again, so there's no other way? The towering mountain above made you hesitate. Maybe Lewin was hinting at that. There is still one way. The next day, as tensions rose, the only option left was to break through directly. The others seemed to be silent, considering the proposal. Moro continued, if we are hesitant to fight, how can we win? Direct confrontation is the best way. Melvin hesitated. Not wrong in what he said, but the expected losses are too great. He angrily retorted, if the Imperial Army hadn't supported us at the start, weren't we planning to start the pacification campaign with only 300 men? Moro argued back, I am ready to fight with this many people, so why hesitate when we already have a large force? He immediately replied, because this is not a matter of numbers. To defeat the Mud people, we have to cross a narrow canyon, and those guys won't let me pass safely. No matter how many troops I have, it won't change anything. In short, instead of entering the canyon, we need to lure them out. He kept contradicting, but I had no way to do anything. Just then, Lewin interrupted and said, that sounds good. You just confirmed the right answer that your father gave. Instead of going in, I should lure them out. I have a good idea. We will attack from the top of the cliff surrounding the canyon. Mimero directly doubts you. No one can get up there. Are you saying all of us have to climb up to that place? Lewin calmly explained to him that we don't need many people. Just 1 or 2 mages to lure them out with magic. Mero starts to sway in that direction. But how can it be climbed? Can you fly? Then Lewin immediately pushed his friend up. This guy managed to climb up on his own. Jia-sun shouted desperately. How am I supposed to climb? No way. But he calmly reassures him, you can do it. Louis Y smiles like an angel from hell. I will throw you up there. Jia-sun didn't know what to do with that gloomy expression. What do you mean? The scene shifts to someone shouting, are you ready for the day of battle at last? The crowd responded in unison. Following the call to all troops, the flags fluttered in reply. They line up in a single file, standing very solemnly. The commander sharply shouts, charge! And so, the expedition has begun. On the front lines are Commander Moro and the Silver Knights, with Lewin's father and Bova also donning their armor. And at the end of the formation, Lewin and his friends driving the carriage suddenly received the order to stop. All right, everyone gather around. We will review the plan one last time. Then you were the first to be called? Jason's son nervously asked. I know it's for my safety, but is this really the best way you can think of? Lewin, after hearing this, teased him. I think it's pretty cool. The gossip from afar makes Son so embarrassed he wants to die. He feels like he's being mocked. In the end, Lewin had to reveal it. You don't like it? This might be an opportunity. Knowing him well, L emphasizes the chance for you to become a star in this expedition. John blushed with pleasure. The main star, huh? Lewin, leave it to me, I'll handle it perfectly. When Morrow arrives, Lewin was already speaking up. We have no problem with it. Jason is trembling right now. But Lewin, take it easy. When he feels the air rushing over his skin, he should just shout softly. All they could hear on the ground was John's screams as he turned into a floating balloon. Jason's eyes are filled with bitterness, feeling like his heart has stopped and he's about to die. But he quickly realizes he's being supported by a few branches. That kid is really certain about one thing. He doesn't even need a blanket or ropes anymore. Lady Irene, your skills are still sharp. Jason's son finally breathes a sigh of relief after leaving the hard blanket behind. All right, now I just need to do my part well. What is this? It looks like there are thousands. I can't even count just by looking. Does he want me to lure all these guys out? I can't do that. How could I? In the moment of despair, encouragement rings in my ears. Jia-san can do it. You're my friend. At least you should be able to handle that much right now. Yeah, go beat those mud people really hard. Up above, he clenched his teeth tightly. I can't let Lewin down. You trusted me to bring me here. Finally, a fire spell is gradually condensing. A beam of light piercing through the snow clouds, then suddenly countless stars fall from the sky, and sparks create a rain effect amidst the snow. Louis Y looked on and smiled softly. Jason, you're doing well. What everyone is seeing is called Firestorm, also known as a very powerful level 3 magic. Jason's level isn't very high yet, so the cloud isn't that big compared to usual. However, while they were taking a nap, that incident was enough to wake them up. Lewin seized the opportunity to announce, "It's time now. I pass it to you." Iron also quickly urged us to go. The situation is quite stable. The Mud People are gathering at one point to avoid John's attack. And the place where the Mud People are gathering is the side path out of the narrow canyon. Lewin found it quite amusing, but he couldn't let them escape the canyon so easily. "From now on, my vehicle has started spewing fire here, and that marks the beginning of the battle. I will burn them all to ashes one by one." He transforms into a high-powered fire-breathing machine. Right now, the Mud People are like being thrown into a kiln. Seeing that, he excitedly asked, "Lewin, how is my skill?" "I have improved a lot, haven't I?" he simply replied, stronger than expected. "But I think it's still too early to be proud." The Mud People are gradually stopping their screams. Everyone realizes the truth. They are climbing up the cliff. Jae-sun senses danger and shouts, "Save me," but those mud monsters below are still climbing up. Lewin, confused, hears Iron ask to be thrown up as well. Did he really not believe his ears? But that look clearly wasn't a joke. For a moment, Lewin also hesitated. And over here, the Muddy People have climbed up very close. John has also fallen to the ground. "Step back. Damn it, I can't die here. I haven't even been in a romantic relationship yet. I don't even have a girlfriend. Oh my God." But then the falling snow made him fall silent. Aaron quickly seized the opportunity. "So, you've never been in love with anyone before?" Then the cold air gradually froze into a block of ice. Kobang kept those Mud People trapped inside. Then Iron asked him, "Are you okay?" "Thanks to you, I learned something interesting." But she quickly changed the subject. As Lewin said, everything went as expected. The Mud People couldn't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so they retreated toward the coast. Sun didn't have time to think any further before she intervened. "That's right. From now on, it's time for the Imperial Army to act." As planned, they were already waiting there, all equipped with shields and spears, but their faces looked extremely worried. "They are coming. You can see the pinkish hue of the mud from afar." So the army shouted, "The Mud People are coming." Seeing his subordinates worried, the commander had to speak up. "Don't retreat. Are you trying to disgrace the reputation of the Yadi Kingdom? Surely there will be support from the mages behind us. My mission is to hold out as long as possible." Following the sword, the spearhead is also ready. Mero shouted louder beneath the king's sword, aiming for glorious victory. He had already started riding into the battle. The soldiers were somewhat surprised by the commander. They clenched their teeth as they prepared to make a decision. Finally, the command was shouted beneath the king's sword, aiming for glorious victory with skilled generals leading the way. But the fierce and gloomy crowd was not at all weak. On this side, Sa announced, "I hear the sounds of battle. It seems the army and the Mud People are fighting." Lewin started calculating accordingly, meaning the number of Mud People on this side has decreased, which also indicates that the remaining ones have been pushed toward the beach. "You quickly ordered, leaving this to you. I think I should go lend a hand." Our car grinned confidently at you. "Just wait for that, I'll take care of it. Go on." So Luke quickly jumped up high. "Thanks." You move swiftly through the mud creature's encirclement and then rush straight back to the battlefield. The soldiers here are fighting bravely, but then a beam of light cut across the mud pool, supported by Mero's sturdy sword nearby, while brave Bova charged on horseback, thrusting his spear into the terrifying enemy, causing the soldiers to freeze in shock. But soon after, something unexpected happened. They looked around alertly, wondering where the explosion came from. Could it be him? They didn't know exactly what was happening out there, but one thing was certain. Someone was clearing out all the Mud People. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. The Mudman also growled suspiciously, and the human side didn't dare to move. Finally, someone has broken down and cried out, "Lord Lewin has arrived. That is support from the wizard." Lewin directly punched through the enemy's body. Bova smiled at him, just as the young master expected. Moreau also shouted, "Now is my chance! Charge forward and eliminate each mud creature." Lewin, inspired by the cheer, transformed into a piercing drill with a cold, unwavering gaze. The monsters act on instinct and may not remember anything, but I remember every detail clearly. The truth is finally revealed. Adele was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Lewin's people were attacked by those monsters, and his mother also lost her life because of them. The more he thought about it, Lewin's eyes grew deeper, with fiery sparks shooting out into the snowy sky. He had clearly concluded that these monsters had no reason, only instincts. Lin's fist clenched even tighter. I won't stop." When the moon is high, someone hesitantly said, "I will deal with these sad and cruel people, Jia-sun. I will destroy you," after shouting loudly, "Hey girl, are you listening to me, or are you just dozing off?" While Luis was bragging, the conquest of the plains had already ended. Over 1,500 people were injured, but no one was lost. After more than 2 hours of battle, the victory belongs entirely to humans. Even Moro is satisfied, saying the princes will be pleased with this outcome. Lewin was happy because he seemed satisfied. A few minutes later, someone softly called his name. Sita honestly says, "I will go to Oyota tomorrow. You might not believe it, but the Holy Lord has been searching for me non-stop." Actually, I am a promising wizard, Lewin replied excitedly. I knew it, you've become much stronger. Then he replied, Wait and see. One day I will repay you for what you've done to me. The scene shifts and the story moves to a different room. Lewin quietly closed the door behind him after stepping out, and at that moment, the young master across from him had already noticed him. Hearing you ask about your father's whereabouts, Butler Begin replied, He is on the rooftop. He seems to be carrying a burden, so I thought he might need some time alone. Lewin's mind also got stuck on that sentence. He is burdened with worries. At this moment, Begin gently called the young master and sincerely said, I have lived here for a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. Once again, I sincerely thank you. What you have done today will never be forgotten by anyone in this territory. Lewin was about to speak when he continued, You should go in, maybe he's waiting for you. As he touched the doorknob, he thought that today's victory was truly joyful, but not everyone could smile, just like the memory of losing his mother that still haunted him. His father must also be remembering that day. My father is surely reminiscing about those days before today's victories. When suddenly called by name, I asked, Do you know I'm here, Dad? Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, but then he just softly ordered, Come here, do you want to taste the wine I offer? Yes. Melvin began to explain that this wine has been aging for 17 years. It's called Selvoke, but Maria and I used to call it by a different name. Your eyes are filled with so much emotion after hearing your mother's name. Melvin continues to speak calmly. We used to call this type of wine Amoros Lewin. That name means lovable Lewin. On the day you were born, I made this wine and promised myself that one day we would drink it together on a happier day than that. Though I couldn't keep my promise to drink it with your mother, being with you now makes me feel like I am drinking wine with Maria. Lewin finally spoke. The flavor is amazing. Then Melvin directly asked, What are you planning to do next? You don't mind sharing, I will expand the territory. Now that the conquest is over, we will farm the canyon. But suddenly his face froze because a system window appeared out of nowhere. Lewin's pupils shrank in shock and the corner of his mouth trembled as there was a very strange message in the system window. Chang also appeared to report that something was wrong. I think something has happened to Kingram. It hesitated briefly before adding, I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to get to the academy quickly. Calm down, Lin. We have to leave right now. You're very confused about questioning the system. You want me to defeat the threat heading to the academy? What happened to Kingram? Finally, Lewin had to look at his father and sincerely apologized, but he had to leave for a while. He only heard his father's sorrowful voice, suddenly changing tone, but Melvin quickly accepted it. If you are that serious, then there must be a reason. Go now. As you rush out of the balcony in anger, you ask, why now? Why does the mission appear right now, just after the disciplinary meeting? His clenched teeth try to hold back his anger. What on earth is going on? Right now, someone in black armor is using their power on the other side. Not knowing about that distant event, he just kept asking, what's going on at the academy? Right now, Kingram is trying to hold back his pain to ask, I can't believe it. Why did you suddenly attack me? Are you crazy? I have heard rumors about you from the academy. Fire King Tehran. He remained very calm when called by name. After a moment, Tehran vaguely said, Everything is strange. Ever since Lin was bitten by Kun-chan? How could he use a power equal to that of an Oxer? So I started investigating and uncovered the mystery. Oxer Kingram, you did something to Lin, didn't you? And then someone appeared out of nowhere. Whatever your reason for coming here, I will hold you responsible. Tehran sneered as he looked at him. Tyan Exnit, you really are different. You immediately recognized my presence. While he shouted back, How do you plan to bear the consequences of this? Tyan Exnit loudly repeats once more. The consequences. But the more Tehran acts recklessly. If I was worried about that, I wouldn't have done these things. I felt that during Lin's graduation exam. If he keeps developing, my position will soon be threatened. He kept staring at the boy's face like a haunting obsession. After a moment, Tehran continued. If I eliminate all the key targets here, there will be no more worries. Then I will find Lewin and end everything. Suddenly a scream interrupted him. Kingram. The whole room stopped and looked towards the door. Lewin also paused for a moment. The Fire King and the Principal too? What is going on here? Over here, Terran's wicked laughter echoes. Thanks to you, I didn't have to go look for him myself. Lewin Ale, what's going on? How did you figure that out and come all the way here? Terran is no different from a Fire King of Hell, striding fiercely toward you. He angrily declares that it doesn't matter whether you answer today or not, because in any case, you will die here. At this moment, Tygnet has spoken. Lewin, hurry and get out of here. He is casting a magic barrier and then continues to explain, listen to me. He's not someone you can handle, but suddenly a shockwave appears in the room. Lewin, terrified, shouted, Principal Tehran suddenly appeared behind you. Now you're doomed too. Over here, Kingram is emitting a growling sound like a monster, causing the glass cabinets in the room to glow. They seem to be responding to Kingram's call. A blinding light appeared in front of Tehran. Tehran shouted in anger. "How dare you before shattering?" He cursed again. "Why did you do that?" All that remains are shards of blood-red glass, and the earlier beam of light is gradually shrinking. What the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for Kingram? But then Kingram's growl made him stop being angry. Right now he is just as furious. Even after sacrificing all the relics underground, I could only banish the enemy. Sorry, I ended up putting you in danger again. But Lewin denied it. Don't say that, I couldn't do anything. On the other side, Tyanexnet also reassured everyone that he was fine. But Lewin, I can feel Tehran's energy because I am nearby, but you are in Adel. How did you find out? Kingram shares the same thought. I also want to hear that explanation. You should warn them in advance. What I say may be hard to believe, but I hope everyone understands. After everyone understands about the system, Lin then apologizes for not telling earlier. Next, Tyon Ignites spoke up. The Fire King couldn't know about this, but given your rapid development and his personality, he wouldn't leave it alone. He thought you would become a threat. Lewin also feels scared. It seems the Fire King is really targeting him, and I am still far from defeating him. At this moment, the system appears, the mission is complete, you can break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to gaining greater power. Just to clarify, what does it really mean that we can break the contract? He hesitated, then replied, that means I will return to my original form and leave this place. Can the creator player break it? Lewin honestly replied, yes, that is a reward for this event. He was a bit worried again. To break the contract, you need to have the consent of the very word of the curse. Tyanexnet remained silent, knowing they were referring to him. After a moment, he spoke. Do you really need my approval? Lewin's will is my will. Lewin was very grateful and looked at him. Thank you. Then let's leave this place, Kingram. The streams of power are beginning to escape, and the system is also notifying that the contract between Florin Ignite and Kingram has been broken. The light from him also poured out completely. Finally, Kingram exclaimed emotionally, even prayer can break the contract. His gaze wavers. Thank you all. It seems you're quite troubled by the upcoming challenges, right? Lewis also honestly replied, I am too weak to face Tehran. Kingram subtly replied, very well. I just thought of a very useful method, but I doubt this place would be suitable to try it out. What do you think? Do you want to come with me to Tian Shan? Lewin seems to be in disbelief about what he just heard. Meanwhile, people are running away on this side, and the guards are shouting. The prison has been attacked, pursuing the escaped prisoners. Someone else asked, who would attack a prison? Do we have a description of the suspect? The answer was given quite uncertainly. We don't know what they look like wizards. And then finally someone dared to speak up. So far only one prisoner has been identified, and that is Jaws Gary Hill. He said in a deep voice, it's truly an honor that you personally saved someone like me. Sun Merton casually replied, don't misunderstand. I don't particularly like you. I just see it as a bit of entertainment. And put that aside, let's go to a new land. There are many living together here, and just then someone called out to them, Omerat, clan leader. A greeting also rang out, followed by the human warrior once again. The human warrior has returned to Tiansun once again, but who is the one behind the human warrior? Omerat and Han quickly became stunned. They looked there with emotion. Kingram, are you finally back? He replied softly, I have finally returned to my homeland. Black Han cheerfully announced, two great warriors appearing at the same time. We must hold a celebration, Omeras said in fear. Kingram, your hand quickly cut him off. I'll tell you about that later. Han apologizes for the sudden request, but has something to discuss. What Kingram wants to ask about shocks them quite a bit. A special elixir made from elf tendon for our dear friend, the Little Destroyer. Can you craft such a potion? That thing's identity is as follows. It is a secret of the elf race. It is considered so precious that it is used to nurture young elves until they grow up. But now Lewin has seen it with his own eyes. He hesitated and asked, do I really have to drink this? The answer was very brief. You have to drink it. Didn't you say you needed strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my own reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it. He began to reassure himself. If Kingram is so insistent, there must be a good reason. He closed his eyes and picked up the basin. Forget it. But as soon as Lewin touched the drink, his whole body started to change. He hurriedly placed the basin back on the stone table, struggling to swallow down the terrible taste. Then Lewin honestly commented that this was the worst thing he had ever tasted. Kingram only cared about one thing. Don't you feel anything strange? Lewin was a bit confused by what he meant, but then he quickly felt terrified. What is this? My strength has increased by 100? I only drank one bowl? Then he hurriedly asked, do these things even make sense? Can the elixirs here just keep making us stronger? He honestly explained that it's not just a single dose for the elixir, and then it stops working. Hearing that, I asked in fear, what about me? If I keep drinking, will my power continue to increase? Kingram hinted back, why do you think Draca has been here for over 100 years? It's all because of this elixir. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Is there none left? I'll drink as much as I want as long as you still have it. The truth was revealed. That was the last bowl remaining in the warehouse. To make more, you need ingredients, but there's no need to worry about that. Kingram explained to Lin. When I said we should help you, everyone gathered everything they could, from the wooden core fruit to the stone hall and many other things. They all wanted to bring the materials to you themselves. Little destruction. Lewin's face is filled with emotion when he thinks about it. Everyone went this far for me. Kingram quickly pulled you back to reality, but there was one last ingredient they couldn't find. Love tendon. Seeing Lewin worried, he immediately reassured him. Don't worry, surprisingly, that damn Fire King has already prepared everything for us. Lewin didn't understand what he meant. Kingram coldly told him, use this. Just this arm of mine is enough to craft dozens of spiritual pills. His face briefly showed horror. But Kingram Dingnin told you not to refuse, as a token of my gratitude for freeing me from the oath. And then, Lewin also stopped feeling embarrassed. Thank you, but Kingram has another concern. If you drink too much, it will put pressure on your body, and even Draca took 100 years, so it's hard to say how long you'll lose. Hearing this, you stammered and asked, what should I do then? Right now, Fire Lord Tehran is chasing me. I have to deal with him. Kingram reassures you again. Don't worry about that. I already have a plan to handle this. Kingram continued. When we exiled the Fire King outside, do you remember when we used the power of creation? Among the abilities of creation, there is a type of magic related to time, and the power to use that magic is still active. In short, we will use that magic. He began to create a magic barrier in front of them. Everything is gradually falling out of its time course. Kingram is casting a spell on the cave entrance on the other side. His goal is to slow down the time inside the cave. From now on, time inside the cave will pass more slowly than outside. Little Destroyer, are you ready? You will have to endure a very harsh period. Next to him, Lewin firmly replied, I am ready, I have prepared myself for this. You walk coldly straight ahead. I am leaving now. Chang and Kingram couldn't help but feel nervous as they looked at him. Chang finally had to ask, are you sure about this? Even with Lin, it will take quite a long time. He also explained that 1 hour outside equals 10 years in the cave. He couldn't hide his worry. Even inside, not aging is a huge challenge. Since I am an incarnation, I am fine. But Lewin is just a human. Kingram pondered for a moment before replying. Little Destruction will definitely get through, so let's head back. We still need to reorganize. At that moment, someone asked him, where are you planning to go? A foot suddenly stepped out from within the crowd. Small Destruction? At that moment, Lin's clothes were covered in mud. What he's more curious about is whether you've finished all of that and how much time has actually passed inside. Lewin tried to steady his breath. I don't know, I counted about a week, then I stopped. Anyway, I finally get to do what I want. He asked in confusion what it was you've always wanted to do. A few minutes earlier, Lin was lying among a pile of glass bottles. He was struggling with the weight of his body, but clearly that determined look in his eyes was burning with incredible resolve. Lewin also told them right away that every day I promise myself that if I get out of here, out of this damn cave, I will destroy it no matter what. Then he caused a big explosion right at the shop. Vang quickly punches Trang and Kingram. Then Louis breathes a sigh of relief and says, it's better now. They were completely frozen by your display. Lewin calmly asked, so shall we go now? The system has now finished checking, and the power level is at 20,000. Lewin is still thinking about someone. Fire Lord Tehran. You made a terrifying declaration to him, I will destroy that bastard. Over at the fortress of the powerful nation, a respectful voice spoke. I thank the prince once again. She coldly replied, I already said I don't need anyone. Just someone who can replace me in guarding Lewin? Then Jos asked curiously, where is the Fire King? Isn't he always by your side? He replied, I don't know. He just wanders around without saying a word. Even though he's my adoptive father, if he goes around on his own, I will hold him responsible for this. Then he asked again, do you have any plans to deal with Lewin? Jos hurriedly reported, the swordsmanship tournament is being held at the Empire, right? The truth is gradually coming to light. This is a grand event on par with the competition festival. I heard that Lewin's sister will participate as the representative of the Ale family, and since that guy loves his sister, he will definitely come to watch the event. At that time, my dark mage and I will ambush and eliminate him. If it weren't for the principal last time, we would have already eliminated him. This time, we will definitely succeed. After hearing that, I will trust you. But his face quickly darkened. Please don't let me down. Now I will talk about the swordsmanship tournament. If the tournament exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own swordsmanship festival. And this swordsmanship tournament is also organized for young knights across the 6 kingdoms. During the qualifying rounds to select the knights to represent each region in the main event, Luina was chosen as the representative for Yahello. Right now, Luina was feeling her body tremble a bit, so nervous. Melvin also said that something seemed to have happened to Lin. so this time he wouldn't be coming to the tournament with us. Lewin feels a bit regretful, wishing her brother had come too since he promised to cheer her on. Just then, someone from the stands calls down, "You can do it. Your sister and everyone else are cheering for you. You must win this time." The surrounding chatter echoes. Is that a Rain? Her connections are really impressive. Only Luina is quietly smiling. Thank you, everyone. Finally, the sword was raised. The girl was determined to win. The referee is now signaling the two are ready. After 3 seconds, he declares the match begins. His arm quickly lowered according to the rules as the loud cheers from the stands echoed down to the arena floor. Down below, Luina quickly launched her attack first. Both swordsmen simultaneously swung 2 swords forward. And not stopping there, countless blazing green swords are clashing fiercely with the orange side. The images of the two have been scaled down. Do they have any idea they're being watched by the Crown Prince? What's going on? Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even if we search the entire arena, we won't find Lin. Jaws nervously replied, "No, I must have missed it. I'll look again." But what is Soman waiting for an explanation? I was wrong to trust you. Your plan has gone off course. I will take my leave now. He also hesitated and replied, "Sorry." So, we also retreat. Just then, Summerton came up with a brilliant idea. If we eliminate his sister, he'll come looking for us himself. So let's just let this plan continue. Back to the fight, Luina is gripping her sword tightly while the opposing knight remains alert, but chaos is breaking out in the stands. There's an explosion. Run quickly. The spectators cheering for Luina also looked on in shock at the crowd. Melvin hesitated before calling out. Wait, he wanted to call his daughter but was stopped. His face was covered in cold sweat. What is going on? Why did this happen right when Luina was fighting? Please, please survive. My Luina. At this moment, Luina calmly asks if her opponent is okay, but the girl is also a bit cautious. Why would there suddenly be an explosion? Could it be an accident? Before I could check, the mischievous hand was already there. You're here. I wish that guy Lewin was here too. That would be perfect. Suddenly, someone steps in to stop us. Wait a moment. Removing the sister and causing him unbearable suffering is even better. He will blame himself for not protecting her. Luina tries to hold her sword towards them. Who are you? Why talk about eliminating me? Of course, the girl won't get an answer. Is there any need to explain to someone about to die? But we will tell you one thing. We are the ones who bear a deep-seated grudge against your brother. As they prepared to cast the spell, the girl tremblingly shouted, "Wait! The death sentence has been declared long ago. Goodbye." Furthermore, at this point, malice fills the entire space. Luina's eyes gradually darken, and now it's too late to escape. The girl had to close her eyes tightly and plead, "Please, please, someone come and save me." At that moment, a white smoke billowed up again. In the stands, Luina's father had already frozen in place, while Prince Summerton was thoroughly enjoying himself. It's truly wonderful. Joss also looked pleased. At least the prince's mood had improved. However, he suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment. The eyes in the stands also looked surprised. When did Lewin suddenly appear and stand in front of the girl? You didn't forget to gently comfort her, saying, "You're late, aren't you?" Hearing the familiar voice, the girl couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, a scolding voice rang out. "Why did my brother only arrive now?" Lewin apologized gently, saying he was sorry. So many things happened. But then he quickly regained his composure. "After all, I heard the Fire King appeared, so I came, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Then Jekin smirked and said, "Perfect timing. Our father will wipe you out," Lewin responded grimly. "So that bastard is behind this. Now he didn't expect you to act so quickly." In an instant, Lewin delivered a swift blow. Jin was knocked flat on the ground. His younger brother shouted in panic. Then Lewin continued to question, "Who gave you the right to harm someone else's sister? Moreover, if you don't want to share the same fate, you'd better answer me now." "Jos Gary Hill, that bastard! Where is he now?" His voice seems to make everyone behind him tremble in fear. At that moment, someone boldly called out to Lewin Yahello, and a figure in a cloak leapt onto the arena. He roared in fury. "Do you dare to kill my son, you bastard?" A spell soared through the air as he charged down like a comet, while Lu Enan quickly dodged backwards. "You haven't forgotten to mock him, have you? Did you come here on your own? Fine, then go ahead and look for him." Joe angrily shouted at you. Then a stream of golden light burst from his arm, and he declared that he would kill you himself. A golden bow quickly materializes, and Joe screams with all his hatred, "Die." The direction of the arrow is aimed at your life, yet Lewin remains quite calm and amused. "Who said I would die? The one who has to die today isn't me." You directly surround your knee strike with mana. After kicking up high, you continue, "No, you are the one who is right." Your pressure immediately reverses his arrow, and Jaws is now too stunned to move. A few seconds later, he begins to react with a barrier, but clearly the cracks are increasingly appearing on the illusionary shield. Jaws's mind was filled with bitterness. What on earth was happening? I could still fight him alone before, but after just a few months the gap in strength had become so huge. His expression is filled with despair as Lewin's coat flutters with the pressure, while he coldly presses his head down to the ground. Everyone watching could feel the suffocating tension, and McColl's remaining son was also terrified. Just one sentence: how can you escape the prison with the ruined reputation of Gary Hill? That should have been impossible. Now he's no different from a helpless creature waiting for death. Fear makes Jaws surrender. I will tell everything. Please spare my life. But Lewin bluntly said, forget it. After all, it's just the Fire King or the Prince, one of those two. Then Meek tremblingly called out, Dad, you bastard. First it was him, now it's my father. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Everyone rushed in to surround him. He won't escape. If we don't kill him now, Gary Hill will be doomed. The subordinates also begin to channel their energy. You bastard, die already, Lewin said coldly, still not understanding why trash like you are no longer a match for me. The radiant rainbow beam dazzles just by looking, burning everything nearby, and the blazing fire symbolizes 8th level magic, also known as the Celestial Stone. Your voice sounded hoarse. Goodbye. Lewin directly threw the meteorite at the enemy. Gary Hill. A wave of intense heat suddenly swept over them. Sumterton watched the scene of death alone, but no one could stop that furious blaze. The observation window had already been shattered by the intense fire. Sumton suddenly burst into laughter. You're really crazy. Lewin Adele, you truly are the strongest. Just then, Tyron also arrived. Sumton, what the hell are you doing? He calmly questioned again. Sponsor, why did you suddenly show up like this? Are you asking again? Do you think I don't know about the Anfa Chaos? How dare you act so recklessly? He asked calmly. Are you going to speak loudly again after leaving without a word? He narrowed his eyes and said, Did you see the magic just now and still say that? Somt still remained calm as ever, quite impressive, but in the end, what kind of spell is that made his father make such a fuss? Unable to hold back, Terran finally decided to enlighten him. The Celestial Stone is at level 8. In truth, level 8 is the realm reached only by the top-tier mages. In other words, Lewin now stands on par with or surpasses Fire King Terran. He angrily asked, Is this truly the outcome the Crown Prince desires? Are you sending a bunch of trash from a collapsing country to provoke him? Sometimes I gently reassure him. Why are you angry? Please listen to me. He laughed happily himself. I see clearly now I have reached level 8. I can't stand being underestimated. Terran shouted. Sumterton. His unprecedented fury silenced even him. Terran continued to scold. The Crown Prince has made a serious mistake. He must never underestimate him. He is very cunning and will find out who helped Gary Hill. But Sumton continued to mock. Father, do you really think I tried to hide that from him? Why are you so worried about him? My father is the Master Mage ruling the entire continent, and I am the Crown Prince of the mighty kingdom. He's just a toy from a small nation. Or is my guardian father afraid of him? Prince, you've always done as you pleased, so just keep going. Seeing your confusion, I'll explain a bit more. I have nothing left to discuss with you. I will handle it myself. Even the listener's opinion is that Your Majesty the Emperor is changing the scene. This time the gossip is in the palace. I hear there is a level 8 mage from a small country, apparently only 17 years old. The truth is, their reaction is very simple. Ruin Adele of the Aiel family reached level 8 at a very young age, meaning his comprehension speed surpasses even the Fire King's. That's why Ruin, who is showing himself to be superior to Terran, might be aiming for the very position he holds. In short, public opinion is increasingly speculating that the owner of the Wizard Tower should be replaced, and of course, the rumor also reached the Emperor's ears. What do you all think? A wizard from a small kingdom threatens Terran's position. I want to hear your opinions on this. An opinion quickly arose. Your Majesty, there are many 8th level knights on the continent, but only one 8th level mage, the Fire King. Yet now there is also a young 8th level mage. Perhaps the most talented one is the one who deserves to hold the position of the Archmage. At that moment, someone interrupted, asking not to let their words cause any disturbance. The person entering the main hall is Fire King Terran. Titan is also quite surprised to see him. I didn't expect you to come in person, so I want to hear your opinion directly from you. Terran sincerely looked at his king. Are you really accepting this situation? Lewin, who is said to have reached level 8, was still far behind me in skill just a few days ago. So how could he have reached level 8 in such a short time? He must have used forbidden power. He must have used every trick available. Otherwise, how could he have grown so quickly? He even used some strange power related to elves. Recently, the Gary Hill family was once respected, but he slaughtered all the family head's sons. If someone like him becomes the Tower Master, it would surely plunge the Empire into chaos. Everyone quickly wavered. If that was true, then his rapid growth made some sense. Titan pondered for a long time before replying, But there's definitely something wrong. This issue seems to affect not only the position of the Tower Master, but also the stability of the Empire. Maybe we will have to mobilize the entire army. Darren gradually grew more confident. Almost there. With the Emperor's forces, even that little kid doesn't stand a chance. Just then, Soman cut in again. "Father can't do this. Please stop." Taron instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. Just outside the main palace gate is his adopted son. Taron was astonished, but maintained his composure. "The Crown Prince?" Then Titan spoke again. "Do you still have the face to come here?" He denies everything again. "I don't understand what you're implying. Are you thinking I don't know? And yet you dared to destroy it because of your personal feelings. A prince acting so recklessly." He calmly replied, "That's over now. Are you just reminding me to scold me here?" Titan lowered his voice slightly, saying, "What does it mean that you told me to stop anyway? I have decided to kill him myself. Even if he must die, it has to be by my own hand. I long to see him die in despair." Hearing the whole sentence, he harshly called his son, "Your," and just as he was angry, Titan felt a sore throat. Everyone quickly asked if he was okay, and once he was stable, he said, "You know you've reached your limit of endurance. If you've said that, then make the best choice you can yourself." That left Taron stunned. Is this how it ends so ambiguously? Just because of a word from the prince? Meanwhile, Sam also called him. "Father, are you okay? You're dragging your father along. Are you really so desperate to catch him that you need him to rest? Is my father really just that kind of person?" His tone gradually lost its gentleness as he said, "My father's illness is getting worse. Even the divine doctors are at a loss. In other words, all the Emperor's power will soon be mine. So I will take my leave first, Godfather." Taron felt completely bewildered. When did everything turn out like this? I should have been the wing supporting the Crown Prince. You would become the next Emperor. But Lewin, since he appeared, my wings have been shattered. Absolutely not. I cannot forgive that. After the conversation, Taron returned to his private room. He coldly calls Doompram in a steady voice. "What if you beat Lewin in the swordsmanship tournament? If I help you win, wouldn't history take a different turn? But now there's no point in saying it anymore. Soon the Tower Master will change, and no matter how much the prince resists, he won't be able to stop Lewin. But why haven't you abandoned me?" "Yet," he cautiously replied. "Because for me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King if Lewin is the source of everything. Then I will handle him myself." Taron slowly lifted his head. "I understand, but with your current abilities, it's impossible. But maybe this time things will be different." Taron is emanating a wave of magic. "This time I will take the initiative to become your support." Doombram was terrified by that, his eyes turning black, then a hand grabbed his face again. "Don't worry, you always longed to become my disciple. Isn't this the moment you've always dreamed of? So smile then. Doomprim, return to the Knights' Assembly." Lewin stands alone in the fiery arena, furious at the enemy who has wronged Luina and dragged innocent people into this mess. Who was really behind this? Was it the Crown Prince? Maybe it's the Fire King? But it doesn't seem to matter much anymore. Lewin's fierce killing intent flared up. "I will crush both of them." After a moment, he was called back just as he was about to leave. "Where are you planning to go?" Lewin had to explain. This was all orchestrated by the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them have openly targeted me. Seeing Irene's surprise, he remained even more calm. "But now that it has come to this, there's no choice but to see it through," she asked worriedly. "What do you mean by that?" He replied coldly. "As you can see, they dared to attack openly in the middle of civilians. If we let them run wild, not only Adele but the entire Empire will fall into chaos. But the overwhelming magic power you're displaying right now has surely reached level 8. You're probably the only mage capable of facing the Fire King. But what do you ultimately plan to do?" Suddenly, Lewin pushed her away. "Please, step back," Irene asked in confusion. "What are you even talking about all of a sudden?" But then the atmosphere froze. Doomprim is standing in front of them. Lewin immediately exposes him. "It's been a while. Did the Fire King send you to kill me?" He replied angrily, "Don't speak of him with that filthy mouth." Lewin is no less sarcastic. Fire King fanatic. Doompram was angry but didn't dare to say anything more. "You bastard." In the end, he decided to strike first. "I, Doompram, will never let you get close to the Fire King." Lewin calmly managed to defend himself despite his fanatic attitude, but then he suddenly flinched at something else. What's wrong with this Doompram?" Going back earlier, Taron slowly replied, "Even if I grant you power, I know it's still not enough, so you have only one single mission. That delay is your only mission." Doombram is now going crazy over that order. Then he started swinging his sword. A blazing hot streak quickly streaked across his back, followed by a stream of swords shooting toward Irene. Even though she managed to avoid it, she was still terrified and couldn't believe it. Doomprime was once one of the strongest of the 11 children, but now he's on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Her face clearly shows her confusion. Then Irene warned him to be careful. His appearance reminded me of something I read in a book. Doom Prime has gone through the process of becoming a demon. That kid also revealed who's behind this, very clearly. He really is a cowardly Fire King. Doom Prime is no longer rational and may lose all reason due to demonic corruption. Then I know exactly what I have to do. Control him and help him regain his sanity. Doom Prime is still screaming. Let's end this. Luin Adeo once again unleashed a sweeping sword technique through the air as Doom Prim struck the ground with all his might. At that moment, Luin softly spoke again, almost unable to hold back because he swung his sword too powerfully. I finally had the chance to use something I never could before. The system quickly displays the Steel Breaker move, which can unconditionally destroy anything made of steel in a single strike. You clever guy, you raised your elbow higher, followed by a mischievous declaration. Now it's over. A beam of light suddenly burst out, all caused by the pressure from Luin's broken sword strike. Then, a fist shot toward him. In an instant. Even though my punch hurt him a lot, I still stayed polite. Sorry about that. I'll try to hit you without killing you, so hang in there until the end. On this side, someone is running very fast and directly throws open the door. Your Highness, you must retreat immediately. The Fire King outside was about to speak when a hard object hit his face, and then no one disturbed him anymore. Someone quietly wondered, so in the end, my father still chose to play this way? My adoptive father, the Fire King? Facing him, he still maintained his arrogance. Tyron calmly spoke, I'm sorry, I finally have no other choice. Somon faintly smirked and asked, why is he doing this? Does he think removing me will make him the Tower Lord? Terran's voice echoes from the depths of hell. Now I am no longer satisfied with that, because my position as the Tower Master is threatened, so there is only one way left. You must seize overwhelming power, crush Luin with absolute force, and not only become the Tower Lord but also dominate the world, and that power comes from the latent energy within His Highness, the heir to the throne. Do you still remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your beliefs, and just as I have taught you, I will make everything happen according to my will. Soman shouted in panic, do you think I will give up just because you say so? Soldiers, quickly arrest them. The guards swiftly follow the Lord's orders. But Terran is no ordinary opponent. He turns his blank eyes toward the enemy. The very next second, magic began to strike them down. The soldiers were engulfed by his spells. The madness was evident in Terran's sneer as he spoke, as if nothing was happening. Are you finished speaking, Your Highness? Sumterton smiled, but felt hopeless. So this is how everything ends? Fine, go ahead and try to defeat Luin. Even if I die, I will curse you. Back here, Luin and Irene are watching intently below. Looking at Dung Pram, Irene feels a bit worried. Will he be okay? He's been punched countless times. He quickly reassures himself that he's still alive, so he's probably okay. Being punched is better than living as a demon. Just then, someone shouted and argued. As expected, he couldn't stop you. But you've also done very well. Doom Prim, this platinum hair belongs to Terran. He said with satisfaction, you have faithfully fulfilled your role as I commanded, to stall. Irene hesitated before looking at the opponent. The Fire King and Luin's final declaration finally revealed their true colors. I will definitely destroy you. But then, your eyes seem to search for something. This isn't good. This power far exceeds the Fire King I knew, an energy even more powerful many times over. Then, Terran laughed eerily. Luin, you will never be able to defeat me. Luin sensed the dark energy and shouted, Irene, get out of the way. A second later, a devastating explosion shattered part of the arena. Everyone was terrified by the mutation. Only Luin's family was holding their breath and praying for him. Luina also recognized that it was his brother and sister Irene. From above, Luin is carrying Irene and Doombram as they fly away, shouting urgently, Run now, it's very dangerous, take the civilians and get out of here immediately. Immediately after, Lin successfully brought them down to the ground. He didn't forget to confront the enemy. What are you doing, right in the middle of civilians? He calmly asked again, what's there to care about? You'd better just die. So Terran continued with his next attack, a wicked smile on his face, as Dungchan quickly unleashed a burst that affected the surroundings. Luin had to use both hands to push back his attack. He couldn't help but feel angry about everything. What's going on? I thought I could finally face this bastard. But this power has exceeded its limit. Fire King Terran laughs even louder. That's right, give it your all. Luin, you're very frightened. What did you do during that time? Wait a minute, I sense a strange magical aura. This energy can't be the prince, right? He absorbed the prince's life force. Terran had no idea he had been exposed and continued to charge forward wildly. Luin is feeling furious at him, because his ambition truly knows no bounds, no matter what means he uses. After stepping back, Terran suddenly speaks, Thank you for making me angry. Thanks to him, I was finally able to become a demon god. Now I understand it was envy that drove him to dare touch the forbidden power. This energy is so overwhelming that I can't tell how many people besides the prince have been sacrificed. People like him should never exist. If he wants to do whatever he pleases, this world will be swallowed by chaos. At that moment, Tehran heard Lewin calling out his full name. I will say each word clearly. I will stop him at all cost. But clearly the demon's smile grew even deeper. At this moment, the system issued a mission to defeat the demon god and save the world. At the same time, a woman's voice was shouting, "Sister!" Iron looked at herself in confusion, so Luina explained that he had asked her to lead the remaining villagers out of the city. But just relying on us isn't enough. What should we do now, sister? In her mind, only the image of Lewin remained, her sobs growing heavier as he fought alone. Iron quickly placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Luina?" But then a strange sound echoed behind them as the villagers in front started staggering closer. But upon closer inspection, Iron realized it was a demon. So Jedam is not the only one turned into a demon. They intended to wipe everyone out from the start, and then she urged, "Hurry and run, this place is dangerous." Bova suddenly stopped her. "Everyone fall back. This seems to be the place to end this old man. I quickly request, I will fight alongside you." But Bova shook his head, saying the young master would be very upset. However, she interrupted, "I have made my decision." Meanwhile, the demon people are howling fiercely. Irin once again affirms that if we can't protect the people here, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life. A bright flame suddenly appeared before them, or rather, fire magic erupted from somewhere. An old voice echoed in their ears, "We're too late. I sincerely apologize to everyone here. I didn't expect it would take so long to gather such a large force." Then everyone started to act, so we will fight alongside you. The heat from the explosion blasts the demons away, but the humans keep moving forward without fear. Skilled swordsmen use swords and rely on their lifetime techniques to cut down all the demons. Especially Han is urging everyone to hit quickly and go help Lin. His face has become stiff with determination. That's because suddenly there was a thick fog ahead. Seeing Terran flying up high, he hurriedly looked for Lewin. But Han's friend is now collapsing to the ground. Lewin is gritting his teeth. I can't even match him anymore. After all that hard training, is this how it ends? I have to protect everyone. At that moment, the enemy's savage laughter echoed, a fitting end for you treacherous fools. Your desperate struggles are now meaningless. I, who have reached the realm of gods and demons, will wipe all of you out. Your lonely figure before him only heightens Terran's pleasure. Now goodbye. His face no longer shows any human compassion. The heat from the fireball is almost touching the ground, and its crushing target is Lewin below. Aaron stared in shock, unable to look away, while Luina, trembling with fear, called out to him. Lewin's eyes had lost all hope. Is this the end? Just then, a sound from somewhere echoed into your mind, "Protect them." Even though I can't do it, you can. Trang also seems to find it strange. This energy is impossible. Then the space gradually faded into darkness as the mysterious light continued. The destructive force quickly spread everywhere, and the beam of light continued to shoot out more fiercely. Terran also stopped all movements when caught off guard. He shouted in panic, "Impossible! How could he withstand an attack from a demon god?" Lewin smiled cryptically at his opponent. It wasn't possible just now, but if he alone becomes a demon god, that wouldn't be fair, right? Now just charge forward. Terran Lewin is completely enveloped in divine aura. Terran couldn't help but look up at the weak enemy from earlier. Below his feet was still a bloody rain in the city ruins. Lewin merges with the summoned power. Now let's have a proper fight. At this moment, Lewin flashes a faint smile. Only he should be the one to wield the gods and demons. Isn't that unfair? Looking at your opponent, you then speak again with, "Draca, come on, Terranite." A cold voice echoes as Lin smirks. "Now, let's have a proper fight this time." Now, as he gazes intently at you, Terran quietly wonders what is this? He clenched his teeth, asking himself what on earth was happening. Staring intently at Lewin, Terran was a bit taken aback. This incredible surge of energy felt as if a true god had descended. Now quickly throw a punch at Lewin and shout, "All right, now it's my turn." Terran hurriedly summons a shield. Damn it, I have to block it somehow. But then, a powerful punch from Luis quickly struck his face, causing the shield to shatter, and a deafening explosion erupted, breaking the silence of the area. Tiri was startled on this side. What is this? Is that really Lewin's power? Chang also looked stunned, silently pondering. Is that the embodiment of Draca? Did Lewin summon that? What on earth is happening? Trang secretly despises it. No way. Could Lewin have become a new god of destruction? She stared intently at Lewin and said, "You use the dirtiest tricks to the end." "Lewin, get on this side." Terran quickly dashes behind Lewin. "I won't allow that to happen." He begins to channel his internal energy, his veins bulging like great snakes. Terran coldly says, "Nothing that stands in my way now will be allowed." Terran channels his internal energy into his hands and then says, "Let's see how long that arrogance lasts." The spheres of power gradually appear, and Rian adds, "In the end, your fate is destruction wind." After finishing, he immediately charged forward. In fact, even Terran, as a demon god, didn't realize one thing, that Draca, whom Lewin had summoned, was once considered the god of destruction. On this side, you quickly stop gathering internal energy, and your face also darkens. So facing Draca now is no longer just about ending yourself. Lewin then clasped his hands together, channeling his power into his palms, and within 3 seconds a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the sky where Terran was standing. He opened his mouth in shock. What? What nonsense is this? Lewin said dismissively at this moment. Is it my turn now? As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin charged at Terran with lightning speed, striking him fiercely. Lewin forcefully struck, hitting Terran in the side, making him feel like his stomach was punched through. Terran was defenseless. Once again, he was beaten badly by Lewin in just 2 moves. Seeing him fall so miserably, everyone was stunned in shock. But then, Terran's voice rang out once more. I admit it, Lewin Yahello. He quickly soared into the sky. Terran suddenly became incredibly powerful again. He coldly said, I may not be able to defeat you even if I use all my methods. I could stop the power sphere from charging, but if I can't beat you, then I will drag both you and this cursed world into destruction with all my strength. Lewin's eyes widened in surprise as he was momentarily taken aback. What? What the hell are you talking about? Terran struck hard and shouted, Everything will end right now. Lewin was also caught off guard. Damn it, he's completely crazy until the very end. Terran wants to destroy the world out of jealousy, and now Lewin's face is starting to change color. It looks like I also have to stop this attack. I will have to put all my strength into it. Then Lewin also started throwing punches, so for this final time, let's do this together. Draca. Lewin's eyes are no longer as calm and gentle as before. 2 forces collide simultaneously, and the light shines so brightly that it illuminates the entire area. Lewin shouts loudly, seriously putting all his strength into this decisive blow. Terran also couldn't accept it. In the end, you are nothing in front of a god. I will wipe out you and that fool along with you. Seeing both of you with such murderous intent, everyone below is silent and stunned, unable to speak. Lewin glared at you, frowning, his voice cold and unwilling. No, the one who can't do anything at all is you. After finishing, Lewin quickly delivered another powerful strike at Taro, secretly fearing what he saw before him. Is it really over? Is this how it all ends? Terran refused to accept defeat. He clenched his teeth and growled. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Terran growled like a wounded beast in despair. Even if I die, I curse you, Lewin whispered. And then a flash of light appeared, and Terran vanished into the air. When he defeated his opponent, Lewin descended to the ground below. Lewina hurriedly runs over, worried as the battle ends. Are you okay after all that? Lewin gently replied, Yeah, I'm fine, I'm safe. But at the same time, a deafening sound echoed. His eyes froze, he clutched his head, and Lewin clenched his teeth as if his head was about to explode. As he shouted loudly, Lewin was secretly terrified. What's going on? My head feels like it's going to explode. What is this unbearable pain? After this, Lewin could no longer hold back and knelt down in distress. Lewina quickly shouted, Are you okay? I can't hear you reply. Then continued to reassure him, Are you all right? Just wait a moment, I'll be there soon. But Lewin suddenly panicked and shouted loudly, Don't come closer. In everyone's confusion, Lewin continued, Don't come here. You absolutely must not come near. Shang's inner voice immediately echoed, I was too sure of myself. As expected, the dragon known as the most perfect creature and also the destroyer of worlds, Raka was stunned. Just facing it with such overwhelming energy was truly unbelievable. When you are transported to another space, Lewin immediately asks, Where are we? Draca then replies, I borrowed a bit of your inner world because I feel if I leave you alone, something terrible will happen. Stop for a moment, Draca then said. You're just one step away from losing your mind because of this power, just like I once did. Despite Lewin's confusion, he continued, So no matter what, I have to pull you into this inner world. As she spoke, startling both of them. So what should I do now? Shang hesitated, stammering. I don't want to go through what you endured. I don't want to see anyone else lose themselves. Draca's voice echoed, startling her. That's why I came here. He then looked at Lewin, creating a link between me and the little destroyer. Since there is a connection, it can also be cut off. So if I use all my strength to destroy it, nothing will be left to harm the little destroyer. Trang urgently shouted, Then using all your strength means you will disappear. Don't be sad. Sheng, after I awaken as the god of destruction, everything I bring will only harm this world. If he can use his power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater support for this world. Lewin listened carefully to what he was saying. Disconnecting from the player doesn't mean you'll lose your power, so don't worry. Finally, Lewin couldn't hold back and shouted, Wait, Draca, I want to ask something first. Your eyes seem a bit complicated. Among how many people, why me? I really don't understand why you're doing all this for me. I don't even know if having this power benefits the world or not. Draca responds briefly, leaving Lewin stunned. It will help. You remind me of my past self, full of tears and weakness. I gave you this power because you remind me of who I once was. He continued, saying that before gaining power, life was just pain for me. But in the end, that very power devoured me and destroyed the world. But you are different. As the chosen one, I have watched your entire life. From when you had no power at all to now, when you have become strong, you have always used that strength the right way." As he spoke, he recalled Lewin's determined face. For Draca, he was always worthy. As he spoke, Lewin looked on in confusion. "Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path." Now, the two of them kept their eyes fixed on Lewin Draca as he added, "It seems our time is up. Nice to meet you, little destroyer, and you as well. Now you speak from the bottom of your heart, always grateful to me in the past and present." Hearing this, Shang's face slightly stiffened. She couldn't hide the confusion on her face, biting her lip to suppress the feelings of scolding that damn god bastard. And finally, Draca lowered his voice, though reluctant. "Goodbye, Draca." The scene shifts to another place. With a clear blue sky, Lewin slowly opens his eyes, and a worried voice echoes. Lewin looked up at the worried eyes watching him closely, feeling a bit startled. "Huh." Jae-sun quickly asked first. "You really scared me, suddenly collapsing like that. I thought something terrible had happened. Now I understand. I'm sorry for causing you to worry. You all came even though I asked for help so suddenly, and I really appreciate it." He cheerfully responded. Even though it was just a last-minute request, everyone immediately rushed over. "That just shows how wonderful a person you are." Lewin suddenly, a deep voice rang out. "Sorry for interrupting this warm moment." Jae-sun was stunned in shock. He stammered, Huh? Seeing the man in front of everyone, they all admire his majestic presence. The Emperor then said, "I need to meet Lewin Adele. You were so surprised, you were stunned, the Emperor himself came to see you." Inside, he secretly felt a bit worried that he came to confront the fact that he had defeated his trusted courtier. Fire King? It's likely that at this moment the Emperor is no longer thinking clearly. He just lost his son. The Crown Prince now speaks humbly from the Emperor's mouth. Lewin finished speaking, and the Emperor bowed respectfully. "Please allow me to personally apologize." The Emperor then added that the chaos in the Empire right now is entirely my fault. I failed to see Terran's true evil nature and even granted him more power. And according to his confession, my greatest mistake was failing to control my son. The Emperor recounted, "And just now I witnessed the battle between you and Terran." He was also completely honest with himself, and at that very moment I was fully convinced. If that man fought for the world, then this world would move toward a better future. The Emperor paused for a moment before speaking seriously and solemnly. "So, I want to ask you personally, Lewin Adelo, do you agree to become the Tower Master of our Empire's Mage Tower?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. A few days later, as night falls elsewhere, a cheerful voice echoes out, "You really are on a different level now." Lewin Jae-sun smiled brightly, praising him. "I always thought you were on a different level, but at your age, being offered to become the Tower Master?" Lewin also didn't hide it. "Yeah, I haven't even dared to dream of that." He secretly thought to himself that he had been offered to succeed Fire King Terran, and that after this offer he would become the Tower Master, meaning he would become someone everyone admires. "I defeated the previous Tower Master, who was also the traitor, Fire King Terran, and the Emperor personally recommended me. If I agree, I could be appointed immediately." Lewin secretly worries that with Terran Artus's rebellion and the prince's death, the world is descending into chaos. As the new Tower Master, there will surely be a lot to do. "I just graduated from the academy not long ago. I wonder if I can handle all of this." At the same time, a voice echoed in his ear, pulling him back to reality. Lord Lewin looked at her and immediately responded. "Ah, Lady Iron, you tilt your head in curiosity. What deep thoughts are you pondering?" He doesn't look very well. Lewin also honestly felt overwhelmed by such a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Honestly, I feel a bit overwhelmed. It's a great opportunity, but I can't help but worry. So, how about a vacation? Somewhere you can relax without having to worry about anything." Lewin also seemed interested. "Oh, that sounds good, so where should we go?" A smile spread across Iren's face, her cheerful yet strangely composed demeanor, as she gazed seductively at Lin and asked, "How about my place?" leaving him stunned and momentarily lost. "Huh?" That night, Lewin felt like his heart was pounding wildly in his chest. The next morning, when the sky was clear, Lewin had already woken up and was ready. Trang clung to his shoulder, teasing him non-stop. "Lewin, you've never even been on a date, so why are you rushing into it?" Then she looked at Eren and asked directly, "Are you planning to go to that girl's house alone? You seem to enjoy recalling those young men, saying your friends helped out quite a bit, right? They stepped back just enough for the two of you to go on this trip alone." Lewin asked her back, "But why won't you back down?" Shang cheerfully interrupted him. Hey, did you forget? I am your only manifestation, remember?" Eren turned around and asked him curiously, "Lewin, what are you muttering to yourself?" Lewin was startled. "Oh, it's nothing." Seeing her bright smile, he quietly thought that after all, he was going on a trip with Lady Irene, just the two of them. And this time, the destination was as Prius, which he only knew as Lady Iron's hometown, but he never expected it to be full of mountains like this. While looking around nervously, he muttered to himself that there was nothing around here. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure immediately rushed toward them. Lewin's eyes flickered with surprise, as if he hadn't expected this to happen. A young man with a cold gaze kicked toward him, causing his heart to tremble. Counterattack? Now, as he looked at Lewin, he said, "Not bad, you dodged my kick." "Who the hell are you? Why did you suddenly come out and attack me?" He surprisingly asked back, "Who am I?" "Dan, are you tired of living?" "So, what kind of monster are you? Are you surprised?" "What?" Erin immediately bowed her head and apologized. "Lewin, on his behalf, I apologize to you. Are you surprised?" "What are you saying? Wait a moment, you seem hesitant." "That person is my brother." Hearing this, the young man's eyes looked at Lewin with even more hatred. Lewin was more surprised. "Huh? Her brother. So why did he attack?" Aduma spoke. "You dodged my ambush, proving you're not an ordinary kid." Adama slowly approached Lewin, but seeing him wandering around with Irene, he said, "Don't tell me you're her boyfriend." Then he roughly grabbed Lewin's collar and lifted him up. Adama calmly said, "Well, then let me punch you first and then we can talk." Lewin immediately replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about, but could you let me go?" But then, Lewin couldn't hold back and widened his eyes as sweat immediately broke out. "Huh?" At the same time, the quick overview system assessment of Aduma appeared, and this was what left Lewin stunned. Lewin's mind silently exclaimed, "Wait a minute, an 8-star warrior? How could someone so powerful appear here?" At this moment, Aduma seemed displeased and charged toward Lewin. "What's going on? Why aren't you answering?" "Do you think this is nothing?" Erin snapped angrily, glaring at her brother. "Can you stop now?" Aduma looked a bit confused. "Iron, you don't look happy. Even though he's your brother, this is going too far." Aduma looked a bit confused, really surprised that you're actually on his side in front of him. What's so special about that guy? Iron angrily shouted, "I was the one who saved you," then she stopped paying attention. "Let's go. Lewin really is a stupid brother." Aduma was furious, and Lewin also didn't want to get involved in their family matters. All right. Now Lewin quietly wonders if the rest of the family is still okay. While walking alongside her, he tries to reassure himself. It must be so. But as soon as he entered the house, the middle-aged man broke the floor in anger. "What did you say?" Sitting heavily on the chair, he looked helpless. "My precious, adorable daughter Irene, my treasure, bringing a man home. Are you serious?" He urgently shouted, bringing him all the way home. "So you came to ask for her hand in marriage? I will never accept this marriage. Are you a 9-star martial artist, huh? If you truly want to have my daughter, then first defeat me." Aduma cheers from beside him. "That's right. That's how it should be, Dad." Erin couldn't help but sigh. Even father is like that? Unbelievable. Lynn quietly lamented that she shouldn't have come here and just wanted to go home. At that moment, a flowing dress slowly appeared and stopped. "You are Irene's mother, standing there watching your husband and son, and you angrily question them. What do you two think you're doing?" In the end, Irene brought the guests home, but can't they even greet them properly? Seda loudly orders those two to apologize right now. Aiken stammered in fear. "My love?" Aduma also didn't expect Seda to react so strongly. He hesitated and spoke up. Unable to find another way, Aduma decided to speak first. "Sorry." Anne also followed suit. "I apologize as well." Lewin also felt some affection towards Seda. Lady Erin truly inherited her mother's elegance. How can someone be so gentle and noble at the same time? But when I saw that lady was an 8-star martial artist, I couldn't help but be startled. The smile on Lewin's face froze as he wondered to himself what kind of family this really was. Erin's family is the prestigious Prius clan. They once owned vast territories and basked in glorious fame, but that reputation vanished as they declined. A few of their descendants wandered far and wide before finally settling in this remote area. Their heirs live hidden away in the mountains, dedicating themselves to rigorous training, practicing day and night without rest. But Lady Erin, who possesses brilliant magical talent, successfully became a mage and harbored the desire to revive her family. Afterwards, Lewin stayed at Erin's house for a meal. "Sorry about that. Your first visit with us and we've been so rude, haven't we?" Seda softly said to you. "That's just how the men in this house are." She added very emotionally, acting without thinking. "But honestly, they are not bad people." Seda looked sincerely and said, "It's just that they love their daughter too much. I hope you understand." Lewin seems to understand. I understand. When a precious daughter like Miss Erin brings a man home, it's natural to feel a little nervous. Seda looked at him carefully before calmly saying, "So I don't see any panic from you?" Then she added, "If our daughter brings a man home, it must mean she's seriously thinking about him, right?" Erin spoke to her while gently looking at her daughter, blushing as Lewin also blushed out of embarrassment. "Mom, about that." But from outside the door, Aiken immediately burst in shouting loudly, "No way! Akan and his 3 sons burst out in anger, saying, "If you want to marry my daughter, you must defeat us first." Seda sighed in frustration. These people are really sincere. Lewin was secretly startled, and who are the people behind them? Akan then seriously asked Lewin, "Do you go by the name Lewin Ale?" Lewin quickly stood up and replied, "Huh? Oh yes, that's right." Now he quickly spoke, believing that the most important thing for a man is strength. Strength to protect his woman and family no matter the adversity. Lewin listened in confusion as A spoke, and along with that came a natural sense of responsibility. "That is how I live, and how I teach my children to live. In my eyes, you look like a noble raised in luxury. Do you really possess the masculine strength I mentioned?" Lewin, unsure of your mood, asked with a faint smile, "Are you talking about strength?" Lewin's face now couldn't hide his pride. Of course, the thing he was most confident in was strength. Akan laughed loudly, as if he found it funny. "Do you really think strength is what you're most confident about?" "You're brave, I admit that." Lewin affirmed that when it comes to responsibility, he dares to say he's not inferior to anyone. "If you ask about physical strength, I am confident I am not inferior to anyone," Aduma interjects from behind. "Not better than anyone? Sounds just like those professional scammers. Isn't it obvious? Dad, a con artist like him, must have tricked our innocent Iron." At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "So why not prove what you just said? We were just about to go out for a quick training session between my father, my brothers, and him, and he warned you it wouldn't be easy. Even skilled opponents often avoid our training sessions." Lewin listens confidently and says, "That sounds good," then immediately looks at her. "Miss Irene, I'm going to do some warm-up exercises. Is Iran nervous around my family's men?" Lewin turned back and told her that since they only knew how to train, the fastest way to get close to them was probably through training. Before leaving, Lin reassured her, "I'll be back." Seda looked intently at her daughter and then said, "Don't worry. With that boy's gaze, he'll handle it just fine." Iran replied casually, "I'm not worried about Mr. Lewin." Seda was surprised. "So what are you worried about?" "I'm worried about those reckless men." Meanwhile, a loud gasp echoes through the forest. All 3 of Irene's brothers cheered. "Well done, little one, that's a new record." At the same time, Akan quickly spoke up. "You still have a long way to go ahead," An said from that large rock. "Indeed, there is still a long road to reach 9 stars." Everyone marveled that surpassing their father was indeed too difficult. Akan secretly felt proud as he looked at Lewin. "What? That scoundrel dares to flirt with our Iran? That should be enough to crush your spirit, right?" Lewin also said that your strength is truly astonishing. With that, he quickly turned around. Then, looking at the large rock in front of Lewin, he immediately said, "Let me show you something." The 3 young men behind him wondered what he was doing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin immediately channeled his inner strength, his eyes shining brightly. It seems An has realized something, and his gaze suddenly froze. The deafening explosion right after Lewin's attack was filled with smoke and flames. All 3 boys froze. "No, this can't be happening. That huge mountain, I can't believe Lewin is so strong for a mage." At Prius, the most important qualities for a man are strength and physical ability to protect his family. Lewin silently thought, "Just as I suspected, they probably planned to use this training session to crush my spirit. Are those 3 guys chasing after Lewin now? Do you want to fight? Fine, I'll go all out with you." Lewin silently smiled bitterly, but that became his chance to prove his strength and stamina, and a few days passed with all 3 of Iron's brothers gasping for breath on the ground. Lewin now walks up to Aduma. "Are you okay?" You smile brightly and extend your hand. "Can you stand up? We still have dinner together." Aduma finally gives up his hostility towards Lewin and extends his hand. "Yeah, thank you." Now everyone is chatting together. Aduma asked Lewin, "Are you going to practice again tomorrow?" Lewin replied casually, "Of course." Then he looked intently at him. "Hey," Aduma also responded. "Yeah," Lewin asked with a bright smile. "Can I call you brother?" Hearing that, all 3 young men blushed simultaneously. "Sure, sure." At that moment, An walked by and saw his 3 sons chatting happily with Lewin. A complex look appeared in An's eyes, and that night at Iron's house, a surprised voice was heard. "What? Really?" Aduma suddenly stood up. "Are you really recognized as the successor to the Tower Master?" "So the Emperor himself acknowledged it?" Aaron then recounted. "Yes, that's right. He is the mage who stopped King Terron's rebellion. So being chosen is only natural." Her brothers marveled, "Wow, such an impressive figure coming to visit our home. It's amazing to meet the actual successor of the tower in person." At the same time, A quickly stepped in. "Why are you only telling us now? If you had told us earlier, we might have treated you differently from the start." Louis quickly responded, "I don't care about the other titles." That statement left me stunned. "What?" Lewin added, "I want to be recognized by Lady Iren's family." During that process, I didn't think the title of Tower Master was that important. Hearing this, An seemed visibly satisfied. He didn't expect Lewin to say such things. Seda sat beside him, amazed. That's right. He's exactly the type of person Irene would fall for, isn't he, my love? The two young couples blushed simultaneously. Iron hesitated. Mom. I remained silent, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. It seems so. At night, Lin sleeps with Iron's three brothers. Just then, a voice rings out, causing him to turn around. Hey, you were surprised to see Anne, huh, Dad? Anne coldly turned away and left the words behind. Follow me. Turning back, he told Lewin, we need to talk. Tonight, the bright moon in the sky illuminates the entire courtyard. Lewin followed quietly, feeling confused. He wants to talk to me, I wonder what about. After walking far enough, Anne spoke up, causing Lewin to startle and quickly respond. Yes, father, Anne replied sincerely. As I have said many times, Irene is a girl of great value to me. Can you be responsible for someone like her? After asking, he looked intently at you, waiting for your answer. Lewin immediately added, yes, there is more. Anne sighs with satisfaction. Okay, skills, effort, character. Although we have treated you quite roughly, your attitude towards the whole family is beyond reproach, Duong said softly. And Aiken added, but if you make my daughter cry in the future, I won't let it go. Take good care of my daughter. When Lewin heard this, he couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Thank you, father. Did you really leave the next morning? That's so sad. Lewin is happy. Me too. I'll visit another time. We plan to hold an official gathering in Adele, so keep dating until then. Iron angrily kicks Aduma. What are you talking about, you silly older brother? Then she pouted and pulled his hand. Lewin, let's go quickly. Lewin smiled bitterly. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and speak loudly. Take care. As soon as they were a good distance away, Iron hesitated. Oh, Lewin. You then replied. Yeah. Irene felt shy. Now that both families have approved and no one will stop us anymore, she looked at Lewin with a serious expression and asked, so what will we be to each other? Hearing this, Lewin suddenly became nervous and his face turned red. A joyful smile appeared on Lewin's face as he said, Miss Irene, the sound is loud enough for both of us to hear. Let's date seriously from now on. The scent of love fills the air and Irene smiles contentedly. She happily likes spring flowers. Please take good care of me. Lord Lewin, time passes quickly, and next year just thinking seriously about that period at the Mage Tower is enough to drive you crazy. Oh, you confessed? Lewin Chang chuckled happily, and I remember every word. Miss Irene, let's have a serious date. Lewin feels disgusted. You talk so much. How many years has it been, and you're still bringing that up? If you're really helping me, focus on the work, and stop lazily reminiscing about the past. And thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, Lewin finally became the Tower Master. She slowly stood up. Tower Master Lewin. And since becoming the Tower Master, I have lived a busy life. Chang has taken on the role of assistant to help me handle the work. Adele has undergone many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Adele has become a stable and solid city. That was made possible thanks to Hansen, who became Adele's knight, and the great help from Jason. The administrative officer, of course, was still my father, who did the most. At the same time, a girl slowly walks in. Hey! Lewin, as soon as she saw her, happily looked over. Hey, look at this. Seeing Luina, you tease her. Isn't she our swordsmanship tournament champion? She looks confident. Come on, with my strength, that's only natural. Meanwhile, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman, and a few years later, she participated in the swordsmanship tournament again and won. Now she is by the Emperor's side, who has recovered his health. Lewin then asked, so what brings you here today? Luina continued, I came to check if our Tower Master is doing his job properly and to see how well prepared you are. Lewin was surprised. So you're prepared. You seem a little flustered. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. Here, you just give a faint smile. Of course you know. Lewin then said, don't worry. Everything is perfectly prepared. No one can complain about it. The scene shifts to a few days later at the territory where everyone is buzzing with excitement. All right, everyone please don't push forward. Just take your time. Hey, I told you not to push. On the street, his voice rang out, leaving two young men stunned. Hansen, Sa, everyone was amazed. Oh, Lewin, one of today's stars has arrived. Is that the Tower Master? Is that Lord Lewin? You just arrived and sincerely said, thank you for all your help. My vehicle is happy. Among friends, this much is nothing, right? Lewin glanced over again, especially at that guy. It's been a while since I saw Senta. How have you been lately? I heard you've become the top senator of Uda. He smiled brightly. The news spreads quickly indeed. Yeah, that's right. Then Senta asked, so how does it feel to be about to get married? I thought with your talent you would be ahead, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hearing this, suddenly a loud scream echoed, frightening everyone. Her three brothers cried out in despair. Is Irene getting married soon? Isn't this a bit too early? Sada's helpless. Come on, everyone is watching. Don't cry anymore. They also seem a bit confused. Your future brothers-in-law haven't changed at all. At the same time, Lu is about to start, so I will go prepare. It seems everyone has already arrived, just one more person to go. My car is surprised. Who could it be? As he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to panic. The crowd was a bit confused. What? Don't tell me that was an earthquake. Lewin immediately reassured everyone, saying, Please, stay calm. He looked over there and added, It's just some newly invited guests. Kingram said, How could we possibly miss the wedding of the little destroyer? And at that moment, the host quickly stepped onto the stage, stood in front of the crowd, and quickly took his position. Jia-san tests the microphone and asks, Do you all hear me clearly? Then he smiles brightly. I am a wizard from the Wizard Tower, and today I will serve as the master of ceremonies. My name is Jason-san Damon. The wedding will begin shortly, so please be seated. Ji-san continued. I may have introduced myself as a wizard from the Wizard Tower, but I am actually better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Still, thanks to that, I am honored to stand here today in such an important place. Not long ago, I met the bride and groom. They asked me to sincerely thank everyone who traveled from afar to celebrate with them. Hold on a moment, he's about to say more, so now let's welcome today's main character. Let's welcome today's main character, Lewin Yahello. Luina happily shouts from below, Congratulations, brother. Everyone here is shouting excitedly. Mr. Lewin congratulates you on your wedding. Over here, Sun Lai speaks loudly. Now let's meet the bride. Arin Prius, please come in. An gently leads her daughter up to the altar. Today, she looks stunning like a princess, her long platinum hair highlighting Arin's beauty. Looking at his wife, Lewin couldn't help but be mesmerized. Thanks to her relentless effort to restore her family, she became a world-renowned mage, a name everyone has heard at least once. Lewin quietly feels proud as she is about to become his wife. Quickly reaching out, Lewin gently caught the bride and looked at An, saying loudly, I will become a good husband. He also gently smiled and looked at him. All right, I trust you. Lewin Jia-san continued. Now it's time to welcome the officiant of the ceremony. Looking at the elderly man, he said, The host today is the master of the tower, who is also my master, Director Tyrion Xnit of the Academy. Tyrion continued. First of all, as the host, I would like to congratulate both of you. He smiled happily. The two people standing here today have overcome every hardship by always supporting each other. Even if similar challenges arise in the future, this couple bound by marriage will overcome them all once again, leaning on each other in times of hardship and sorrow. That is the true meaning of marriage. Now let us listen to the vows from the newlyweds. Lewin happily recalls that I still remember the first day I saw her at an antique shop in Anten during the festival, thinking that I was marrying someone who once seemed cold and stubborn. Even now, I still find it hard to believe. You are full of happiness. Looking back, I think I was drawn to her confidence and intelligence. I, Lewin Adele, will be my wife's closest friend. Irene also pledged that I, Irene Prius, would be a loving companion to my husband. After both of them finished speaking, Irene spoke up and finally sent her gratitude to everyone who joined us in celebrating our wedding. We sincerely thank you. The fireworks quickly light up the sky. This joyful scene is truly grand, and everyone feels happy seeing the young couple. Congratulations to the Tower Master. Congratulations to the young lady, Lewin silently thought. Someone as small as me must have been helped along the way to do all this, I think of Draca. I ran non-stop, faced many dangers, but in the end, I completed everything successfully. Lewin quietly felt sad, wishing Draca could also witness this moment. Just then, a voice rang out. Congratulations.